Chapter 1. A favor. This bottle is 5 yuan. In the Great Xia, Fengyuan City, Mingshi Mountain Park. As the saying goes, 100 steps after a meal, live to 99. At 7 in the evening, many people walk to the park, ready to take a stroll and digest their food. The park, usually open to visitors all day, had inexplicably set up a cordon at the entrance today, preventing those who wanted to hike and explore from entering. Several staff members in Mingshi Mountain Park uniforms were maintaining order on site, occasionally advising tourists wishing to enter the park. Not far away, a young man who looked about 17 or 18 years old was holding a large wooden box that had been cut in half, filled with various brands of bottled water and drinks, along with several ice packs and tea at the bottom of the box. There were 2 makeshift ropes made of torn clothes, one hanging around his neck and the other wrapped around his waist. This young man, named Beiluo, was somewhat well known in Fengyuan City, earning the nickname Boss Terminator. He and his sister were orphans from a welfare home after the welfare home went bankrupt. The two depended on each other, relying on Beiluo to earn money after school to support their lives. Strangely enough, any job that could make money would not last more than 2 days in his hands. That be why the next day, various accidents would happen, scaring away the kind-hearted bosses who initially wanted to help the siblings. This time was even more exaggerated. He was selling water on the mountain yesterday, and today he couldn't even go up the mountain. Beiluo paused at the park entrance, seeing the commotion, sighed, and thought to himself, it seems that the business of selling water on the mountain is going to fail again. Well, since I'm here, it doesn't matter where I sell it. Finding a crowded spot, Beiluo began to call out for sales. The July heat was intense. Although the moon brought some coolness, it was still sweltering in Fengyuan City. Not long after he started calling out, someone approached Beiluo, took a bottle of water, and scanned the payment code with their phone. Xiao Chun, switch jobs again? During the brief moment of scanning, the two chatted casually. Good morning, Grandpa Zhang. There's no choice, the last job fell through. We have to eat, right? You have time to climb the mountain today? After some pleasantries, he glanced at the bottled water Grandpa Zhang was holding. A favor. This bottle is 5 yuan. Rogue, you're still so unscrupulous. Grandpa Zhang laughed and scolded. I need to get some exercise. I can't go up the mountain, so he'll just stroll around nearby. After saying that, Grandpa Zhang took the bottled water and walked toward the other side of the park. Seeing his new business starting up so quickly, Beiluo felt happy inside. He could earn about 3 yuan per bottle, and if he sold out this box, he could cover next week's food expenses for him and that girl Sanchi. Turning to look at Grandpa Zhang, whose stride was vigorous, he realized he was a completely different person from his previous frail self. It seemed that exercising more was beneficial at this age. Still, having such physical fitness was truly impressive. He deserved a thumbs up. After a while, when Beiluo had not received any payment notifications on his phone, he grew a bit anxious and shouted toward Grandpa Zhang's disappearing figure. Grandpa Zhang, remember to pay. This shout didn't bring Grandpa Zhang back, but instead attracted nearby staff members. 3 staff members quickly approached Beiluo's makeshift stall, and the leader asked, Young man, did someone not pay for the water you sold just now? I just scanned it. It should be a network delay. It hasn't come through yet, Beiluo speculated after checking his phone. The staff member continued to inquire. Do you know which direction he went? Instinctively, Beiluo pointed in the direction Grandpa Zhang had left. Chase. The other 2 staff members immediately took off in the direction Beiluo indicated, disappearing in an instant. No need to chase, it's just a few bucks. If he didn't pay, then he didn't. We're all neighbors, he can pay next time. Beiluo genuinely felt it was unnecessary. He should have refrained from shouting earlier, since Grandpa Zhang often looked out for him and Sanchi. For a 5 yuan bottle of mineral water, these staff members were putting in such effort, which was quite rare for good employees. Wait a minute, Beiluo suddenly realized. He had come to Mingshi Mountain Park quite a few times and understood it to some extent. The nature of the work was primarily volunteer-based, with little pay, so it was usually retired grandpas and grandmas walking in the park while also taking on staff roles. When had there ever been such young staff members? Moreover, the uniforms of these staff members were clearly of the same style, and they wore tiny black earpieces. Thinking about this, Beiluo suddenly recalled a post he had seen online not long ago. The content roughly stated that someone had awakened superpowers, like breathing fire. The next moment, they were captured by a mysterious organization. Then the comments under the video or post were filled with responses like, fake, I was there, that's not what happened, and so on. Although such posts and videos were often deleted, they were still abundant, and Beiluo had seen quite a few while scrolling through his phone, treating them as mere entertainment without the time to delve deeper. With this in mind, Beiluo had an inkling perhaps these staff members were part of that mysterious organization. Oh no, what if something happens to Grandpa Zhang? In an instant, several thoughts flashed through Beiluo's mind. Should he call the police? Just as he was about to leave the area, hoping to seek help from Officer Sir after the staff members were gone, the staff member in front of him spoke up. Young man, Fengyuan City. Hasn't been safe at night lately, you should head home and rest early. Saying this, he took out a business card from his pocket and handed it to Beiluo. If anything happens, you can call this number. After giving this instruction, the staff member returned to the park entrance to maintain order. Beiluo took out the business card. It was very simple, with the following written in the middle. Relevant department contact number 138 XXXXXXX. He casually placed the business card in his pocket, picked up the wooden box, and walked home while calling out to sell. Point one of Beiluo's strengths was that he listened to advice. If he hadn't, he probably would have starved to death in the first year after leaving the welfare home. After he walked far away, the staff member who had just spoken with Beiluo heard a voice in his earpiece. Captain Lee, the video has been sent to you. Should we send someone to follow that young man selling water? Yes, follow him. Better safe than sorry. Understood. After assigning the task, the staff member took out his phone and a clear video began to play on the screen. The content was surprisingly the video of Beiluo selling water just now. At some point, it had already been recorded. Good morning, Grandpa Zhang. A favor, this bottle is 5 yuan. In the video, only Beiluo was visible, sitting on a stone stool, talking to himself. Chapter 2. Xiao Chun, do you still have water for sale? On the way home, Beiluo sold all the water he had brought. Of course, he didn't mark up the prices as much as in the park, adding 50 cents or a yuan was enough to sell it. During this time, Beiluo, concerned about Grandpa Zhang's safety, called the police to report what had happened in the park in detail. Officer Sir assured him they would handle it properly, which put Beiluo at ease. Holding an empty box, he walked home. His home was not far from the park, about a 20-minute walk. This home was rented by the director of the welfare home, who used his last savings before passing away to secure it for them. They had rented it for 3 years, and this was the last year. The place was a bit remote, located in a self-built house in an urban village. Most of the young people in the village went to big cities to work, leaving many empty houses, so the rent was relatively cheap. The building has 2 floors. The first floor consists of street-facing shops that were previously rented out by Beiluo to supplement the rent. However, the tenants stopped renting after a while, as there was simply no business to be had there. The second floor is where Beiluo and Sanchi live, with a staircase leading directly up from the first floor. There are 2 rooms, just right for each of them to have their own space. Usually, Beiluo and Sanchi spend their time on the first floor. This small 2-story building is their home. Upon returning home, Sanchi was tidying up things on the first floor. Seeing that Beiluo came back early today, she stopped what she was doing and approached him. Beiluo, have you eaten yet? Without waiting for a response, she ran to the kitchen, bringing out a bowl of cooked instant noodles topped with a sausage and a fried egg. Sanchi never calls him brother, despite Beiluo correcting her multiple times. Eventually, he let it go since it was just a form of address. Looking at the noodles Sanchi brought out, Beiluo felt a pang in his heart. This was what he had prepared for her before going to sell water. Sanchi always waited for him to return to eat together, and it had always been this way. Just eat quickly, I've already eaten. I made quite a bit today, and tomorrow we'll take you to the mall. Let's have hamburgers. Upon hearing about hamburgers, Sanchi's eyes lit up but quickly dimmed again. No, that's too expensive. Let's just eat something simple. Beiluo gently patted Sanchi's head, feeling a bit heartbroken. This little girl often dreams about all sorts of delicious foods like pancakes, candied hawthorns, hamburgers, fries, chocolates, and so on. She's a real little foodie. Yet, Sanchi never proactively mentioned such things in front of Beiluo. Since they started living together, she handled everything by herself, sensible to the point of being heartbreaking. Unable to argue with Sanchi, the 2 sat down together, splitting the instant noodles in half. 1 bowl for each. He gave the sausage to Sanchi since she liked it, while he kept the fried egg that she had cooked herself. As they ate and chatted, it felt warm and cozy. Beiluo looked at the fried egg in his bowl and curiously asked, "Didn't we just finish the eggs at home?" Sanchi happily took a bite of the sausage and leaned over to Beiluo, indicating for him to have a bite too. "I am not eating your saliva," Beiluo said, scrunching his nose in disdain. After swallowing her food with difficulty, Sanchi continued, I got this from Aunt Lu after saying a lot of good things at Uncle Zhang's house today. Uncle Zhang? Chen Beiluo asked, confused. What happened to him? Uncle Zhang had a heart attack and passed away early this morning, Sanchi said quietly, her face filled with regret. When the ambulance arrived, they said he was beyond saving. When Uncle Zhang was taken away, Aunt Lu was oddly cheerful, asking me to say some auspicious words and giving me some eggs and noodles. Hearing this, Chen Beiluo's heart sank suddenly. He stared at Sanchi in disbelief. Who was that person he bought water from earlier? Their conversation abruptly halted, and the air in the room felt as if it had solidified. Seeing that Chen Beiluo was silent, Sanchi cautiously said, I didn't want to say it either, but Aunt Lu gave me quite a lot, so I just said a few simple things. After a long pause, Chen Beiluo regained his composure. Just as he was about to say something to Sanchi, a sudden, crisp knock on the door broke the silence, startling both of them. Along with the knocking, the dim light in the room flickered erratically. Chen Beiluo's expression changed slightly at that moment. He felt the temperature in the room drop significantly. His hands and feet were cold and unresponsive as he cautiously looked toward the door, his voice trembling as he asked, Who is it? No one answered. The knocking continued, rhythmic and forceful, as if urging something along with the flickering light. Chen Beiluo and Sanchi exchanged glances, both seeing fear reflected in each other's eyes. Who is it? Sanchi asked softly, her hands unconsciously clenching tightly. It's me. Sanchi, open the door. The voice from outside was now distant, now close. Hearing the voice, Chen Beiluo took a deep breath, trying to calm his emotions, pulling out the business card and his phone from his pocket, handing them to Sanchi. Sanchi, go upstairs and call this number. Don't come out. Chen Beiluo pointed toward the staircase. Sanchi nodded obediently, taking the phone and card tightly in her hand. Before heading upstairs, she hesitated, saying that person's voice sounded a bit like Uncle Zhang. Chen Beiluo shook his head, signaling for Sanchi to hurry upstairs to make the call. He then slowly moved closer to the door, his heart racing, sweat pouring from his palms. As he approached the door, the knocking suddenly stopped. The room fell into an eerie silence, his breathing loud and clear. Chen Beiluo hesitated, debating whether to open the door or not. Rationality told him not to open it, but closing the door would also mean shutting off his and Sanchi's escape route. Thinking this, Chen Beiluo suddenly yanked open the roll-up door. Outside was empty, only the dark street and distant, blurred lights. Leaning against the door, Chen Beiluo gasped for air, as if that motion had drained all his strength. Taking a long breath, he dragged his heavy legs to the dining table. Xiao Chen, do you still have that water for sale? From behind, he heard Uncle Zhang's voice, very close, as if right behind him. Hearing the voice, Chen Beiluo's throat involuntarily moved, and cold sweat poured down his back. Trembling, he turned around to face Uncle Zhang, the same man he had bought water from at the park just a moment ago. However, Uncle Zhang's clothes looked somewhat disheveled. Now his white short-sleeved shirt was stained with a hint of bright red, making it appear somewhat garish. Zhang uncle, the water is all sold out, Chen Beiluo stammered, nervously unable to form a complete sentence. Upon hearing that the water was sold out, Uncle Zhang's face darkened. Not just a metaphor, it literally turned dark, as if he had become a different person. Having just become a mysterious being, he instinctively maintained his behavior from life. But unexpectedly, after drinking Chen Beiluo's water, he felt himself growing stronger. Rapidly, if it hadn't been for that bottle of water, he would have been taken out by that group of men in black just now. Hearing Chen Beiluo say the water was sold out, a surge of indescribable anger welled up within Uncle Zhang, instantly obliterating the little reason he had left. His eyes were vacant, yet fixed intently on Chen Beiluo. Chen Beiluo recognized that kind of gaze he had seen it in the eyes of dead animals. Suddenly, Uncle Zhang extended his right hand, palm open like a tiger's mouth. In that instant, Chen Beiluo felt an invisible grip around his neck, and he instinctively covered his throat in resistance. But it was futile. Chen Beiluo was being choked, gradually lifted higher, his feet kicking wildly in the air. Chapter 3. The mysterious canteen system. At this critical moment, Sanchi, who had been paying attention to the situation downstairs, ran down from upstairs, holding a pink little piggy bank. Her most beloved savings jar, which contained the last hope for her and Chen Beiluo. Without any hesitation, She hurled it directly at Grandpa Zhang. Crash! The piggy bank passed through Grandpa Zhang's body and smashed to the ground, scattering the money and coins everywhere. At that moment, Chen Beiluo also broke free from the invisible hand, propelled by an unknown force, and quickly walked to Sanchi's side, shielding her behind him. Years of tacit understanding allowed the two to exchange a glance and gain a wealth of information. Chen Beiluo's heart sank from the look in Sanchi's eyes. He knew that the phone call that might have saved them had not gone through. Suppressing the fear in his heart, Chen Beiluo observed carefully. Fortunately, the house wasn't large, and even though Grandpa Zhang was blocking the door, he and Sanchi were only 3 meters away from it. If he blocked the way, Sanchi could go out to seek help. This should be the best solution for now. Thinking of this, Chen Beiluo glanced at Sanchi and turned to signal toward the door. Sanchi's eyes glistened with tears as she shook her head. Be obedient, Chen Beiluo said gently, yet with an air of undeniable authority. Sanchi fought back her tears, nodded, and tightly grasped the phone in her pocket. Bang! Chen Beiluo kicked the chair in front of him toward Grandpa Zhang while following it closely. Useless, Grandpa Zhang muttered, his voice cold and clear in Chen Beiluo's ears. Grandpa Zhang flew toward Chen Beiluo, extending his palm through the chair, and in an instant, pinned Chen Beiluo against the wall, rendering him unable to move. With a wave of his other hand, the rolling door closed by itself, and a gust of air knocked Sanchi down, causing her to faint. Let her go. If you have any grievances, come at me, Chen Beiluo said through gritted teeth, forcing back the pain in his back as he saw Sanchi fall into unconsciousness. Hee, bring me the water you sold. Grandpa Zhang's voice grew sharper as he pressed down on Chen Beiluo's hand, his fingernails becoming increasingly sharp, subtly digging into Chen Beiluo's neck, causing droplets of blood to trickle down. At this moment, Chen Beiluo's anger overshadowed his fear. He glared at Grandpa Zhang and shouted, Are you crazy? I bought it all from a supermarket. Why are you coming to me for water? Besides, you haven't even paid yet. After yelling this, Chen Beiluo felt a significant reduction in his internal fear, staring unflinchingly at Grandpa Zhang, his heart burning with a desire for power. I see you're not crying until you see the coffin, Grandpa Zhang said viciously, increasing the pressure in his hand. A sense of suffocation enveloped Chen Beiluo, and in an instant, memories of his short life rushed back to him. 18 years. 10 years. 1 year. 38 years. 18 years. 1 year. After recalling his memories, he unexpectedly found an additional segment that didn't belong to him. It was from a country similar to Daxia, where there was also a Chen Beiluo, but he was very happy, not having to struggle for survival. In his dying moments, Chen Beiluo didn't even notice that the blood from his neck was gradually being absorbed by the necklace he wore. The necklace resembled an open book in the middle, which had always hung around his neck in both of his memories. The book shimmered, radiating a earthy yellow light, giving off a heavy feeling. After a moment of flickering, the book transformed into a beam of golden light and entered Chen Beiluo's body. Detecting host, matching the existence method acceptable to the host. Detection complete, existence method, system. In his dying moments, Chen Beiluo vaguely heard a voice in his mind, becoming clearer from the initial blur. Beep, congratulations. Host has obtained the mysterious canteen system. Activate task. Own a normally operating restaurant and attract a mysterious guest. Beep, task completed. System successfully activated. Immediately, Chen Beiluo regained consciousness, and a flash of golden light instantly sent Grandpa Zhang flying away. Kneel, Chen Beiluo commanded, looking at Grandpa Zhang calmly. As if bound by law, Grandpa Zhang immediately assumed a kneeling position. What kind of sorcery is this? Grandpa Zhang stammered, terrified, unable to move at all, only able to ask hesitantly. At the moment he regained consciousness, Chen Beiluo already understood the system's functions and usage. In simple terms, he was to manage a canteen. People are iron, and meals are steel. Everyone, including the mysterious beings, needs to eat. This canteen would provide meals for the mysterious beings. When a mysterious guest comes to the restaurant and finishes their meal, they can decide whether to give a good review based on their satisfaction. Chen Beiluo can use the good reviews he receives to upgrade the restaurant or convert them into points at a certain ratio to purchase ingredients or draw various rewards. Of course, the mysterious beings can't just eat for free. Each dish requires a payment, which can be in the form of ghost money, merits, cultivation, or even the mysterious beings themselves. Anything related to the mysterious is accepted in the restaurant, and within the scope of the restaurant. Chen Beiluo is an invincible existence to the mysterious beings. With a thought, a panel appeared in his consciousness. Host canteen owner, Chen Beiluo cultivation, none number of good reviews, 0 points, 1 good review, 100 points, 0 unlocked delicacies. None canteen level. Level 1, upgrade requires unlocking 5 delicacies. 100 good reviews, delicacies locked. Lottery, first time opening requires 10,000 points. Warehouse lock. Retracting the panel, Chen Beiluo coldly looked at Grandpa Zhang kneeling before him, squatted down, and gently patted Grandpa Zhang's face. Like touching a piece of ice just taken from the refrigerator, Chen Beiluo softly asked, "Was the water good?" Grandpa Zhang was clearly taken aback and replied, tremblingly, "Why, yes, it was good. Since it was good, why don't you give a good review?" Chen Beiluo's voice rose a few degrees. Startled, Grandpa Zhang quickly said, "Good review, I must give a good review. Receive customer good review count, 1. Seeing that a good review had indeed been recorded, Chen Beiluo smiled at Grandpa Zhang. "The good review has been received. You can move on now." Saying this, he extended his finger, pointed at Grandpa Zhang, and softly said, "Perish." As soon as he finished speaking, Grandpa Zhang's body began to shatter, and in an instant, he vanished into thin air as if he had never existed. Only the chaotic scene and the scattered coins on the ground testified to everything that had just happened. Chen Beiluo didn't linger and quickly walked to Sanchi, picking her up and gently calling her name. After a while, Sanchi opened her eyes and, upon seeing Chen Beiluo, immediately urged, "Beiluo, run." Gently patting Sanchi's back, Chen Beiluo spoke softly, "It's okay, it's okay." Only then did Sanchi slowly stand up, carefully looking around. What about Grandpa Zhang? He has already left. Good, so he has gone? Chen Beiluo nodded, recalling Grandpa Zhang and the memories from when he was on the verge of death, along with the videos or posts uploaded and deleted online during this time. He had a guess about the current situation. It was just like what was said in the novels from another life. He remembered the revival of spiritual energy and the rebirth of the mysterious. Let's not worry about him for now. Let us clean up. "Oh, my money!" Sanchi exclaimed, bending down to pick up the scattered coins and crumpled bills on the ground. As she picked them up, she muttered, 1 yuan, 1 yuan, 2 yuan. Chapter 4, the first dish. Mung bean soup. Just as they finished tidying up, there was another knock at the door. The sudden sound startled Sanchi. "Hello, may I come in?" Chen Beiluo looked towards the door and saw the staff member from earlier that evening, letting out a quiet sigh of relief. "Come in," he said to the staff member outside. "My home is a bit simple. Please take a seat." He gestured for the staff member to sit down. "No need to sit. Little brother, did something happen here just now?" The staff member stared intently into Chen Beiluo's eyes, as if trying to discover something. "I heard sounds of a fight from outside." "It's nothing. I was just playing with my sister," Chen Beiluo replied. The staff member fell silent for a moment. The mysterious monitor had shown that the entity they had been tracking had disappeared once it entered this house. For some unknown reason, during the pursuit, the entity had suddenly broken free, resulting in injuries to many members of their team, and had triggered the entity's lethality, making it even more dangerous. But this young man in front of him showed no signs of spiritual fluctuations. He looked like an ordinary person. Encountering such a type of entity could pose a serious threat to his life. After glancing around the room and thinking for a moment, the staff member said, "It's good if nothing's wrong." He checked his watch and continued, "It's getting late, so I'll take my leave. If there's anything you can't handle, remember to call." Chen Beiluo nodded, thanking him for his concern. He saw the staff member to the door and exchanged simple farewells. Once he returned home, he noticed Sanchi pouting, holding the business card and waving it around. She muttered under her breath, "Unreliable." Sanchi had already guessed that the call Beiluo had mentioned earlier was meant for him. If something really happened, the call wouldn't get through. Such a brat, Chen Beiluo said irritably. "Go wash up and get some sleep. Don't you have school tomorrow?" Sanchi puffed her cheeks. "Beiluo, I don't want to go to school. I want to go out and make money." "No way. There's no negotiation." Chen Beiluo shot her a fierce glare. He could be lenient on other matters, but when it came to studying, he wouldn't budge an inch. Besides, Sanchi was truly gifted academically. At her age, she should be in the 4th grade. But not only was she in the 6th grade, she had already completed all the knowledge from middle school. This had always been Chen Beiluo's pride. He may not have excelled in studies, but his sister was a star student. So fierce. I want a gentle brother. Sanchi crossed her arms, speaking in a childish tone. All right, after school tomorrow, I'll make you something delicious, Chen Beiluo said, using his ultimate weapon against Sanchi, which was food. As soon as she heard there would be good food, Sanchi's face lit up, and she happily returned to her room to sleep. Only then did Chen Beiluo calm down and carefully study the system he had just acquired. Receive newbie gift pack. Do you want to open it? Open. Chen Beiluo replied with his thoughts. Congratulations, you have obtained the recipe for mung bean soup. Congratulations. You have obtained 100 portions of ingredients for mung bean soup. Next to the system panel, the sub-interfaces for food and warehouse had been unlocked. In the food section, there was only one dish listed, mung bean soup. Shifting his gaze to the mung bean soup icon, he read the description of the dish. Mung bean soup, a soup made primarily from mung beans and yellow spring water, effective for quenching thirst and cooling down. Consuming this soup can enhance one's spiritual sensitivity and improve the efficiency of absorbing spiritual energy. Recipe: put mung beans and yellow spring water into a pot. Boil on high heat for 15 minutes. Knowing the recipe, Chen Beiluo could hardly wait to go to the kitchen and extract the mung beans and yellow spring water. This system was very user-friendly. Like a pre-prepared meal, every ingredient was ready, even skipping the step of washing them. Chen Beiluo only needed to place them into the pot and keep an eye on the time. However, the mung beans and water looked a bit different for what he remembered. For instance, he would believe it was black beans if someone said so. The individual mung beans emitted a black halo, clearly the materials for dark cuisine. In his memory, water was colorless, but this yellow spring water had a slight yellow tint. The image reflected in the yellow spring water was clearly a still picture, yet it gave off a feeling of distortion when looked at for too long, with ghostly faces occasionally appearing, giving one chills. He took out a clay pot from the cabinet, poured a portion into it, and lit the fire. After 15 minutes, the mung bean soup surprisingly appeared in a bowl beside the pot. The pot used to cook the soup was spotless, with no residue, making it easy to skip washing it. Looking at the bowl of mung bean soup, although the ingredients were different from a normal mung bean soup, the result looked much the same. It even emitted a fragrant aroma that whetted one's appetite. Check if there are finished food products. Should I start operations? Can you introduce the conditions for operations? Chen Beiluo tried to communicate with the system and was surprised when the system actually responded. There are no conditions for operations. The operating hours can be decided by the host. However, after starting operations each day, the minimum duration is 1 hour. During the operating period, the system will attract customers to the door. The number of customers attracted by the system equals the cafeteria's level, meaning if you operate daily, the system can attract 1 customer to the door. The remaining customers will need to be attracted by the host's own promotion. Note that if the operating time is too short, the customers attracted by the system may not arrive, so please take note. Chen Beiluo nodded thoughtfully, seemingly having thought of something, and continued to ask, can non-mystical customers be received? Yes, but consuming the food may have unknown effects. What specific effects? Is there a risk to life? Chen Beiluo was startled. If someone died after eating, it would be a huge loss. He initially wanted to rely on this cafeteria to earn some tuition and living expenses for himself and Sanchi. There will be no risk to life. For non-mystical consumers, the original food effects will either weaken or strengthen, depending on the individual. At the same time, there will be negative impacts, and the specific effects will need to be observed by the host. Chen Beiluo nodded, stroking his chin with his right hand. As long as it wouldn't be fatal, that was fine. How is pricing done? Additionally, do positive reviews from non-mystical customers count? The host can set the food prices on the control panel. Any customer who consumes the food can count towards positive reviews. After a round of communication with the system, Chen Beiluo finally had a general understanding of the entire process. Looking at the time, it was nearly 10 p.m. If he operated for 1 hour, he could finish by 11 p.m. and go to sleep. especially since he couldn't waste this freshly made bowl of mung bean soup. Start operations, Chen Beiluo silently thought. In an instant, an invisible force swept through the entire first floor, and a set of quite nice tables and chairs appeared out of nowhere, arranged against the wall. With 2 oil lamps burning candles added to the walls, one on each side of the entrance. For the first operation, the system gifted a 10,000-year-old rosewood table, 4 10,000-year-old rosewood chairs, and 2 eternal bright lamps from the EC. The remaining items could be obtained through points in a lottery. The system explained, concluding with a blessing, wishing the host prosperous business. After saying that, the system stopped giving prompts. Chen Beiluo checked the panel and found an additional line of small text. Operating can close in 59:51. Chapter 5. The first customer. It was late at night, and on the dark road, the dim streetlights barely illuminated the passing pedestrians. A 7 or 8-year-old girl stood helplessly at the crossroad. Sister, can you help me? I'm so hungry. Can you take me to get something to eat? Just a small bun will do. Brother, can you help me? Uncle, auntie. No one paid attention to the girl's pleas. They hurried past her, seemingly unable to see her at all. Seeing that no one was responding, the girl gradually gave up. Over the past few days, she had also come to realize that it seemed no one could see her or hear her voice. She didn't know when it had become this way. The girl tried to recall, but her memories were a blur. She could only remember being in a dark little room, feeling very hungry. Eventually, she couldn't bear the hunger any longer and wanted to leave the little dark room to find something to eat. Lost in thought, she left that locked little room. Wandering aimlessly on the street, she didn't know how long she had been walking, passing countless crossroads. She wanted to find something to fill her stomach, but no matter how hard she looked, she couldn't find anything. Tired from walking, she rested under the moonlight, as it was the only way to alleviate the discomfort of hunger. As she walked, she was suddenly attracted by a whiff of fragrance. She looked up and saw that the scent was coming from an obviously dilapidated 2-story building. The entrance of the building bore several large, bright red characters that looked quite intimidating. The girl didn't dare to enter. Not knowing what the words meant, she could only stand across from the building, gazing from afar, trying to see what was inside, but she couldn't see clearly at all. Inside the mysterious cafeteria, Chen Beiluo sat at his makeshift bar, waiting for customers to arrive. Bored while waiting, Chen Beiluo picked up his phone and started scrolling. In the sophomore class group chat, people were still chatting vigorously at this hour. Chen Beiluo yawned, thinking about the night owls, wondering if they weren't going to school tomorrow. He made a comment and began browsing. Wang Jiawei. Take a look at these posts. They'll probably be deleted soon. Wang Jiawei. Shocking. A man spontaneously combusted by the roadside. The reason is Wang Jiawei. Read and delete. An 80-year-old woman lifted a car with one hand to save her granddaughter. Wang Jiawei. Plant growth accelerated. Animals in the zoo have noticeably grown larger. What could be causing this? Wang Jiawei. New World Forum discusses the revival of spiritual energy. Does this world really have mysteries? In the class group, 99 messages, over 80 of which were provided by Wang Jiawei. Wang Jiawei was one of Chen Beiluo's few friends and also his deskmate in class 17. After all, outside of studying, Chen Beiluo was mostly thinking about how to make money, so he had less contact with his classmates. With less contact, feelings naturally faded. Seeing that all the links were posted by Wang Jiawei, Chen Beiluo casually clicked on a few. Some had already been deleted, but the video of the man spontaneously combusting was still viewable. In the video, a man was walking by the roadside when a car driving towards him clearly lost control and was about to crash into him. At the moment of impact, flames erupted from the man's body, enveloping him entirely. He stood still while the front of the car crumpled. In the video, the man showed no signs of discomfort, seemingly accustomed to it. In the last second of the video, the flames dissipated and he stood there without a scratch. After watching the video, Chen Beiluo let out a long sigh. At that moment, the group chat was intensely discussing whether everyone could awaken superpowers or similar topics. However, Chen Beiluo's attention was on New World Forum discusses the revival of spiritual energy. Does this world really have mysteries? This was an analytical post that summarized the bizarre events that had recently occurred. The content of this post used countless cases to confirm the existence of mysteries today, warning everyone to be cautious at night and suggesting they seek protective talismans from temples or monasteries. Regarding the proof of the existence of mysteries, Beiluo was quite convinced, as he had already encountered a real mystery tonight and even had a confrontation. In this New World forum, there were many posts written about the revival of spiritual energy and awakeners, all with very high view counts. If published on other platforms, even without a video, the content would probably not last a minute, but oddly enough, this forum had not been shut down yet. There were even posts categorizing the types of awakeners, such as self-enhancement, awakening abilities, logistical support, etc. After reading these posts, Beiluo had formed a judgment. It seemed that this New World forum likely had some official backing. Checking the time, it was almost midnight, and the customers attracted by the system still hadn't arrived. Beiluo shook his head, silently complaining about the system, but there was no response. He walked to the door, ready to pull down the roll-up door and call it a night. Just as he was about to close the door, he noticed a 7- or 8-year-old girl sitting pitifully on the curb across the road, looking over at him. She was wearing a gray and white dress that seemed unwashed, with the white part turned gray, making her look dirty. One hand was clutching her stomach, appearing as if she wanted to approach, but was too scared to do so. Seeing this, Beiluo couldn't help but smile, walked over to the girl, squatted down, and said gently with a smile, "Little sister, why aren't you going home?" This spot was also within the cafeteria's radius, so Beiluo felt reassured. The little girl looked at Beiluo in surprise, thinking to herself that he was really good-looking. No, suddenly she shook her head and exclaimed, "Big brother, can you see me?" Of course. Beiluo, seeing that the girl was about the same age as his little sister, couldn't help but reach out and ruffle her hair. Feeling the warmth from his hand, the girl's eyes moistened. She couldn't remember the last time she felt such tenderness. Just then, her stomach let out a loud grumble, breaking the moment of warmth. "Are you hungry?" Hearing the sound from the girl's stomach, Beiluo stood up, extended his right hand to her with a smile, and said, "Come with me. I'll take you to get something delicious." "Really?" The girl's face lit up with excitement and joy, her eyes sparkling. She wobbled to her feet and tentatively reached out her small hand. Beiluo grasped her little hand, feeling it slightly cold, and they walked towards the cafeteria. The freshly made mung bean soup is really delicious. I didn't even get a chance to drink any myself. As they entered the store, the girl was so nervous that she could only look at her toes, but she had just stolen a glance at the light by the wall, vaguely seeing a dragon roaring at her, which frightened her into stiffening up and quickly averting her gaze. She didn't dare to look around, allowing Beiluo to lead her to a chair. "Wait a moment. I'll bring you the mung bean soup for you to try," Beiluo said before turning to head to the kitchen. This bowl of mung bean soup, after more than an hour, still maintained the temperature as if it had just been cooked. The little girl sat stiffly in the chair, and only when the mung bean soup was placed in front of her did she seem to come back to her senses. Staring at the mung bean soup in front of her, the little girl began to tremble. "Are you crying?" Beiluo was momentarily at a loss for words. Accompanied by the girl's sobs, her body actually started to dim. Can a mysterious also cry? It took a while to comfort Sanchi before the little girl's emotions were calmed. "I don't have any money," the little girl said shyly. Although her memory was confused, she knew that eating someone else's food also required payment. "It's okay. Today is the grand opening promotion. Consider it my treat. Don't forget to leave a good review after you finish." The little girl looked up at Beiluo as if she wanted to memorize his appearance. She nodded vigorously, picked up the spoon by the bowl, and carefully took a bite, gradually increasing the speed of her movements. Chapter 6. The Sugar-Coated Hawthorn That Can Feel Emotions. Customer Reviews. 1-1. The little girl who finished her mung bean soup had a look of lingering desire on her face. She stood up and deeply bowed to Beiluo. "Thank you, big brother." Beiluo waved his hand, appearing indifferent. "It's a small matter. I don't even know your name yet." The little girl fell silent, as if trying to recall something. A pained expression crossed her face. "I can't remember. I only remember my mom used to call me Enin." Seeing the slightly disappointed Enin, Beiluo gently patted her head with his warm hand. "If you can't remember, then don't worry about it. You'll think of it later." Ineen will definitely remember. I just drank the mung bean soup, and I feel like I recall a lot of fragments. Ineen smiled happily. For some reason, she really liked this big brother in front of her who was patting her little head. Chun Beiluo nodded and smiled. Do you have a place to stay? Our shop is about to close for a break. Ah, Ineen exclaimed, quickly standing up. I'm really sorry for bothering you for so long. I'll leave now. Ineen walked to the door and politely bowed to Chun Beiluo again before skipping out. Watching Ineen leave, Chun Beiluo pulled down the roller door, ending today's first business operation. Business concluded, received one batch of customers, and received one good review. The first operation was successful, with a 100 positive review rate, activating the task system and receiving rewards. Do you want to claim them? Claim. Chun Beiluo responded with his mind. Rewards obtained. Sugar-coated hawthorn, making method. Sugar-coated hawthorn, making ingredients 100. The food panel finally displayed more than just a solitary dish, focusing on the newly unlocked sugar-coated hawthorn. Sugar-coated hawthorn. Each piece of sugar-coated hawthorn has its own emotions. Making method. Boil Huangquan water and bitter dark sugar over high heat for 15 minutes. The syrup coats the Beiluo fruit. Effect. Has the effect of delaying aging and replenishing energy. After consumption, one will randomly experience the 7 emotions: joy, anger, sadness, fear, love, hate, desire, associated with the sugar-coated hawthorn. The task system also displayed several tasks, divided into main tasks and side tasks. Meeting the requirements would complete the tasks and earn rewards, with no time limits or penalties for incomplete tasks. Main task. The host's new store is opened, taking the first successful step towards the mysterious cafeteria. Open for 7 consecutive days to complete the task and receive a lottery opportunity upon completion. Side Task 1. Accumulate 10 good reviews within 7 days to receive a lottery opportunity. Side Task 2. A cafeteria can't function without employees. Recruit 1 employee to receive a lottery opportunity. According to the system's prompts, the rewards from this lottery could include new food-making methods, cultivation techniques, and strength-enhancing elixirs. Early the next morning, Chun Beiluo was awakened by the alarm clock. After washing up, he walked downstairs with a sleepy expression. On the table was a simple breakfast, a bowl of plain congee and a boiled egg. Upon seeing Chun Beiluo awake, Sanchi split the egg in half, tossing the yolk into Chun Beiluo's bowl while shoving the remaining egg white into her mouth. Beiluo, if you don't get up, I'm coming to call you. Chun Beiluo rubbed his eyes. He had a dream last night where he saw the book on the necklace, so close yet unreachable. He spent the whole night trying to get closer to that book, only to wake up feeling sore and unenergetic, as if his body had been drained. He hadn't slept well last night. I slept poorly, Chun Beiluo yawned in response. After finishing breakfast, Chun Beiluo rode his bicycle, dropping Sanchi off at school before heading to 4th middle school. Along the way, he overheard many people discussing the awakening phenomenon, each sharing a case. It felt like a nationwide topic of conversation. 4th middle school, teaching building, 3rd floor. In the classroom of class 27, Chun Beiluo had barely settled in when he suddenly heard a loud bang. It seemed something heavy had crashed to the ground. Many classmates were startled and rushed outside to see what was happening. Moments later, Wang Jiawei rushed into the classroom, shouting, "Not good. Lu Chong from the next class has awakened. He's about to hit the teacher." Instantly, the classroom erupted in discussion. Awaken? Although we discussed it in the class group last night, suddenly having someone awaken next to us felt like a joke that had somehow become real. Chun Beiluo followed his classmates out of the classroom. Just as he stepped outside, he saw a podium blocking the entrance to class 16. This podium was heavily constructed. Even 2 or 3 adults would struggle to lift it. Peering through the window, Chun Beiluo saw Lu Chong standing where the podium used to be, confronting a teacher, who was accompanied by a flustered female student in a dress. "Is this Lu Chong?" Chun Beiluo couldn't help but ask, noticing Lu Chong's drastic transformation. The once frail Lu Chong now had muscles like a bodybuilder, and his clothes were torn by his suddenly larger physique. Several female classmates were peeking while covering their eyes. Wang Jiawei nodded seriously, equally shocked as Chun Beiluo. Just the day before, Lu Chong had been called to the podium by the teacher for a reprimand, and in the blink of an eye, he had awakened. If it weren't for his unchanged face, Wang Jiawei would have thought he was a different person. In the classroom, Lu Chang, looking at the podium he had casually overturned, gradually snapped out of his surprise and walked toward the teacher. The sudden surge of power made him feel increasingly inflated. He pointed at the female student beside him and shouted angrily, "I told you. I didn't take any secret photos of her." The teacher swallowed hard, suppressing his inner fear, and quietly replied, "Lu Chang, if you didn't take any secret photos, just take out your phone and check the album." Upon hearing this, Lu Chang's expression changed, and his tightly clenched fists cracked ominously. No way. The surrounding students felt the atmosphere shift and instinctively stepped back. Wang Jiawei furrowed his brow and nudged Beiluo, whispering, "Why doesn't Lu Chang want to take out his phone? If he does, the contents might be even more explosive than secretly photographing someone, and he'd be socially dead, right? Would you want to take it out if you were in his shoes?" Beiluo countered, "Of course not. You have to maintain your innocence in this world." Wang Jiawei immediately understood, looking at Lu Chang as if he were an old friend. "How did you know?" Wang Jiawei asked back. "Last weekend, I was selling lunchboxes at the internet CAF and saw him secretly downloading the teacher's teaching videos. You know what I mean?" Beiluo exchanged a knowing glance with Wang Jiawei, and they both shared a conspiratorial smile. "Do you want to show off?" Beiluo teased, his voice filled with temptation as he leaned closer to Wang Jiawei. Wang Jiawei's eyes lit up with excitement, eagerly nodding in agreement. Chapter 7. The cultivation class in Class 16, the atmosphere became subtle with Lu Chang's silence. At that moment, a voice from the back door broke the tension. "I have a way to verify whether Lu Chang has secretly taken photos." Wang Jiawei confidently walked in through the back door and approached the area near the podium. "What method?" Lu Chang asked anxiously. Wang Jiawei leaned in and whispered something in Lu Chang's ear. After listening, Lu Chang's face changed colors, alternating between red and white. But he ultimately nodded and handed his phone to Wang Jiawei. Wang Jiawei took out his phone, did not unlock it, and opened the system's built-in camera first. He then had Lu Chang unlock it with his fingerprint. After unlocking, he opened the album located at the bottom left corner of the camera. This way of opening the album would only display content captured by the camera. Downloaded videos and images would not be shown. The first photo on Lu Chang's phone was a landscape shot of the school. Wang Jiawei took the phone and showed the first photo to the teacher and the girl. Flipping through a few more pictures, there were indeed no secretly taken photos. After viewing the album, the teacher awkwardly said to Lu Chang, "I misunderstood you." Lu Chang waved his hand indifferently and took his phone back. The classmates outside the door, seeing how easily the misunderstanding was resolved, began to discuss it. Wang Jiawei is impressive. He solved it with just a few words. "I didn't realize he had some wit. Hell, what's the big deal? I could have done that too." "Then why didn't you do it just now?" "I was scared. Who knew Lu Chang would be so easy to talk to after awakening?" "You really are something." Some students from Class 17 seemed to be getting to know Wang Jiawei for the first time, discussing him in surprise. While the students were discussing, the principal arrived at the door of Class 16, accompanied by two people in black leather jackets. One of them, Beiluo, Lu Chang recognized as the staff member who came to his house last night. Under the principal's lead, the staff member walked over to Lu Chang and said something to him. After that, Lu Chang followed them out of the classroom. "All right, everyone disperse and return to your classrooms," the principal said loudly to the onlooking students. "Later, a teacher will specifically explain this matter, so don't worry." The principal's authority at number 4 middle school was quite respectable. Soon, everyone returned to their respective classrooms, waiting for the teacher's explanation. Back in the classroom, the students were still intensely discussing Lu Chang's awakening, as everything felt so fresh to them. After about 10 minutes, the homeroom teacher led the staff member from earlier into the classroom. "Class, quiet down. This is our new teacher, Mr. Li. Let's welcome him with applause. Clap, clap, clap." Everyone was very curious about what had just happened in the next class, so Mr. Li was asked to explain. Under the expectant gazes of the students, Mr. Li walked to the podium. "Good morning, everyone. Let me briefly introduce myself. Mr. Li picked up a piece of chalk from the podium and wrote on the blackboard, Department 7 of the Xia Kingdom, Li Jinping. After a brief introduction, he continued, "I believe many of you have already heard a piece of news online. That's right. It's about the revival of spiritual energy. Our world is undergoing a certain change, during which our bodies passively absorb the spiritual energy that is scattered everywhere, subtly transforming our physical constitution. This process is very secretive. You may not feel any changes at all. However, depending on each person's aptitude, when the accumulation of spiritual energy reaches a certain amount or is stimulated by external factors, there's a chance of awakening special abilities. We collectively refer to these individuals as awakeners. There's also a group of people who actively accelerate the absorption of spiritual energy through cultivation techniques, using this energy to strengthen themselves. We refer to these individuals as cultivators. There is no distinction of strength between the two. It mainly depends on individual talent. Besides humans, plants and animals can also absorb spiritual energy and can even awaken intelligence, possessing human-like wisdom. We refer to animals or plants that have awakened intelligence as demon beasts. Moreover, the mysteries we once imagined in novels have been discovered in various places across the country. Some have even encountered us, but unfortunately, all human weapons, except those used by awakeners and cultivators, are ineffective against these mysteries. Currently, our understanding of these mysteries is still in its initial stages. But it seems that their way of becoming stronger relies more on the emotions generated by humans, with spiritual energy only playing a supporting role. Seeing the terrified faces of the students, Li Jinping smiled and waved his hand, continuing, "There's no need to worry. Our country has made comprehensive preparations to face this change. Now, an opportunity is presented to you." Before Li Jinping could continue, Wang Jiawei raised his hand and interrupted, "Mr. Li, what kind of opportunity is it?" Li Jinping glanced at Wang Jiawei, but noticed Chen Beiluo sitting beside him, deep in thought, and smiled as he nodded at him. "That's a great question. Due to limited resources, we can only allow a select group of young people with cultivation aptitude to engage in cultivation early. Later, our school will conduct aptitude tests on the playground. Students detected to have cultivation aptitude can sign up for the newly established cultivation class. Joining the cultivation class may involve unknown dangers, and in severe cases, it could cost lives. Correspondingly, there will be a series of benefits, such as cultivation techniques, inclusion in the system, a fixed monthly salary, and cultivation resources. The specifics of the benefits will be revealed after you join the cultivation class, so I won't go into detail here. Of course, participating in this test is not mandatory. You can choose whether or not to participate. After passing the test, joining the cultivation class is also not compulsory. I suggest you go home and discuss with your parents before making a decision. Right now, everyone is at the same starting line, as is the country. However, for the country, falling behind means being beaten, which is an unchanging truth throughout history. All right, I have said what I needed to say, and I sincerely hope everyone can join the cultivation class. While protecting the country, you will also witness the splendor of the new world. After Li Jinping finished speaking, he walked outside the classroom, as he still needed to host the aptitude tests. Watching the students lost in thought, the homeroom teacher silently left the classroom, thinking that it was necessary to give these young people some space to contemplate. This is not a small matter. The worldviews these students had built over the past decade were shattered in just a few words from Li Jinping. Chapter 8, beginning the detection of cultivation qualifications in the capital of the Great Xia, Huajing City, on the outskirts. The newly established Special Operations Bureau is located in a recently built 5-story building. In a conference room on the top floor, a group of people is gathered around a round table for a meeting. Old 5, won't the public disclosure of the cultivation methods be studied by other countries and put us at a disadvantage? A bald, muscular man asked with a serious expression. The person referred to as Old 5 sat in the middle of the conference room, wearing half-frame glasses and looking refined. But he was playing with a golden coin in his hand, giving off a somewhat sinister vibe. Noticing the attention focused on him, he stopped his actions and slowly spoke. "It's fine, let us think long-term. Besides, the main purpose of disclosing the methods this time is to screen talents." Old 5 adjusted his glasses with a finger and continued. "The primary task now is to continue the statistics and register both the awakened and the cultivators. Those guys outside our borders still harbor ill intentions toward our Xia country. Can the items obtained from the ruins in recent times solve the bizarre rampage situation? Not yet. The person who initially asked replied, seemingly recalling something. Damn, that's Sakura country. He angrily slapped the conference table in front of him. The table in front of everyone instantly disintegrated. Others quickly grabbed their cups and notebooks, skillfully adapting to the situation, indicating that this kind of thing often happened. All right, remember to report the bill to finance later. Deduct it from the salary. Since last night, many anomalies across the country have been moving in one direction. After calculations, it's highly likely that their destination is Fengyuan City. Could this be an action initiated by Sakura country? The muscular man continued to inquire. Probably not. They don't have that much power yet. Old Five pondered for a moment and continued. It's possible that a relic related to the anomalies is about to emerge. Old Five resumed, playing with a golden coin in his hand. There are historical records stating that Fengyuan City is also known as the Anomaly Gate, a place where yin and yang intersect. After hearing Old Five's words, everyone fell silent for a moment. An elder at the forefront opened his tightly closed eyes and looked at the muscular man, saying, Old Seven, you will go to Fengyuan City to oversee the situation. That area is your responsibility. No problem, boss, I'm on it. As soon as the words were spoken, the muscular man jumped out of the conference room window and quickly left the Special Operations Bureau, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Old Five chuckled lightly, all right? Remember to add an extra bulletproof window to his bill. After that, the meeting continued. In Fengyuan City, on the playground of the 4th high school, the entire sophomore class, under the arrangement of the teachers, is lined up in designated areas, waiting for the tests. Under the national flag, a simple platform was set up with testing equipment displayed. The equipment looked very simple, just a colorless crystal ball. The testing method was also straightforward. Place a palm on it, and based on the color presented by the crystal ball, the cultivation qualification of the tester could be preliminarily determined. Red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, violet. Corresponding cultivation qualification levels: D, C, B, A, S, SS, SSS. The testing process was quick, but due to the large number of students, there was only one device. Li Zhongping was holding the student roster, standing next to the device, calling out names in order. Each student beginning the test was full of confidence, believing they had exceptional talent, but after the test, many were disheartened, with several not qualifying for cultivation at all, and even those who did only reach D or C level. In a line for Class 17, Wang Jiawei was peeking his head out, live streaming the levels of each tester to his classmates. Wow, a golden legend just came out, Wang Jiawei exclaimed. After testing for so long, someone finally broke through C level and reached B level. Even Li Zhongping nodded in satisfaction at that student. Wang Jiawei, why are you so enthusiastic? Someone in Class 17 suddenly mocked sarcastically. With your and Chun Beiluo's conditions, even if you truly have cultivation qualifications, can you afford the materials needed for cultivation? The speaker was named Fei Xingyang, followed by several male classmates. Fei Xingyang's family conditions were among the best in the 4th high school. His father owned a real estate company and made considerable money in the early days through buying and selling land. With money paving the way, whatever he did in class always had someone responding. However, Chun Beiluo never paid him any mind, which made Fei Xingyang, who was used to being the center of attention, feel embarrassed. Moreover, the goddess he had been pursuing seemed particularly attentive to Chun Beiluo, so he targeted him at every opportunity. Yet so far, he and Te gained any advantage over Chun Beiluo. By the way, I just checked the New World Forum, and those cultivation materials are ridiculously expensive. Spirit stones, pills, each one costs tens of thousands, and they're still hard to come by. Chun Beiluo, you can barely afford to eat, and you still think about cultivation? Don't waste your time. You might as well hurry home and boil some eggs to sell. You can earn some extra pocket money. Ha ha, yeah. If young Master Fei is in a good mood, on account of being classmates, he might buy all your eggs, and you'd make a fortune. Suddenly, a laugh erupted among the group. Wang Jiawei couldn't help but point at Fei Xingyang and shouted, "What is it to you? Look, he is anxious, he is anxious." Fei Xingyang pointed at Wang Jiawei and Chun Beiluo, while turning to the others who were egging him on, laughing. Chun Beiluo waved his hand, too lazy to pay attention to Fei Xingyang. He had seen all kinds of people since he left the orphanage at 16 to make a living in society. He had been bitten by dogs before. Surely he wouldn't bite back at a dog? Moreover, now that he had obtained the system, according to memories from another life, he and Fei Xingyang were no longer on the same level. Seeing that Beiluo wasn't speaking, Fei Xingyang was about to escalate his ridicule when a female classmate beside them couldn't stand it anymore. Fei Xingyang, don't go too far, we're all classmates. Upon seeing someone standing up for Beiluo, Fei Xingyang quickly changed his demeanor. The female classmate was the class flower of class 17 and also the object of Fei Xingyang's pursuit. Fei Xingyang quickly approached her, flattering her Xiaolon. I was just speaking the truth. As the old saying goes, the poor have culture while the rich have martial prowess. With Beiluo's conditions, ISN cultivation a pipe dream. Glancing at Beiluo with disdain, he added his academic performance ISNT bad. As long as he studies honestly and gets a college diploma, I could have my dad's company hire him as a salesman. That would be enough to support him and his sister. I'm doing this for his own good. Xiaolon instinctively glanced at Beiluo. Seeing that he remained unfazed, with no change in expression, she felt relieved. She had just heard from the new teacher that emotions could affect the test results, so it was best to maintain a stable mindset. Perhaps Fei Xingyang was aware of this news and deliberately trying to provoke Beiluo to affect his performance during the test. Xiaolon, you're next for the test. The homeroom teacher's voice came. Xiaolon walked towards the testing area, passing by Beiluo, and quietly instructed, keep a calm mindset. Your emotions will affect the test results. This test is very important. Watching Xiaolan's departing figure, Beiluo thought to himself, could it be that she knows something inside her? Chapter 9. The mysterious white light shadow on the platform. Li Zhongping calmly repeated, clear your mind, then place your left hand on it. Xiaolon stepped forward, took a deep breath, and tried to calm herself down. Slowly, she placed her hand on the crystal ball. A moment later, a strong blue light emanated from the crystal ball with a hint of purple. Unfortunately, it was just shy of reaching 3S level, but it was still very impressive. A hint of joy finally appeared on Li Zhongping's face as he nodded in satisfaction. You are Xiaolon from class 17, right? Li Zhongping glanced at the roster and looked up at Xiaolon. Yes, teacher, I am Xiaolon. She nodded slightly, suppressing her joy. Your talent is quite good. Discuss it with your parents. I hope you can join the Shouyuan class. Thank you, teacher. I also look forward to joining the Shouyuan class. Li Zhongping nodded, opened the hidden earpiece, whispered a few words, and continued calling names. Among a group of students with D and C level talents, the sudden emergence of a student with SS level cultivation talent sparked a heated discussion among all the teachers and students present. Xiaolon is impressive. Not only are her academic results good, but her cultivation talent is also extraordinary. Class 17 has really gained face. Look at the smile on their homeroom teacher's face. She is not only beautiful, but also a top student, and now she has been tested with such high cultivation talent. She is the perfect female lead template. Early talent doesn't necessarily indicate future success. The key is in later development. As the saying goes, 30 years in the West, 30 years in the East. Don't bully the young and poor. Who can predict what will happen in the future? Well said. May I ask what your cultivation talent is? D level. After the interlude, the testing continued, and a few students with A and S level talents appeared in subsequent tests. Each time a student with high cultivation talent was tested, it elicited waves of surprise and cheers. Fei Xingyang, you're next. Go prepare, the homeroom teacher announced. I'm on it. Fei Xingyang replied as he walked forward. And while passing by Beiluo, he provocatively bumped into him. Unfortunately, Beiluo sidestepped and Fei Xingyang nearly stumbled and fell. Standing up straight, Fei Xingyang whispered to Beiluo, I'll show you what a real genius is in a moment. Confidently, he walked up to the platform and began testing. Wow, the first SSS cultivation talent has appeared. It's actually Fei Xingyang. The dazzling purple light attracted everyone's attention. With this, Fei Xingyang would likely be far ahead. With the highest cultivation talent and his family background, what kind of cultivation materials couldn't he obtain? Once he gets ahead, he'll likely become someone we look up to. I just wonder if he needs any sidekicks. That is just unfair. Wang Jue pouted, confused. How could someone like him have such good cultivation talent? Relax. Don't let others affect you. Cultivation is about oneself. Why care about others' talents? Chen Beiluo comforted him, but he was still pondering Xiao Lan's earlier words. Emotions can affect test results. Why? ISNT personal cultivation talent fixed? How can it still be influenced by one's emotions? Looking at the crystal ball from afar, Chen Beiluo felt it was strange. It seemed almost alive, giving him a feeling similar to facing Mr. Zhang. It was very faint, but still present. Staring at the crystal ball, Chen Beiluo vaguely saw a tiny white light shadow hidden beneath the purple glow. It was rapidly absorbing the purple energy, and in no time, it seemed to grow larger. Do you see that white thing inside the crystal ball? Chen Beiluo quietly asked Wang Jiawei beside him. Wang Jiawei stared intently at the crystal ball for a moment, rubbed his eyes, and replied, "No, it's all purple. There's no other color. You must be seeing things." "Maybe I'm seeing things," Chen Beiluo murmured. "The teacher is calling me. Let us see what cultivation talent I can test." With a nervous heart, Wang Jiawei walked up to the platform. S-level not bad. Li Zhengping nodded in satisfaction. The results of today's test exceeded Li Zhengping's expectations. He hadn't anticipated that there would be so many with S-level or above cultivation talent in Fengyuan City, a place where the ruins had not yet awakened. Wang Jiawei happily ran back to the class entrance, standing in the corridor and looking towards the testing platform. Most of the students who had completed their tests were gathered here watching. "Nice going, Wang Jiawei. You actually have S-level talent. Stick with me, and you'll definitely get more cultivation materials than if you were with Chen Beiluo." Fei Xingyang approached, noting that his own subordinates had the highest talent of only B level, and he was starting to look down on them. To recruit, one must recruit those with S-level talent or higher as subordinates. That's what gives you status. According to news from other city Xiao Yuan classes, they would enter the ruins in teams in the future. Having a strong subordinate means more cultivation resources. Wang Jiawei raised an eyebrow, giving a strange smile as he looked at Fei Xingyang's little followers. "I don't have the habit of being a lackey." "You." The little followers, feeling hurt, angrily pointed at Wang Jiawei. Fei Xingyang waved his hand, stopping their movements. "I have a place for you here. As long as you want to come, any time is fine." Fei Xingyang was confident that once he entered the ranks of cultivators, he would definitely face difficulties due to cultivation materials, and he could provide him with the materials he wanted. With this in mind, he wasn't too worried about finding suitable subordinates. After a while, the talent testing was nearing its end. Only Chen Beiluo from Class 17 had yet to be tested. The testing order was based on student numbers, and, coincidentally, Chen Beiluo's number was towards the back. "Look, it's Chen Beiluo's turn. I wonder what his talent is. His grades are quite good." Testing talent doesn't look at grades, but those with good grades tend to have decent tested talents. That seems to make some sense. When Chen Beiluo stepped onto the platform, Li Zhengping's eyes lit up. Among all the students at the school, Li Zhengping didn't have many impressions. But Chen Beiluo was one of them. Those he remembered all shared a common trait. They had encountered the mysterious before and survived. Li Zhengping carefully examined Chen Beiluo for a moment, nodded, and said, "Just place your left hand on top." Upon hearing this, Chen Beiluo complied. The moment he placed his palm on the crystal ball, he felt a surge of energy emanating from within, penetrating through his skin into his body. Strangely, at that moment when the energy entered his body, Chen Beiluo could actually sense the emotion of that energy and even understand its meaning. How come there's not a trace of spiritual energy in this body? Chen Beiluo's expression remained unchanged, but a huge wave rose in his heart. Focusing his consciousness on that energy, he surprisingly gained insight into his own internal condition. At the same time, he clearly saw that this energy was the same white light shadow he had just observed. This white light shadow resembled a miniature white lion, with a single horn on its head. At first glance, it didn't look much different from a small puppy. The little puppy appeared chubby, with a round belly, clearly having eaten quite a bit. At this moment, it was darting around inside him, mumbling as it ran. Really not a trace of spiritual energy? That doesn't make sense. I just felt this person had quite a bit of spiritual energy. It seemed like it thought of something, and the little puppy suddenly stopped. but it had been running too fast just now and could only use its but to help brake. After adjusting its direction, it dashed towards the center of Beiluo's eyebrows. Chapter 10, The First Employee. Beiluo seeing the little puppy rush towards his forehead. Beiluo was startled. Just as the little puppy was about to enter his forehead, a golden halo emitted from within, enveloping the puppy and instantly pinning it in place. With a look of surprise, the little puppy pointed at the spot on Beiluo's forehead. From its position, it could vaguely see a book hidden there. The halo was indeed emanating from this book. A ground book? The little puppy was astonished, staring at the book on Beiluo's forehead. How could this ground book appear so early and on a human? It rubbed its eyes with its chubby front paws, fixating on the ground book in front of it. The ground book floated in the center of Beiluo's sea of consciousness, with all of Beiluo's spiritual energy gathered there for the book to absorb. No wonder this human had no trace of spiritual energy. It was all concentrated here, with the help of the ground book. Such a large sea of consciousness had been opened up. Ground book? Absorbing spiritual energy? Beiluo's consciousness also focused on this book. He was both familiar and unfamiliar with it. Familiar because he had worn it for so long, and unfamiliar because after it disappeared from his neck, he felt quite uncomfortable. Now, he couldn't even touch it without it resisting, like a useless book. A notification from the system suddenly rang in Beiluo's mind. Detected a recruitable employee. Would you like to recruit? Recruit. As his consciousness replied, the originally closed ground book automatically opened, and a blank page flew out, slowly drifting toward the little puppy, stopping above its head. No way. The ground book actually recognized a master, and wanted me to recognize a master too? The little puppy understood the meaning of this page. It sighed. We're all old acquaintances. The ground book can't be tricking me, right? Unable to resist, it decided to be proactive. Under the protection of the ground book, it might be able to advance its cultivation further. Thinking this, the little puppy actively approached the floating page. A flash of yellow light passed, and the little puppy disappeared from its spot. The page slowly floated back in the ground book. Congratulations, host. You have recruited employee Beiluo. You have gained a lottery opportunity. Beiluo, puppy stage, an ancient auspicious beast, loves to absorb spiritual energy, can speak, understands the feelings of all things, and is knowledgeable about divine mysteries. Note, the host must issue salaries to employees on time. Failure to do so may result in the employee leaving. During employment, the employee's loyalty to the cafeteria and host is 100. Hilmo. Can you hear me? Beiluo was surprised to hear the little puppy's voice in his mind. He tried to respond with his consciousness. Yes, I can hear you. Great. Can you let me out? I mean no harm. I just want to come in and absorb some spiritual energy and rate your spiritual energy based on the absorption level. The little puppy had an innocent expression, almost as if it wanted to write "Trust me" on its head. After some consideration, Beiluo realized that this page was equivalent to the employee's dormitory, but the employee didn't have a key. The key was in his hands. With a thought, the little puppy reappeared in its original position. Seeing the little puppy come out of the ground book, Beiluo asked, "Can you control the level of that device outside?" Yes, the color of that rating is a portion of the spiritual energy I spit out after consuming theirs. The little puppy's voice even had a hint of pride. When you go out, remember to help me lower the cultivation level. Don't worry, leave it to me. Outside, Li Zhongping was puzzled, looking at Beiluo. Normally, a result would appear in a moment for a normal person, but Beiluo hadn't produced a result yet. Such a situation likely indicated that Beiluo had no cultivation aptitude. Just as he thought it was a pity, suddenly, the entire crystal ball emitted a red glow. The red light flickered for a moment before changing to orange. Continuing to flicker, it turned yellow, green, cyan, and finally into a dazzling purple. Beiluo watched the continuously changing aptitude levels, his mouth twitching. Sorry, I just can't help it," the little puppy said a bit shyly. "Fine, let it be. At least it's not unique." Their mental exchange went unnoticed by others. Li Jinping was dumbfounded, as such a situation had never occurred during previous tests. His focus didn't even land on Beiluo's SSS cultivation aptitude. After saying the usual invitation to join the cultivation class, he eagerly picked up the crystal ball to examine it closely. Oh, Li Zhengping wondered, then called the next student for testing. The crystal ball showed no reaction, and after calling several more students for testing, there was still no response. What Li Zhengping didn't know was that after the little puppy was recruited as an employee, many testing devices using crystal balls across the Great Xia Kingdom had already malfunctioned. Today, as testing ends here, the testing device has encountered some issues. The remaining untested students will continue tomorrow. Li Zhengping reported the situation to the principal beside him as he left. On the other side, Chun Beiluo returned to class 17 and sat down. There was still some time until school ended. Chun Beiluo, you're amazing. You also have SSS cultivation aptitude. With this, doesn't our class have 2 students with SSS cultivation aptitude? Amidst the exclamations, Fei Xingyang walked up to Chun Beiluo and disdainfully said, "Didn't the teacher say the testing device was broken? Who knows if it malfunctioned and showed a mistake? Maybe someone doesn't even have cultivation aptitude." Exactly. Everyone else got tested instantly. Chun Beiluo waited for so long. Definitely has no cultivation aptitude, but the device broke just at the right time and displayed that. Fei Xingyang started, and a few sycophants quickly chimed in, speculating and reasoning to cast out on Chun Beiluo's cultivation aptitude. After all, it was too coincidental that there was a problem with the device just when Chun Beiluo was being tested, and naturally, the results lacked credibility. I think you should retest tomorrow. Don't get too excited for nothing. After Fei Xingyang finished, his group burst into laughter. In the entire 4th high school, only Fei Xingyang and Chun Beiluo had SSS-level cultivation aptitude. This level of cultivation aptitude was very rare. Anyone with this level could enjoy many cultivation resources provided by the state. However, resources were still limited. If the number of SSS individuals increased, the allocation for each would naturally decrease. Moreover, some cultivation resources were not easy to obtain. The high-end cultivation resources were obtained from ruins, and the entrances to these ruins were firmly controlled by the state. Chapter 11. Obtaining the cultivation method reincarnation technique. Well, I have an impression of this person. His spiritual energy was temporarily boosted by spirit stones. I saw him give me all the spiritual energy from the spirit stones, and I let out a purple fart. Suddenly, the voice of a little puppy echoed in Chun Beiluo's mind. Chun Beiluo's face instantly darkened. I overate and had to let out a little. The little puppy said shyly. So it was cheating? What was his original aptitude? According to your standards, his true aptitude is probably around S level. Chun Beiluo understood and looked at Fei Xingyang, who was still passionately discussing with his lackeys, and couldn't help but chuckle. I can retest if you want. How about you retest with me? Fei Xingyang, who was mocking Chun Beiluo with his minions, paused his tone. A hint of panic flashed across his face, but he quickly regained his composure. What do you mean retest? The equipment was fine when I tested. Seeing Fei Xingyang's flustered expression, Chun Beiluo stepped forward and smiled meaningfully. Why are you panicking? Your aptitude is right here. I'm not afraid of a retest. Why are you? Could it be that you're an SSS level who cheated? Fei Xingyang involuntarily took a small step back and pretended to be calm, saying, "What am I afraid of? If the teacher says I need to retest, then I will. What's it to you?" After saying that, he took his lackeys and walked back to his seat, not daring to continue the topic. Is he scared? Chun Beiluo chuckled lightly and returned to his seat. Wang Jiawei also returned to his seat, saying that there was a problem with the testing equipment, and the remaining people would change to test tomorrow. Chun Beiluo nodded. Now that the little puppy had returned to the Earth book, the testing equipment would naturally be ineffective. Old Chun, do you want to join the cultivation class? Wang Jiawei asked. To be honest, he was still a bit hesitant. Sure. As long as there's an official position and a regular salary, I don't mind. It's just like starting work early, Chun Beiluo replied with a smile. Wang Jiawei sighed. I don't know if my parents would let me join the cultivation class. His phone was filled with information about the cultivation class. Wang Jiawei held up his phone and waved it at Chun Beiluo. What does it say? Chun Beiluo asked curiously. Wang Jiawei pointed at the screen, leaned closer to Chun Beiluo, and whispered, "It says that after joining, there are cultivation methods available, and after reaching a certain level, you have to enter ruins. The ruins are very dangerous. Some even have monsters and mysteries. It is said that joining the cultivation class requires signing a life and death agreement, and if you die, the cultivation class is not responsible. Just that life and death agreement is something my parents would never let me sign, Wang Jiawei said helplessly. Young people are always full of passion, yearning for a life of adventure. But my parents had me late, and I'm their only child, plus I'm a third-generation single heir. I feel like I can't get past my parents. If he didn't have cultivation aptitude, that would be one thing, but the key is that he does have cultivation aptitude, and it isn't low. Suddenly, he felt very troubled. Chen Beiluo comforted him. Just go back and have a good talk with your parents. Chen Beiluo didn't want to say too much about this kind of thing. It's a family matter. As for whether to join the cultivation class, Chen Beiluo could decide for himself. The only concern was what to do with Sanchi if he entered the ruins. It seems he needs to hire a few more employees to protect Sanchi when he is not around. With the decision in mind, Chen Beiluo looked back at the task panel. The completed side quest had already updated, and he still had a lottery chance. Side quest 2. Expand the cafeteria scale. Recruit 3 employees. Completed 1-3. Task reward. Random lottery once. When the school bell rang at noon, the atmosphere was somewhat dull compared to the usual lively scene. Many students, like Wang Jiawei, were filled with worries. Chen Beiluo rode his bike straight home. Sanchi had lunch and napped at school. She got off earlier than Chen Beiluo, so she returned home by herself. Chen Beiluo only needed to send her to school in the morning. After returning home, Chen Beiluo thought, and the little puppy flew out from his forehead. The little puppy, now showing its true form, was already the size of a normal dog. But its appearance was different from the Bai Zhe in his memory. It looked more like a husky. Chen Beiluo picked it up and spun around, examining it closely. It was snow white, with a silly expression, and had a bump on its head as if it had been hit, swollen like that. Are you really Bai Zhe? Chen Beiluo asked regretfully. Nonsense. It's a real deal, the little puppy said proudly, looking at the little puppy's silly expression. Chen Beiluo could even see a hint of pride on its face. Chen Beiluo laughed heartily. From now on, I'll call you Little Bai, ignoring the little puppy's objections. The name Little Bai was assigned to it. Since Little Bai's appearance was very similar to a puppy, it naturally got its first job of guarding the door. Little Bai initially rejected this, but after eating the candied hawthorn that Chen Beiluo made, it confidently said, Boss, I'll take care of the door from now on. No one can take it away. The emotion contained in that single candied hawthorn was joy. This caused Little Bai to lie at the door, grinning foolishly as it absorbed the energy contained in the candied hawthorn. The energy from just that one candied hawthorn was even more than what it absorbed from the entire spiritual energy of the 4th middle school students combined. Haha, this candied hawthorn is really delicious. If you have nothing to say, just communicate with me through thoughts. Don't scare people. Since Little Bai could speak human language, Chen Beiluo was worried it would scare someone and get taken away for research. So he discussed with Little Bai to not speak in front of others. Under the temptation of food, Little Bai happily accepted this arrangement, and the daily supply of candied hawthorn changed from 1 to 2, which became Little Bai's daily wage. Chen Beiluo and Little Bai chose a nest for it online. After settling Little Bai, Chen Beiluo turned his attention to the lottery page. This lottery interface was a big spinning wheel, densely packed with various prizes. Lucky prizes, third prizes, second prizes, first prizes, and special prizes. Most of the big prizes were lucky prizes, occupying more than half of the wheel, and fortunately, there were no thank you for your patronage types of prizes. Let's start the lottery, Chen Beiluo silently said in his heart. The wheel started spinning, and under Chen Beiluo's gaze, this time it actually landed on the special prize. Congratulations. Host, you have obtained the cultivation method reincarnation technique. The moment he received the prize, the contents of the reincarnation technique appeared in Chen Beiluo's mind. Chapter 12. This technique would make capitalists weep with envy. This reincarnation technique is actually a cultivation method directly related to the mysterious. The earlier methods of cultivation seem relatively normal. According to the technique, it is about replenishing one's essence, qi, and spirit. However, it may be more difficult to cultivate than other techniques because while replenishing essence and spirit, one also expands their 3 dantians. This is something other cultivation methods do not possess. In this book's setting, the lower dantian is where essence resides, the middle dantian is where qi resides, and the upper dantian is where spirit resides. Only by replenishing the 3 dantians can one proceed to the next step of cultivation. This technique especially emphasizes the aspect of spiritual awareness. After the mysterious entity settled into Chen Beiluo's third eye, it has already significantly expanded its own residing space. The process of replenishing essence, qi, and spirit is commonly referred to as building the foundation by cultivators. However, this reincarnation technique excels in two aspects. The first aspect is that it can ignore the cultivator's qualifications. Although the dantians can be expanded during the cultivation process, as long as one perseveres, there will eventually be a day when they are filled. The second aspect is even more crucial. Once the foundation is successfully built, one can accelerate their cultivation speed by absorbing the mysterious spiritual energy as an auxiliary. It's important to note that cultivation is a long process, and any speed up, no matter how small, is extremely precious in the eyes of cultivators. This technique is akin to the effects of the beaming divine skill from martial arts novels. However, this reincarnation technique absorbs not the inner strength of humans, but the spiritual energy of the mysterious. The spiritual energy of the mysterious is inherently pure, and during the process of absorbing this energy, it has already undergone significant purification. Therefore, the energy lost during absorption is minimal, and there are no side effects. Correspondingly, Chen Beiluo can also transfer his own spiritual energy to the mysterious, enhancing its strength. After understanding the effects of this technique, Chen Beiluo couldn't help but sigh. It truly is a product of a system and must be a fine product. Although he hasn't experienced other techniques, it's easy to imagine that this technique, in the current revival of spiritual energy, is definitely among the best. It seems that I need to recruit more employees. Chen Beiluo thought to himself. By recruiting employees, allowing them to cultivate on their own, and periodically absorbing the spiritual energy they gain from their cultivation to enhance himself. Capitalists would probably weep upon hearing this. While others cultivate alone, he cultivates as a group. Without thinking further, Chen Beiluo sat down on the ground and closed his eyes according to the cultivation method in his mind. He assumed a double lotus position, commonly known as the diamond seat, first placing his left foot on his right thigh, then placing his right foot on his left foot. He formed a hand seal with both hands and placed it below his navel, then naturally placed it on his cross legs. After getting into position, Chen Beiluo began to operate the technique. Moments after starting the technique, he felt a warm energy appear at the position of his hands forming the seal. Spiritual energy slowly entered his lower dantian through his skin. After circulating within his body, the spiritual energy gradually expanded the meridians as it passed through. Ultimately, it gathered at the upper dantian, transforming into a droplet of rain that dripped into Chen Beiluo's third eye. Instantly, Chen Beiluo felt a wave of clarity and brightness, as if his perception of his surroundings had significantly improved. Xiao Bai, who was still silly at the door, turned to look at Chen Beiluo, who was cultivating. Is this going to rebuild reincarnation? But how can humans cultivate the reincarnation technique? Xiao Bai thought, while its paws were busy pressing down on its wildly twitching mouth. This candied hawthorn is quite a bit of power, huh? Watch me subdue you. After saying this, Xiao Bai suddenly rolled on the ground several times and stood up. Its snow white, fur spotless. Ding, ding, ding. The alarm clock rang, interrupting Chen Beiluo's cultivation. Has that much time passed? Looking at his phone, it was nearly 2 o'clock. This first attempt at cultivation had lasted nearly 2 hours. Chen Beiluo didn't feel hungry at all, and he didn't even notice the passage of time. After sitting for so long, his body felt completely comfortable, even invigorated. Xiao Bai, I'm going to school now. Do you want to come along, or stay to guard? Ha! I'll stay here guard. The effect of this candied hawthorn hasn't worn off yet. Chen Beiluo looked at the still silly Xiao Bai and shook his head helplessly. He didn't expect this candied hawthorn to be so domineering. Xiao Bai had been laughing for 2 hours after eating it. My sister will be back in the afternoon, so don't scare her. Chen Beiluo specifically instructed. Haha, don't worry. I'm quite good at soothing little kids. Xiao Bai stood up, putting its paws together and striking a pose as if to celebrate the new year. Closing the roller door, Chen Beiluo hopped on his bike and rode quickly to school. Today, he rode faster than usual. His physical fitness had improved significantly, likely due to the benefits of cultivation. Just in time for the school bell, Beiluo walked into class 17's classroom. Before long, Li Zhongping walked in with a stack of documents. Students, those interested in joining the cultivation class can come up to collect the application form. If you don't want to join, that's fine too. You can continue with your original plans, wait for the college entrance exam in your senior year, and go to a good university. There isn't much difference between the two. On a larger scale, both can contribute to the development of Xia country, and on a smaller scale, both can help you find a job to support your family in the future. I'm sure you discussed this with your families at noon. If you didn't, it's okay. This application will be open for 3 days, and after 3 days, it will no longer be available. If you want to apply later, you'll have to wait until this time next year. Rest assured, it's not a one-time deal. Li Zhongping explained the details of joining, alleviating many people's doubts. Teacher, I want to join. Bai Junyang was the first to raise his hand and walked up to take the application form, casting a provocative glance at Beiluo as he came down. However, this time, those few sycophants did not react and uniformly lowered their heads. Beiluo also went up to take the application form and began filling it out. The application form was very simple. It only required basic information. But one section stood out prominently. Are you aware that joining the cultivation class may pose a life-threatening risk? Yes. Beiluo filled it out and submitted it. They say the first person to eat crabs is brave, and the second is wise. Perhaps because this is the first cohort of the cultivation class, or perhaps due to people's fear of the unknown. The number of applicants for this first cohort is very small. For the entire second year of the 4th high school, less than 50 people signed up. The registration rate is only 5, and Class 17 has the most applicants, totaling 5 people, besides Bai Junyang and Beiluo. There are also Xiao Lan and 2 classmates whose qualifications are not that good. Wang Jiawei sat silently in his chair, looking dejected and preoccupied. He is the only one in the entire 4th high school who possesses S-level cultivation qualifications, but did not sign up for the cultivation class. Li Zhongping, holding the filled-out application forms, said, "Students who have registered, please pack your things. We will gather on the playground shortly and head to the classroom for the cultivation class." Chapter 13, the first class of a Xiao Yuan class. All the students who registered for the Xiao Yuan class in Fengyuan City were transferred to the new school based on their grade levels. 1st year, 2nd year, and 3rd year. The new school has a simple name, Xiao Yuan Academy, and is located very close to the 4th high school. This showcases the infrastructure strength of the Great Xia Kingdom, as the construction from enclosure to completion took no more than 3 months. All the students from 4th high school who signed up for the Xiao Yuan class arrived at Xiao Yuan Academy, with Li Zhongping and several teachers. The first task was to arrange the classes. For convenience and management, students were grouped according to their cultivation qualifications. 1 class for S grade and above, 1 for grade, 1 for B grade, and so on. Beiluo's qualification was classified as SSS grade under Li Zhongping's guarantee, placing him in the so-called top class. Sitting in the new classroom, Beiluo looked at the unfamiliar classmates around him, each one full of confidence and seemingly filled with anticipation for the future. Li Zhongping entered the classroom, currently serving as the head teacher of Class 1 and the director of the 2nd year grade. Good afternoon, everyone. I am your head teacher for the next year in the 2nd grade, Class Xiao Yuan 1. I am very happy that all of you have joined the Xiao Yuan class. Applause erupted, and Li Zhongping raised his hand to signal for silence before continuing. I believe everyone has a certain understanding of awakeners and cultivators. Is there anyone who is unclear? The students sitting orderly below laughed and expressed their understanding. Li Zhongping nodded in satisfaction, realizing that the popularization of the New World Forum was indeed necessary. There is a saying circulating online that once awakened, one cannot cultivate. This is incorrect. The two are not mutually exclusive. One can be both an awakener and a cultivator. The distinction lies in their focus. Awakeners develop their awakened abilities, while cultivators focus on strengthening themselves. Awakening depends on talent and luck, while cultivation relies on one's own effort. Our Xiao Yuan class aims to teach everyone how to become cultivators. The world is vast, and there are many methods of cultivation, but fundamentally, it boils down to absorbing and refining spiritual energy to strengthen oneself. This applies not only to humans, but also to mysterious beings and beasts. However, strengthening oneself can go in two directions. One is to strengthen the physical body, and the other is to enhance willpower or spiritual power, consciousness. But consciousness is elusive and difficult to strengthen. Ordinary people may not even perceive it. Therefore, we will start by strengthening the physical body. And only after reaching a certain level can we approach consciousness. Upon hearing this, Beiluo couldn't help but recall the reincarnation technique he obtained, which directly strengthens his consciousness. This technique goes against the norm, focusing solely on enhancing consciousness while even discarding the physical body, taking the enhancement of consciousness to the extreme. Thinking of this, Beiluo couldn't help but raise his hand to ask a question. "Classmate Chen, do you have a question?" Li Jinping smiled and gestured for Beiluo to ask. "Teacher, can we strengthen our consciousness first before strengthening our physical body?" Beiluo inquired. "That's a good question. Theoretically, yes, but it's very difficult." Li Jinping pondered for a moment before continuing. "Firstly, regarding the enhancement of consciousness, very few techniques in our Xia kingdom can achieve this in the early stages of cultivation. Secondly, enhancing consciousness carries certain risks because you don't know your own limits. If you rush to break through without following the proper steps, you may suffer from severe headaches or even damage to your consciousness, leading to mental confusion and a severed path of consciousness cultivation. Therefore, without complete confidence, it's best to proceed step by step, focusing primarily on physical cultivation. Of course, our researchers in Xia Kingdom are continually studying this area, and in the future, there may be techniques available from the beginning that can enhance consciousness. What I can tell you now is that the enhancement direction of mysterious beings is indeed consciousness. That's right, mysterious beings have no physical bodies. By FAI, Zhengyang couldn't help but interject. Classmate Bai is correct. It is precisely because mysterious beings lack physical bodies that their enhancement direction is solely focused on consciousness. Li Jinping showed no displeasure at the interruption. On the contrary, he appreciated the participation and discussion among the students. Physical bodies are easier to cultivate, while consciousness is challenging. Just like mysterious beings, they are elusive and nearly invisible. But their consciousness is stronger than yours, allowing them to invade your consciousness at will and even construct a world with their consciousness, leading you to sink into it and be at their mercy. However, every world constructed by a mysterious being has its corresponding rules. The reason why we spoke of mysterious rules and strange tales is that it involves killing based on those rules. When you find yourself pulled into that world, don't panic. As long as you find the loopholes in the rules, there are ways to break free. Either your consciousness is stronger than the mysterious beings, making their rules completely ineffective against you, or you can break through all laws with sheer strength. What about the beasts? What do they cultivate? By FAI, Zhengyang continued to ask. Beasts are another extreme compared to mysterious beings. The so-called beasts refer to all the various animal species we commonly see after they awaken their intelligence. Awakening intelligence is very difficult, and once it is awakened, they possess human-like wisdom, but beasts inherently lack sufficient consciousness. Their cultivation direction mainly focuses on the physical body. Beasts have a very high talent for physical cultivation. Once they awaken their intelligence, their physical cultivation advances rapidly. But cultivating the physical body requires immense energy. Relying solely on spiritual energy is simply insufficient, which is why beasts will search for rare treasures in deep mountains or secret ruins to strengthen themselves. If you happen to see rare treasures outside, be extremely careful when harvesting, as there may be beasts lying in wait nearby. During the cultivation process, various resources will be obtained to assist in strengthening oneself. And in this process, encountering various conflicts is inevitable. Our first lesson in the Xiao Yuan class is about competition. In this world of great competition, one must constantly strive and be brave enough to be the first. Later, I will distribute a physical cultivation technique to everyone. After 1 month, the entire second-year Xiao Yuan class will be ranked according to their cultivation progress, and 3 months later, we will hold the first ranking competition. In this competition, The top 10 students will receive generous cultivation rewards and precious cultivation points. These cultivation points can be exchanged for various cultivation resources and techniques when you enter university. I forgot to mention that this university is quite different from ordinary ones. Chapter 14. The differences in qi and blood volume and spiritual consciousness volume. The students immediately began to discuss. They were quite looking forward to their future university life. Li Jinping did not stop them and did not explain how university would be different. He handed each person a small booklet for them to read on their own. The cover of the booklet read Cultivation Guide, documenting some current summarized cultivation terms and levels. The classification was very detailed, including the levels of the mysterious and the monster beasts. The mysterious were divided into 9 levels based on their influence: evil, spirit, grudge, malevolence, disaster, plague, king, emperor, and sovereign. The levels of monster beasts were simpler: level 1 monster beast, level 2 monster beast, up to level 9 monster beast. As Li Jinping mentioned earlier, to construct rules using the mysterious, one must reach the grudge level. The levels of awakeners were simpler, categorized into 9 levels: F, E, D, C, BA, S, SS, and SSS. The levels of cultivators were classified based on the areas refined: muscle, bone, skin, flesh, marrow, blood, organs, channels, and spirit. The levels of these systems corresponded to each other, with the only exception being cultivators. Although cultivators also had 9 levels, the combat power of the first 3 levels of muscle, bone, and skin was equivalent to the strength of an awakener at the F level. This was also the advantage of awakeners in the early stages. Once awakened, any combat-capable ability could match cultivators who had refined the first 3 levels. However, once a cultivator passed the muscle, bone, and skin stage, they could directly match a C-level awakener. Besides the level classification, the booklet also mentioned an important unit for measuring levels: qi and blood volume and spiritual consciousness volume. The standard for measuring levels for cultivators and monster beasts was qi and blood volume, while for the mysterious and awakeners, it was spiritual consciousness volume. A healthy, normal adult has a qi and blood volume and spiritual consciousness volume of 1. Beiluo put away the booklet in front of him, and through this cultivation guide, he gained a clearer understanding of cultivation in this world. Along with that, his system panel also changed. Host, Beiluo cultivation method, reincarnation technique first layer, 9 layers in total, perfection above the 9th layer, cultivation level, qi and blood volume, 1 calorie. Current level, none spiritual consciousness volume, 811 Hz, current level, grudge positive reviews, 2 points, 1 positive review, 100.0 unlocked delicacies, mung bean soup. Candied hawthorn food court level, level 1, upgrade requires unlocking 3 delicacies, 98 positive reviews. Upon seeing the spiritual consciousness volume section, Beiluo was immediately incredulous. Normally, someone who has not been exposed to cultivation would have a spiritual consciousness volume of 1, and this consciousness is quite difficult to improve. He did not expect that his spiritual consciousness volume was actually 811 Hz, but strangely, the level behind it was calculated according to the mysterious levels. Beiluo did not think too much about it. After all, his food court and cultivation method were closely related to the mysterious, so it seemed normal for his level to be calculated that way. Now, Beiluo felt like he had to start a new game, having a level but not even knowing how to perform basic attacks, let alone use skills. However, in the reincarnation technique, besides the cultivation method, there were also many applications of spiritual consciousness, even allowing one to build their own rules like the mysterious. Ding, ding, ding. The school bell rang. Beiluo packed his things and walked out of the classroom. As soon as he stepped outside, he heard a familiar and pleasant voice. Beiluo, you joined the Suyuan class too? Turning around, he saw a girl in a high school uniform with shoulder-length hair, radiating youthful energy. She had a nearly perfect body proportion. Even in loose clothing, her attractive figure could not be concealed. Landlady? Beiluo exclaimed in surprise. This girl was Bai Chioying, the owner of the house he was renting. Although she was very beautiful, the kind crafted by the goddess Enwa herself, She was absolutely the last person Chen Beiluo wanted to see. Because after this month, he would have to pay rent to buy Qiuying, and he could not change places. It was said that all the houses on the street where Chen Beiluo lived belonged to her. Seeing the panic on Chen Beiluo's face, Qiuying chuckled lightly, walked up to him, and teased, "Oh, not bad, huh? You got sorted into class 1? When Qiuying approached, Chen Beiluo even caught a faint scent of flowers. Just lucky, just lucky. What about you? Which class are you in? Bad luck. Got sorted into the neighboring class too, but after 3 months, we will be resorted based on competition rankings, and I will definitely be able to join class 1. Qiuying said with a confident smile, continuing, "You have to work hard too. Keep your spot in class 1, and then we can be classmates." Chen Beiluo showed a bitter smile, thinking to himself that he had no desire to be classmates with his landlady. Just seeing her reminded him of the rent he had to pay, making life too difficult. "I'll try my best. Don't look so glum when you see me. It's not time to pay rent yet." She seemed to love to smile, every word accompanied by a grin, and she indeed looked quite pretty when she laughed. "What job have you switched to recently? Is it something you can stick with for a while?" Qiuying asked, finding another topic when Chen Beiluo did not reply. Chen Beiluo pondered for a moment, thinking that this time he had the system support. Surely he wouldn't have to close the food court the next day, right? Wait, today was the second day. And according to his constitution, would anything unexpected happen? His throat involuntarily moved as he said casually, "I recently opened a food court, selling some late-night snacks. Business is okay, so this time it should last longer." "That's good. I wish you prosperous business, so you have money to pay rent." Qiuying covered her mouth and chuckled, waving her hand. "If I have the chance, I will go to your food court to try your cooking." Bye. After saying that, Qiuying walked towards the school gate. Chen Beiluo sighed. Even with the system and the earth book, the problem he faced now was still paying rent. "I need to make money. I need to make money," he thought to himself as he went home to prepare for the opening. Tonight, he would definitely make money. Humming a tune, Chen Beiluo rode his bike home. As soon as he arrived home, he was stunned by the scene before him. He saw Sanchi excitedly riding on Xiaobai, occasionally shouting, "Giddy up, giddy up." Xiaobai looked utterly dejected, wandering around the house with unsteady steps, appearing somewhat shaky. "Sanchi, what on earth are you doing?" After a moment of shock, Chen Beiluo spoke up, attracting the attention of Sanchi and Xiaobai. "Beiluo, you're back. This is the little dog I just rescued. Can we adopt it?" Sanchi finally got off Xiaobai, excitedly walking over to Chen Beiluo. She began to tell him how she rescued the little dog from the beginning. "Boss, you're finally back. If you hadn't come back, I would have been played to death by your sister. 30 minutes, 30 times. She rode me 30 times, I'm dizzy, and she still wants to play with me." Xiaobai's consciousness began to choke up as he spoke in Chen Beiluo's mind. Chapter 15. The strange external incarnation in the abandoned air raid shelter of Ming-Shi Mountain Park in Fengyuan City. A group of mysterious individuals dressed in black, wearing black masks, resembling ninjas from the Sakura Kingdom, gathered. "Have you prepared the gathering of strange incense and the spirit medicine that drives the strange to rampage?" The leader asked. "Master, it has been prepared. Let us begin for the Sakura Empire." "Yes, for the Sakura Empire." Then, the group surrounded a drawn magic circle, forming hand seals and chanting incantations. Soon, the magic circle emitted a white glow. A snow-white figure emerged from the circle, and immediately, the temperature dropped drastically, causing snowflakes to swirl in the air. There are so many souls to enjoy. The snow-white figure swept past the ninjas that had turned into ice sculptures, flying outward. Inside the shelter, the temperature slowly began to rise, and the group of ninjas turned into ice gradually shattered. While engrossed in his meal, Xiaobai suddenly looked up and glanced towards Ming-Shi Mountain Park, taking a deep breath as if lost in thought. After a moment, he poked Chen Beiluo, who was sitting in a chair with his paw. "Boss, Fengyuan City will be quite lively tonight. Do you want to prepare?" Xiaobai's voice echoed in Chen Beiluo's mind. After pondering for a moment, Chen Beiluo hastily shoveled a few bites of rice. "I'm going to give Xiaobai a bath." After telling Sanchi, he picked up Xiaobai and rushed upstairs. Sanchi was startled by Chen Beiluo's sudden action, but seeing the food on the table, he continued eating without concern. Upstairs, Chen Beiluo looked at Xiaobai resting one hand on his forehead, and asked helplessly, "Is something unexpected going to happen tonight?" Indeed, the more you worry about something, the more likely it is to happen. Xiaobai nodded. Right now, Fengyuan City has gathered quite a few strange beings, and crucially, not far from here, there's a treasure called the Yomi Flower that can drive the strange to rampage. Yomi Flower? Chen Beiluo murmured. Yes, this Yomi Flower is a treasure that allows the strange to unconditionally ascend from killing to disaster. But this Yomi Flower has another effect. When the strange beings smell its fragrance, they will have an intense desire to obtain emotions. And the fastest way for the strange to acquire emotions is through killing. The fear and despair of humans before death are what the strange love most. After listening to Xiaobai, Chen Beiluo fell silent. It seemed that even with the system's help and having opened the canteen, unexpected events would still come the next day. This time, the consequences could be even more dire, affecting a broader area. Is there any way to eliminate this Yomi Flower? Chen Beiluo asked. It's already too late. The fragrance has spread. This is a man-made conspiracy. Besides the Yomi Flower, there's also the gathering of strange incense. However, just the effect of the strange incense alone can't attract so many strange beings. A significant portion of them likely came to Fengyuan City because of your canteen. The scale of this strange riot has even reached the level of 100 strange night walks. If it continues to develop, Fengyuan City will turn into a domain of the strange, with no living person left, and a strange king could be born. A rare serious expression appeared on Xiaobai's face. What do we do now? Chen Beiluo asked seriously. Since it was because of his canteen that so many strange beings were attracted, he needed to resolve this issue. He couldn't let so many innocent people suffer because of him. After all, in this city, there was still Sanchi, Wang, Jiawei, and the neighbors who had been taking care of him, and Sanchi. There were so many memories that he couldn't let the strange destroy. As long as I am within the canteen's range, I am invincible against the strange, and Sanchi and I have an escape route. But the others in Fengyuan City do not. Xiaobai thought for a long time and said, the rampage of the strange, after smelling the flower's fragrance, can be resisted by enhancing the spiritual essence of the strange beings themselves. Once they resist, they can become immune to the flower's fragrance for a period of time. Enhancing the spiritual essence of the strange. Chen Beiluo was taken aback and quickly took out a bowl of mung bean soup he had prepared earlier from the system's warehouse. Look, can this work? Xiaobai's eyes widened as he stared at the mung bean soup and murmured, Boss, you must be the beloved child of the Earth Book, right? Chen Beiluo's face darkened as he sternly said, whether it works or not, just say it. No problem. This thing has a natural attraction to the strange. Xiaobai declared confidently. The reincarnation technique you cultivated has a method that can gather a strange avatar. You can use the avatar to restore the consciousness of those rampaging, strange beings. Chen Beiluo began searching for the technique in his mind and, after a moment, found a method Xiaobai mentioned. Strange external incarnation. With this method, one can condense a strange avatar through a carrier. The avatar's cultivation can be trained. And the training talent is the same as the main body, but it must return to the main body for nourishment regularly. After condensing the avatar, it must be controlled with spiritual consciousness. If the avatar dies, the main body's consciousness will be damaged, and the avatar cannot be condensed again. After reading the introduction of the technique, Chen Beiluo looked at Xiaobai. Xiaobai quickly took a few steps back. Don't look at me. I don't have a carrier. Oh, you knew before I even said it? Chen Beiluo stepped forward, grabbed Xiaobai's front paw, and shook it, trying to see if he could shake out the carrier. Oh, don't shake it. I'll get it. Xiaobai quickly surrendered. After calming down, Xiaobai said with difficulty, but this carrier is very precious. How about I give you an extra candied hawthorn every day? Chen Beiluo proposed tentatively. Xiaobai's eyes lit up, but he immediately shook his head. No way. This is a rare treasure. I fought through life and death in the secret realm to obtain it. Xiaobai's toes twitched, and after a moment, he raised his front paw and gritted his teeth. I need one more. Deal. Chen Beiluo grabbed Xiaobai's paw and shook it up and down like a handshake. After that, he immediately threw 2 candied hawthorns to Xiaobai. Thus, Xiaobai's daily salary rose to 4 candied hawthorns, just one shore the system's weight for one unit. Having been poor for so long, the child was always so frugal. Xiaobai opened his mouth, and a flash of white light appeared as he spat out a black lotus platform that floated in the air. Chen Beiluo's gaze sharpened. On the black lotus platform, a mysterious black mist swirled, as if it were alive, constantly writhing and seemingly devouring the surrounding space. Startled, he couldn't help but ask, "What is this?" Xiaobai happily held a candied hawthorn in his mouth, his tail swaying. "This is a good thing, perfect for condensing a strange avatar. Hurry and transform, or it will be too late." Time was pressing, and Chen Beiluo couldn't think too much. He sat cross-legged and began to operate the technique of strange external incarnation. Chapter 16. Start operating. As soon as the cultivation technique was activated, the black lotus platform slowly floated in front of Chen Beiluo, spinning gently around. Chen Beiluo focused his mind and placed his hand lightly on the lotus platform. The moment he touched it, he felt a chilling sensation, as if he had touched another world. He closed his eyes and began to silently cultivate the technique of the strange external avatar. Chen Beiluo felt as if his soul was being slowly drawn out, merging into the black lotus platform. In addition to his soul, his amount of spiritual consciousness was also rapidly decreasing, transferring into this avatar. The amount of spiritual consciousness dropped from 811 points to 100 points in an instant. Chen Beiluo's tightly closed eyes suddenly opened, and he could see the scene inside the black lotus. Inside the black lotus, an avatar was being nurtured, rapidly growing, and in the blink of an eye, it broke through the limits of the black lotus, growing to the same size as Chen Beiluo, looking exactly like him. The black lotus continually shrank, transforming into a ray of black light that merged into the center of the avatar's forehead. At this moment, mysterious black mist began to emanate around the avatar, instantly enveloping its entire body. Suddenly, the avatar opened its eyes, revealing a hint of eerie depth, and then quickly closed them again. Chen Beiluo felt his soul and the avatar beginning to merge. The sensation was like molten lava, both intensely hot and cold as ice. His heartbeat, accompanied by sharp pain, gradually began to speed up, and even his breathing became rapid. Xiaobai watched Chen Beiluo practicing, looking at the center of his forehead, murmuring softly, "Since you value it so much, I'll take this thing out to assist you. If you can't get through this, you can't blame me." This black lotus was clearly something Chen Beiluo couldn't use right now. His face was extremely pained, as if he were being torn apart and then reassembled, only to be torn apart again, repeating this process. After an unknown amount of time, blood began to flow from the corners of Chen Beiluo's tightly closed eyes. Slowly, blood also flowed from his ears, followed by his nose. Chen Beiluo gritted his teeth tightly, his lips already turning black. Strangely, the avatar's face also began to ooze a black liquid, following the same path as the blood on Chen Beiluo's face. In contrast to Chen Beiluo's painful expression, the avatar appeared quite comfortable. Xiaobai sighed upon seeing this. "Still can't hold on, huh?" Holding a candied hawthorn, Xiaobai was already prepared to run away at any moment. "Sigh, when the time comes, I'll help take care of your sister. Consider it my apology to you." After saying this, he turned to Chen Beiluo's forehead and said, "You really are something. I'm a good omen, born to dispel evil. You take me in, and you aren't afraid, I'll bring you bad luck." At that moment, a yellow light suddenly flashed from Chen Beiluo's forehead, instantly enveloping both him and the avatar. Xiaobai was startled, standing up straight, wide-eyed, pointing at Chen Beiluo's forehead. "This can work. No martial ethics, huh? It's been activated, right?" After the yellow light passed, the painful expression on Chen Beiluo's face disappeared. The avatar's facial expressions began to align with Chen Beiluo's original self. Chen Beiluo's previously tightly closed eyes finally opened. Looking at the other self in front of him, he suddenly felt a strange sensation. He raised his hand, and the avatar mirrored the motion. As if looking in a mirror, their actions synchronized. Trying to control the avatar alone felt a bit unfamiliar at first, but after several attempts, he gradually became accustomed to it. Xiaobai walked around the two Chen Beiluos a few times, nodding as he walked. The effect is quite perfect. Chen Beiluo ignored Xiao Bai and communicated with the system to check the avatar's attributes. Strange external avatar, unnamed, cultivation technique, reincarnation art vitality, 0 calories, unable to cultivate vitality, spiritual consciousness, 711 Hz, current level, grievance. Talent, ignore rules, devour. This avatar could be said to embody the mysterious. It possessed all the characteristics of the mysterious, having no physical form. Ordinary physical attacks could not touch this avatar at all. Perhaps due to the carrier being that mysterious Black Lotus, this avatar also had 2 special talents. The first talent, ignore the rules constructed by other mysteries. Even higher-level mysteries cannot affect it. The second talent, devour mysteries to quickly restore its own spiritual consciousness. This point differed from the reincarnation art, which could absorb the aura of mysteries. The amount of spiritual consciousness is a standard for measuring level and somewhat resembles the concept of health or mana in online games. Aura is somewhat similar to experience. Thus, during combat, aura cannot be directly converted into spiritual consciousness unless one breaks through during battle, using the power of the breakthrough to raise the original limit of spiritual consciousness. However, this second talent allows it to devour mysteries during combat, thus quickly replenishing its own spiritual consciousness and increasing its endurance in battle. After reviewing the avatars panel, Chen Beiluo understood it thoroughly. After all, it was another version of himself. How could he not know himself? Seizing the moment before the night of 100 mysteries truly began, Chen Beiluo hurried downstairs. His consciousness controlled the avatar, flying through the walls of the second floor. From the perspective of the mysterious, watching the familiar streets and buildings felt quite different. The world in the eyes of the mysterious was black and white. Human emotions were the only color in this black and white world. After Chen Beiluo went downstairs, Sanchi, who was washing dishes, said angrily, "It's your turn to wash the dishes today. How could you just run off in the middle of eating?" Chen Beiluo, with a serious expression, hurriedly said, "Quick, bring out all the pots that could be used for soup." Sanchi's expression changed. Whenever Chen Beiluo had that look, something was bound to happen. She quickly helped. But after searching, there were only 2 pots in the entire kitchen. Chen Beiluo took the ingredients for mung bean soup from the system warehouse. Sanchi covered her mouth in surprise, watching Chen Beiluo take out the ingredients from thin air, excitedly asking, "Beiluo, have you awakened?" Chen Beiluo nodded. Having awakened a system could be considered an awakening of ability. "So you awakened the superpower of cooking? Can you create other things too?" Sanchi asked curiously. Chen Beiluo did not directly answer Sanchi, but instead lowered his head and patted her head, saying, "I have a task for you. After the mung bean soup in this pot disappears, put a portion back into the pot to continue cooking. The demand tonight should be quite large." Sanchi patted her small chest confidently. "Leave it to me." After assigning Sanchi her task, Chen Beiluo walked to the living room. Xiao Bai, holding a candied hawthorn, came down from the second floor, lying at the door, waiting for customers to arrive. Start operating. Chapter 17. Hell on Earth at 8 o'clock in the evening. The streets of Fengyuan City were still bustling with traffic, the peak time for pedestrians. For some reason, the night sky seemed particularly deep today, with the moonlight obscured by thick clouds. The streetlights on both sides of the road flickered rhythmically, as if they might extinguish at any moment. Do you feel something strange? Yes, it suddenly feels very cold. Let's hurry back. An ominous atmosphere permeated the air, and many pedestrians felt uneasy, quickening their pace to return home. However, no matter how this group of people walked, they would end up back here at the next intersection, returning to the same spot. What is happening? Why do we keep coming back to the same place? A group of people influenced each other, and fear gradually spread, filling the hearts of everyone present. No matter which corner they ran to, they always returned to this intersection. The streetlights had gone out, and the light from the buildings along the road was also gradually dimming. They could only rely on the flashlight on their phones to provide a faint glow. This is one of the mysterious rules, the wall of mystery. Fear gradually enveloped the humans caught in this mysterious rule. They tried to call for help, but the calls could not go through. More and more people began to despair, screaming, crying, and running aimlessly. Outside the rule, a mysterious being was crouched on a streetlight, watching the exhausted people collapse on the road, quickly consuming the emotions produced by humans. It feasted with pleasure, its body solidifying and growing stronger as it fed. Such a situation appeared in various corners of Fengyuan City, creating a scene reminiscent of hell on earth. In the newly built large conference room of the Shiyuan Academy, Li Zhengping and several teachers were busy. Captain Li, a large number of mysterious rule signals have suddenly appeared in the north of the city. Captain Li, a hospital in the south of the city is already shrouded in mysterious rules. Captain Li, the east of the city has gone berserk, and they are killing people using the rules. Captain Li, in the west. Captain Li, we are currently severely understaffed. Various pieces of information about the mysterious phenomena were converging in this conference room. Li Zhengping looked grave as he stared at the computer in front of him, where a dense cluster of red dots was displayed. Each red dot represented a mystery. Have the rescue signals been sent? Li Zhengping asked. We've already sent out the rescue signals to surrounding cities, and they have responded, but the fastest reinforcements won't arrive for at least 2 hours. The support is too slow. We can only rely on ourselves. Where's the director? Li Zhengping frowned and continued to ask. The director should arrive in about an hour. Li Zhengping nodded. Other colleagues had already reached the front lines to fight the mysterious beings. The situation was gradually spiraling out of control. We must join the battle and hold on until the director and the reinforcements arrive to resolve this crisis. Li Zhengping looked at the young colleagues around him, his expression resolute. I know many of you here have never fought against the mysterious beings, but we cannot retreat. If we do, this city will fall into complete silence. For the sake of Xia, for our fellow countrymen, fight, 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 fight. Let us go. Chen Beiluo's avatar moved between the cities. At this time, the mysterious beings had begun to go berserk. The 100 Mysteries Night Walk had taken shape, even if it did not reach the level of resentment. With the assistance of the 100 Mysteries Night Walk, many mysterious beings could initially use the rules. In the next phase of the 100 Mysteries Night Walk, the levels of all mysterious beings present could be raised. Although it was a temporary boost, it was still quite lethal. Fortunately, many teachers from Shiyuan Academy were fighting against the mysterious beings, slowing down this process. Chen Beiluo watched for a moment. The teachers had specially made weapons, with silver-white halos enveloping their swords and occasionally pulling out talismans from their pockets, which could indeed harm the mysterious beings. However, there were simply too many mysterious beings, and the manpower was severely lacking. Many mysterious beings were rampantly devouring human emotions to strengthen themselves, and there was no one to stop them. Chen Beiluo's target was precisely these rampaging mysterious beings. Not far away, a mysterious being was crouched on a streetlight, while below, many pedestrians lay slumped on the roadside, rolling their eyes and shaking uncontrollably. Seeing this, Chen Beiluo dashed toward the mysterious being. The mysterious being heard the noise and turned to look at Chen Beiluo. In the darkness, this humanoid mysterious being had red eyes, flickering with cunning and cruel light. It was already in a berserk state. As it saw Chen Beiluo rushing towards it, the red light in its eyes intensified, and it lunged at Chen Beiluo with claws bared. Chen Beiluo instantly dodged the attack of the mysterious being, quickly grabbing its throat with his right hand and pinning it to the ground. The mysterious being struggled wildly, opening its gaping mouth to try to bite Chen Beiluo's right hand. While controlling the mysterious being, Chen Beiluo's left hand conjured a bowl of mung bean soup out of thin air. He forcefully poured the mung bean soup into the mysterious being's mouth. After a while, the mysterious being stopped struggling, and the red light in its eyes gradually dissipated, returning to its senses. Is this mung bean soup good? The mysterious being was momentarily stunned and instinctively replied, good. Although the mysterious being had regained its senses, it was fully aware of what it had done during its berserk state. After tasting the sweetness of devouring emotions, many mysterious beings would still seek ways to obtain emotions even after recovering, and might even use the rules to harm others again. Chen Beiluo had witnessed this before. He smiled and tightened his grip on the mysterious being's throat, speaking gently. Good. Then why don't you pay for it? By the way, if you give a good review, The first order could be half price. Okay, good review, the mysterious being replied painfully. After it said the word good, a burst of blue light floated out from its body and merged into Chun Beiluo. Gained 10 spirit points. Gained 1 good review. Devour. Suddenly, the mysterious being let out a piercing scream, its body gradually fading away until it disappeared into the air. The 7th one, Chun Beiluo murmured. This was already the 7th mysterious being he had encountered since leaving the cafeteria. Fortunately, the strength of the mysterious beings he had encountered was not particularly strong. Many of them were just newly born. This was just right for Chun Beiluo to practice. From being at a loss when first encountering mysterious beings and not knowing how to fight, to now being able to quickly eliminate mysterious beings. It was evident that fighting for one's life was the fastest way to improve one's strength. It must be said that this avatar possessed an astonishing talent for combat. In battle, it could discover the weaknesses of the mysterious beings. As long as it broke through this weakness, the mysterious beings could no longer resist. Adhering to the principle of not wasting, Chun Beiluo set the price of the mung bean soup at 10 spirit points in the system. It wasn't that Chun Beiluo didn't want to set it higher, but many mysterious beings didn't even have 10 spirit points. Before devouring the mysterious being, he had also tricked it into giving a good review for the mung bean soup. In this brief moment, he had already collected 7 good reviews, just one short of the next lottery opportunity. Side quest 1. Accumulate 10 good reviews within 7 days to gain a lottery chance. Completed 9/10. Chapter 18. The Wind, Flowers, Snow, and Moon. Snow King Beiluo, the freshly cooked mung bean soup, has disappeared again. Sanchi stayed in the kitchen. Watching the mung bean soup she had worked so hard to make vanish without her having a single bite. She was so angry that her cheeks puffed up, pouring the mung bean soup and the yellow spring water back into the pot. Due to the cafeteria's rules, only 1 serving could be produced at a time. Even if several servings were in the same pot, only 1 would count when served. Seeing Chun Beiluo not responding, Sanchi leaned out of the kitchen door, revealing half her little head, and shouted at Chun Beiluo, "Beiluo, make some more beans and water. It's all used up." Chun Beiluo was sitting at the bar with his eyes closed, using his spiritual sense to control his avatar. Upon hearing Sanchi's shout, he walked into the kitchen, extracted 20 servings of mung bean soup from the storage, and placed them on the counter. "Thank you for your hard work. I'll take you out for a big meal tomorrow." Chun Beiluo began to promise Sanchi. Hearing about the big meal, Sanchi forgot her anger and happily looked at the pot. "It's fine. I could just drink a bowl of this mung bean soup later," Sanchi said understandingly. "That won't do. This stuff isn't for humans," Chun Beiluo said seriously, looking at Sanchi with concern, and added, "You can't sneak a taste. It's dangerous if you eat it. Not for humans? Is it for ghosts then?" Sanchi muttered quietly. Seeing Chun Beiluo nod seriously, Sanchi was startled and almost dropped the mung beans in her hand. "It really is for ghosts," she said, carefully continuing to cook the mung bean soup. Chun Beiluo returned to the bar and continued to control his avatar with his spiritual sense. As soon as his spiritual sense entered the avatar, he felt something was wrong. In the hot July, snowflakes unexpectedly floated down in Fengyuan City. The snowflakes fell on Chun Beiluo, sending chills through him. Normally, an avatar wouldn't feel temperature, but this piercing cold seemed to strike at his very soul. "You are very strange, like a ghost, yet not quite like one. I thought we were the same kind, but unfortunately, we are not." A melodious voice rang out from behind Chun Beiluo. He was instantly startled, feeling a chill creep down his spine because he sensed no unusual presence behind him. He tried to turn around, but his body didn't obey, and he couldn't even speak. He remained in a dazed standing position. A snow-white figure walked from behind Chun Beiluo to stand in front of him. The first impression she gave Chun Beiluo was one of whiteness, and the second was of breathtaking beauty. She was a girl so beautiful that no flaws could be found. If one had to point out a shortcoming, it might be that she was too pale. Even her pure white dress couldn't hide her skin, which was as white as fine jade. At this moment, however, Chun Beiluo had no mood to admire her beauty, as his life was in someone else's hands, and that feeling was terrible. She looked at Chun Beiluo with a calm expression and softly murmured to herself, "How strange." clearly a ghost, yet unaffected by the ghostly flower. Is it because of that bowl of soup? Beiluo's heart sank. When did she start following him? He almost forgot. The girl waved her hand, and the biting cold receded significantly, with the temperature rising noticeably. Beiluo gently moved his body, finally able to control it again. Senior, Beiluo said honestly, cupping his hands in greeting. Don't call me senior. Call me Sister Shui. The girl in white chuckled lightly, her laughter pleasant, but making Beiluo's hair stand on end. Do you have a secret? Tell your sister. She stepped forward and gently touched Beiluo's shoulder. Instantly, a chill surged from the ground, and in an instant, Beiluo's legs were encased in ice, freezing him in place and rendering him unable to move. By the way, that bowl of soup you took out with your left hand earlier, bring it out again. Let me have a taste, the girl in white said with a smile, her expression full of anticipation. When she saw that bowl of soup earlier, she instinctively felt it would be very beneficial for her. That was why she hadn't devoured his soul immediately. In mysterious cafeteria, Beiluo's true body broke out in a cold sweat. He quickly stood up but felt his legs were weak and hard to lift. The sensation of being frozen in his avatar was now also felt in his true body, though thankfully not as pronounced. Xiaobai, come here. Unable to move easily, he had to call Xiaobai over. Boss, what are your orders? Xiaobai wagged its tail and ran in from the door, looking eagerly at the outside. It's really lively out there. Boss, can I go out and play? Xiaobai wanted to go out, but during operating hours, employees had to remain within the cafeteria. Otherwise, it would be considered absenteeism. Currently, Beiluo's cafeteria level did not allow him to let employees leave the premises. Ignoring Xiaobai's request, he simply explained the situation he encountered with his avatar. After hearing this, Xiaobai extended its front paw and scratched the ground a few times, its little toes moving back and forth, as if divining. After a moment, it seemed to have a result, and asked, Did you say her name is Shui? Beiluo nodded. Since Bai Zhe could be referred to by the system as the dawn god of the strange, it was likely aware of the girl named Shui. I think I know who she is. We can't afford to provoke her right now. Let's try to meet her requests and not waste the effort put into gathering the avatar. Who is she? The wind, flowers, snow, and moon, one of the four kings. The Snow King. Xiaobai seemed to be pondering something, and after a moment continued. It is said that her true body sleeps in the convergence of the utmost sun and utmost yin, most likely on that nearby Mount Mingshi. Xiaobai sat on the ground, its eyes carefully examining the marks drawn on the ground, scratching its chin with its little paw, and said, Strange, logically speaking, during the current stage of spiritual energy recovery, there shouldn't be enough energy to awaken a being of the Snow King's level. She must have been awakened by someone in advance. Is she mysterious? Beiluo asked. She is not mysterious. Strictly speaking, the mysterious is her food, Xiaobai said, tapping its little paw on its head as it recalled. Beiluo pondered. No wonder when I first encountered her. She thought I was of the same kind as her. Her true body is a nine-tailed celestial fox, but among nine-tailed celestial foxes, she is considered an anomaly. Other celestial foxes have 9 abilities, but she has only 1. As long as she isn't mysterious, that's good. Beiluo said thoughtfully, his gaze inadvertently falling on the system's introduction to food. Non-mysterious food may have unknown risks. Perhaps the key to his avatar's escape lay in this mung bean soup. What? Are you unwilling to let your sister have a taste? The girl in white, seeing Beiluo hesitating to respond, grew a bit angry, her tone unfriendly. How could that be, Sister Shui? I just need a little more time. My ability is limited, and it takes a certain amount of time to condense a bowl of soup. Only then did the girl in white retract her right hand that was pressing against Beiluo's chest. If it weren't for the frost covering her fingers, perhaps Beiluo would have felt happier. That's more like it. I'll give you half an hour. Once it's ready, let me have a taste. After saying this, without waiting for Beiluo's reply, she flew straight ahead. Meanwhile, Beiluo on the ground found himself sliding forward in the same direction as the girl in white, as if skiing, without needing to control it. Chapter 19 Danger. Beiluo's sliding speed was getting faster and faster. Having never tried skiing before, he was having the time of his life. The teachers from the Shiyuan class were fighting against the mysterious beings by the roadside, seemingly unaware of the two of them. However, any mysterious being that blocked the path of the girl in white instantly dissipated into thin air. Just like that teacher from the Shiyuan class, who was ready to fight the mysterious being. The being vanished in the blink of an eye, leaving the teacher in a state of confusion. The unintentional actions of the girl in white had saved many people. Yet, more people had sacrificed themselves in the battle against the mysterious beings. Watching familiar faces fall into pools of blood, brutally killed by the mysterious beings, a sense of guilt welled up in Chen Beiluo's heart. He desperately wanted to do something to stop the rampage of the mysterious beings, but right now, he couldn't even move. Chen Beiluo had always believed that it was his establishment of the canteen that caused this unexpected event. After all, anything related to his livelihood seemed to be accompanied by various accidents the next day. No, a heart-wrenching roar suddenly drowned out the chaotic sounds on the street. Was that Wang Jiawei? Hearing that familiar voice, Chen Beiluo turned his head sharply to the direction of the sound. It was an old residential building he was very familiar with. He had been there several times. On the top floor was Wang Jiawei's home. A dazzling light pierced through the darkness and shot into the sky. The concrete rooftop couldn't block this light, which pierced a large hole in it. The sword energy soared into the sky. It was astonishing that a mortal could unleash such fierce sword energy. This person had considerable talent. The girl in white stopped and looked at the dazzling light, praising it. As the sword energy disappeared, Wang Jiawei knelt on the ground, still holding the pose of howling at the sky. His parents lay dead before him, and the room was filled with a strong smell of blood. Not far from him, a pitch-black mysterious being was retreating in fear from the earlier sword energy. Fear appeared on the mysterious being's face, but soon its eyes glowed redder, and it charged at Wang Jiawei with its claws raised. Wang Jiawei moved. Before the mysterious being could complete its charge, he was already in front of it. His tightly clenched right hand suddenly released a brilliant sword energy that pierced through the mysterious being. A shrill scream echoed, and the mysterious being vanished in the sword energy. After unleashing this sword energy, Wang Jiawei was completely exhausted and collapsed to the ground, losing consciousness. You seem to know this human? Noticing the expression on Chen Beiluo's face, the girl in white asked. I don't know him, just surprised. That sword energy gave me a prickly feeling just from a glance, Chen Beiluo replied. That's not a good child to lie. The girl in white chuckled lightly and continued. Is the soup ready? Chen Beiluo scratched his head and shyly replied, Sister Shui, it's ready. I'll get it for you right away. With that, a bowl of steaming mung bean soup appeared in Chen Beiluo's hands. He carefully handed it to the girl in white. She took the mung bean soup, glanced at the unconscious Wang Jiawei, and said, Since you know him, I'll help him a bit because of this bowl of mung bean soup. With a wave of her hand, a snowflake flew towards Wang Jiawei, and in an instant, a white light enveloped the house where Wang Jiawei was. What is this? Chen Beiluo couldn't help but ask. A barrier, the girl in white replied with a smile. It prevents the mysterious beings from entering. He has no power to fight them now. Let's go. After saying that, the girl in white flew up again, hovering nearby as if searching for something. Sister Shui, are you looking for something? I can help look for it. Chen Beiluo gathered his courage and said. Don't ask what you shouldn't. The girl in white turned to look at Chen Beiluo, her tone gentle, but her eyes held no emotion. Understood. I promise not to ask again. Chen Beiluo quickly nodded in assurance, appearing obedient and well-behaved, allowing the ice on his feet to move. With a sigh in his heart, he thought, well, just treat it as playing in the snow. Seeing Chen Beiluo switch to a compliant mode, the girl in white said no more. She turned her attention to the mung bean soup in her hands, and the steaming soup instantly transformed into frozen mung beans, taking on a candy-like appearance. The girl in white picked one up, took a bite, and her eyes slightly curved with delight. Gradually, she began to eat the frozen mung beans faster and faster, and in no time, she finished the entire bowl. Another bowl. The snowflakes floating around the girl seemed to come alive after she finished the mung bean soup, swirling and dancing gently. Chen Beiluo was pondering how to coax a compliment from the girl in white when she suddenly fell from the air. He realized the ice on his legs had completely melted. Beiluo dashed forward and caught the girl who was falling from the sky. This girl seemed to have transitioned from one extreme to another. She had been bone-chillingly cold, making one feel frozen just by looking at her. But now she was burning hot, making it a bit uncomfortable to hold her. What was happening? The ice of eternal winter was actually melting? Beiluo was astonished and couldn't help but praise the effects of his mung bean soup. At this moment, two little figures in Beiluo's heart were fighting fiercely. Little figure A, run. While she's weak, forget about her and hurry back to the canteen. It will be safe there. Little figure B, exactly. Listen to little figure A. Run quickly. Otherwise, you won't be able to escape later. Just as he was about to follow the advice of these two little figures and escape back to the canteen, he suddenly felt the girl in his arms trembling as if she were experiencing extreme pain. Her complexion grew even paler, with only her lips remaining blood red. Beiluo surprisingly saw a hint of helplessness and pain on her face, which was tightly closed. Looking at her expression, he recalled a painful memory buried deep within him. In the orphanage, many of his peers were gradually adopted, and when it was finally his turn, he was quickly abandoned again. The expression he had back then must have been just as helpless as hers now. Thinking of this, Beiluo felt a sharp pain in his heart. He couldn't help but tighten his arms around the girl, trying to alleviate her suffering. The girl in his arms had already fallen into a coma, her body burning hotter, seemingly at a critical point. At that moment, a fierce wind blew, and the surrounding scenery instantly became blurry. Countless mysterious rules enveloped Beiluo and the girl in white, pressing down on Beiluo's previously straight body. Enduring the pressure, Beiluo looked up at his surroundings. The scenery had become clear again, and a large number of mysterious beings had appeared from nowhere, surrounding them layer upon layer. The eyes of these mysterious beings shone with a fierce red light, fixated on the girl in his arms. Without the snowflakes dancing around her for protection, she had lost her abilities and was essentially an unguarded treasure to the mysterious beings. Chapter 20. Positive Reviews. Looking at the mysterious beings surrounding him, Beiluo felt a tightness in his heart. He knew that these beings were not targeting him, but rather the girl in his arms. Staring at the group of mysteries before him, he felt no regret and held the girl tightly. The black mist emanating from him had now condensed into ropes, binding the girl in white behind him. He stood up, facing the grotesque figures alone. Fortunately, he had previous combat experience with these beings, so he was not flustered. Additionally, during his recent skiing experience, he had also studied his abilities. Just like the black mist he emitted, it could condense into whatever he wanted based on his intentions. This was what he had comprehended while skiing. Using his spiritual awareness to control it, he gathered the remaining black mist in his right hand, transforming it into a pitch-black tang knife. The black lotus on his forehead was continuously spinning, with an endless stream of black mist emanating from him. He burned a portion of his spiritual awareness to maintain this state, consuming 1 point per second. This level of consumption was something Beiluo could still endure. Strike first. Beiluo's right hand became scorching hot, as if containing flames. He swung his hand fiercely, and a wave of black flames erupted from his knife, rushing towards the mysterious beings in front of him. The temperature of the black flames seemed extremely high, even distorting the air around them. Among the group of mysteries, one that faced Beiluo revealed its sharp fangs, its body contorting as it charged towards him, limbs down with ferocity. In the instant of collision, the black flames clashed violently with the mysterious energy surrounding the being, kicking up a cloud of dust. After the collision, Beiluo stood firm while the creature was pushed back several meters. A heaviness filled Beiluo's heart. That strike had nearly been his full strength, yet it still could not injure the creature before him. Moreover, there were many more powerful beings nearby, far stronger than the one he had just faced. This group of mysteries was on a completely different level compared to the solitary ones he had encountered before. Captain, all the mysteries have concentrated in one direction. After finishing a battle with a mysterious being, Li Zhongping calmed his surging blood and took a deep breath. After a moment of stillness, he took out his phone to check the situation elsewhere. What about the other locations? They have all moved in that direction, and the map is already marked. Notify the director. We are heading there. Received. The most difficult moment had passed, and now the reinforcements were in place. Li Jinping led his team to the marked location on the map. Upon arriving at the scene, they saw a bald, muscular man staring seriously at the intricate rules formed by layers of mysterious beings. Director, the bald man, upon seeing the newcomers, reached out and patted Li Jinping's shoulder firmly. You've worked hard. Fortunately, the director arrived in time. Now that you're here, I can relax. The bald man's expression was grave as he focused on the rules before him. It was not yet time to feel at ease. The layered rules before them blocked everyone out, leaving the members of the 7th Bureau feeling powerless. This group of mysteries has actually created a turtle shell. The bald man cursed fiercely. Li Jinping glanced at his phone, the red dots on the map blinking and gathering. Director, there's still many mysteries coming our way. The bald man closed his eyes for a moment to sense, clenching his fists. A yellowish glow emanated from his fists, gradually forming a massive gauntlet. Good. Block them. We cannot let their rules continue to expand. Bring the awakened ones from the Bureau. Let us see what is going on inside. After finishing, he did a slight, deep squat, and the concrete road beneath him cracked open as he flew rapidly into the sky. In front of him was a gigantic, mysterious being floating in the air. Before the two even met, the mysterious being was obliterated by the force of his punch. Inside the rules, Chen Beiluo's gaze was resolute. He knew he could not retreat. If he did, not only would the girl in white be in danger, but even his own avatar would perish here. However, the group of mysteries did not give him any time to breathe. Their eyes glowed red, and many of them began to shed their skin and charge towards Chen Beiluo like a swarm. Chen Beiluo quickly adjusted his breathing. Although there were many mysteries, at any one time, he could only deal with 4 to 5 of them simultaneously. The others could not close in, waiting for him to knock away the engaged mysteries before quickly replenishing their ranks. This cycle continued. Chen Beiluo did not know how long he had been fighting. There were many marks on him for being clawed by the mysteries, but behind him, the spot where the girl in white was located had not been attacked, even once. After fending off a sneak attack from one mystery, Chen Beiluo seized the opportunity to condense a sword from his left hand and swiftly thrust it into the weak point of this mystery. Taking advantage of the moment when the mystery dissipated, he used his ability to devour. Just as he was using the devouring skill, attacks from other mysteries had already arrived. There was no way to evade. Chen Beiluo had to twist his body to avoid the impact on his back, crossing his arms in front of his chest to take the blow head-on from this mystery. Chen Beiluo was dragged along the ground, sliding half a meter. The other mysteries seized the moment, attacking him with sharp claws or gathering mysterious energy as they charged towards him. Chen Beiluo's hands went numb. The amount of spiritual awareness he had devoured barely compensated for his previous consumption. He felt the air around him grow heavy, as if countless invisible hands were pulling at him, affecting his movements, making even the motion of swinging his knife slow. But he did not stop. Instead, he pushed forward with greater force. The scenery around him changed rapidly, as if time had slowed down at that moment. In his mind, Chen Beiluo kept thinking about how to get through this crisis. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck him. He remembered the unfinished side quest. Now, he just needed one more positive review to earn a new chance at a lottery. However, seeing the girl behind him, he did not dare to try with his physical body. Since his physical body could not do it, he would use this avatar. With that thought, a cold light flashed in Chen Beiluo's eyes, and the sword he had condensed in his hands instantly transformed into black mist. He pressed his hands together at his chest, and after the black mist gathered in his hands, he slammed it down onto the floor. His hands released a wave of scorching energy, and the black mist turned into flames, instantly forming a wall of fire. The surrounding mysteries saw this and retreated, a glimmer of fear flashing in their eyes. Chen Beiluo gasped for breath. The firewall would not last long. Taking advantage of this moment, he pulled out the green bean soup he had just made from the system space, disregarding the heat, and poured it into his mouth. Positive review. Chen Beiluo shouted loudly. Upon hearing his shout, the mysteries present fell into a brief silence, seemingly stunned by his words. But soon after, the group of mysteries erupted with even more powerful momentum. It was nothing more than a feeling that their dignity as mysteries had been trampled, and they screamed fiercely. Some of the mysteries even began to recklessly charge at the firewall. With each impact, the black flames on the wall weakened a little. Chapter 21. Spirit Settling Elixir Outside the Rules Area. The members of the 7th Bureau were working hard to intercept the mysterious entities rushing in from all directions. This group of mysterious entities seemed to be trying every possible way to enter this realm of rules. At first, a few of them managed to slip through the chaos. But once the other support from the 7th Bureau arrived, they worked together to keep this group of mysterious entities outside the rules. The number of mysterious entities was decreasing while the support was increasing, and everything seemed to be developing in a positive direction. Several members who had awakened the heavenly eye ability also freed up their hands and were intently watching a fierce battle inside the rules. The bald and muscular man, whose originally neat clothes were now tattered with many large rips, had just experienced a fierce battle, having eliminated a disaster-level mysterious entity, and walked over to the members who were observing the fight. "What's going on inside?" the bald man asked. "Director, there's a group of mysterious entities attacking a girl who has fallen into a coma. Strangely, one of the mysterious entities is unaffected by the underworld flower and is protecting the girl," one of the members replied. The bald man looked puzzled, not quite understanding, and rubbed his chin with his finger. "What level is the entity being attacked?" "Grudge level, with the ability to unleash black flames and extremely outstanding combat talent," another member of the 7th Bureau added. "Most of the attacking entities are basically grudge level, and quite a few are killing level. There is also one entity that just broke through to disaster level. Is it actually fighting above its level?" "Interesting." However, the bald man was more focused on the entity that had just broken through to disaster level, because since he started fighting mysterious entities, he had never heard of any entity breaking through during combat. He was gaining insight and decided to keep a close watch on that disaster entity, planning to eliminate it tonight. "By the way, how did it break through?" The attacked entity shouted something, and then the strength of the other mysterious entities increased significantly. Besides the one that broke through to disaster level, many others also advanced to killing level. "There's such a tactic?" The bald man was clearly shocked, even raising his voice a bit. "Is it trying to stress itself? Afraid it won't die fast enough?" He turned to Li Zhongping beside him and asked, "How long until we can break through this damn rule?" "Probably about 15 more minutes," Li Zhongping estimated, muttering quietly. "After all, our bureau has done relatively little research on the rules." The bald man shot an unhappy glare at Li Zhongping, who immediately stood at attention. Suddenly, Li Zhongping's phone beeped with a text message, leaving him unsure whether to look or not. "Why aren't you looking?" the bald man said helplessly to his left and right arms. "This guy is good at everything, except he loves to undermine our 7th Bureau for no reason." After reading the message on his phone, Li Zhongping looked up in disbelief and said, "The underworld flower is gone." The bald man's expression turned grave. The underworld flower could allow mysterious entities to advance to disaster level. If he hadn't rushed over to take command, that disaster entity just now could have easily destroyed Fengyuan City. The critical thing about the underworld flower is that it could cause mysterious entities to go berserk. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say it could easily replicate tonight's chaotic night of 100 mysterious entities. If it's gone, then it's gone. We'll deal with whatever comes our way. The bald man waved his hand and loudly commanded, "Group A, Group B, get ready. Once the rules are broken, we'll annihilate this group of mysterious entities here. The other groups fully cooperate with the local police, clear the battlefield, assist the victims, and if you encounter any mysterious entities, eliminate them immediately." "Yes." The people around responded in unison. In the mysterious cafeteria, the main body, who had been anxiously waiting, finally received some good news. "You have received one customer review. Congratulations, host. You have completed side mission 1. Accumulate 10 positive reviews within 7 days. 10. You have earned a lottery chance. Starting the lottery." Chen Beiluo silently recited in his heart. The spinning wheel started, and it was basically no different from the last time. As the pointer spun rapidly, Chen Beiluo's heart also raced with anticipation. Eventually, The pointer landed on the first prize position. Congratulations, host, you have won the spirit-settling elixir. In an instant, the uses of the spirit-settling elixir appeared in Chen Beiluo's mind. Spirit-settling elixir. If the pulse is irregular, then the spirit is not smooth. This elixir can help organize the internal spiritual energy and construct a special meridian for the flow of spiritual energy. Chen Beiluo's eyes lit up, and he quickly placed the elixir into the system warehouse. Inside the rules, Chen Beiluo transformed, opening his palm, and an elixir appeared in his hand. He pried open the girl's mouth and stuffed the elixir inside. Just after completing this action, the firewall, unable to bear the burden, was extinguished by the mysterious entities. Chen Beiluo's expression turned serious as he reformed his hands into weapons. He leaped up, using all his strength to slash at the nearest mysterious entity. This entity was the one that had just broken through to killing level. The illusory weapon clashed with the mysterious entity, producing a harsh metallic grinding sound. However, the strength of this mysterious entity far exceeded Chen Beiluo's expectations. His attack was almost ineffective, and he was instead heavily rebuffed by its violent counterforce. His body traced a parabolic arc in the air, twisting mid-fall, and crashed face-first on the ground. The stone-paved sidewalk was dented by his fall, sending dust flying. Chen Beiluo's heart sank. The black mist that had coalesced into ropes had already dissipated, and the girl also fell beside him, ignoring the piercing pain from his soul. He rolled over to shield the girl. Looking up, he saw that the group of mysterious entities had completely surrounded him, their red eyes flashing with cold light. Time seemed to slow down, and Chen Beiluo could clearly feel the tremors brought by each heartbeat. He clenched his fists, using his body to form a barrier. The surrounding air felt as if it had solidified, leaving only him and the mysterious entities in standoff. But this standoff was soon broken, as a wave of attacks from mysterious entities surged toward him. Chen Beiluo resisted with all his might. With every punch and kick, he fought with resolute courage. The black mist around him had long been scattered, and his body bore numerous wounds, seeping out black mist. What Chen Beiluo did not notice was that the girl behind him had opened her tightly shut eyes. She was now staring blankly at Chen Beiluo as he fought desperately against the group of mysterious entities. Although the girl had been in a coma moments ago, her consciousness was still able to perceive the scenes unfolding outside, especially when she saw Chen Beiluo standing right in front of her without any hesitation, protecting her. She couldn't help but feel a sense of infatuation. This was a feeling she had never experienced in her life. Chapter 22. Black Flame of Karma. You are not burned by others, but by yourself. A pure white little fox was surrounded by a group of little foxes, occasionally being pelted with small stones. Look, she's the foolish daughter of the clan leader, having awakened only one ability. It's so embarrassing. Indeed, who would have thought that such a powerful fox leader would give birth to an idiot? Silly shwe, hee. Go away. We don't play with idiots, we might get infected. Daddy, why have I only awakened one ability, while the other little foxes have awakened 5? It's okay, you're still young. You will have the chance to awaken more. Daddy, the other clan members my age have already awakened all 9 abilities. But the little fox's father ignored her and walked away, leaving the little fox feeling dejected. From that day on, her father never looked at her again. Do you want to awaken other abilities, little fox? Yes, I dream of it. Go to the peak of the snow mountain. There, you can awaken. But isn't that a forbidden place for the clan? Precisely because it's a forbidden place, it will allow you to awaken. I understand. The 9-tailed celestial fox clan has lived at the foot of the snow mountain for generations, guarding the seal at the summit. However, this seal was broken because of the little fox's entry. The little fox didn't know what happened that day. She only remembered the howling winds, the avalanches, and the entire mountain trembling. When she woke up, countless clan members lay in pools of blood, and her only relative was on the verge of death. The new clan leader's first action was to expel the little fox. From that day on, the little fox lost the protection of her clan. That year, the little fox was 4 years old. The scene freezes on Shue-Er's lonely departure, her tears mingling with the snowflakes, falling onto the cold ground. Chen Beiluo felt his strength gradually draining away, and his vision began to blur. The mysterious figure in front of him started to get excited, preparing to enjoy the enticing feast before it. Just as he was about to collapse, the girl in white raised her hand and supported the unsteady Beiluo. Immediately, Beiluo felt a surge of hot power emanating from the girl, flowing into his body. This power was warm and strong, shining on him like the sun, rapidly repairing his injured body. Even the wounds that had been torn apart by the mysterious figure were quickly healing. The black mist reappeared, but at this moment, it took on the form of flames, dancing wildly. Beiluo tightly shut his eyes, absorbing this power with all his might. The surrounding air turned black from the black flames, and each flicker seemed to ignite everything. The black flames intertwined with the white snowflakes in the air, forming an image full of artistic conception. Beiluo opened his eyes, feeling his current state with immense surprise. Energy was uncontrollably released from his brow, filling his entire body, as if it would burst him apart. Beiluo quickly checked the system panel. Mysterious outsider, unnamed, cultivation technique, reincarnation technique vitality, 0 calories, unable to cultivate vitality, spiritual consciousness, 15888, temporary, 711 Hz, current level, disaster. Note, temporarily enhanced by external forces. Gaining disaster, level power. Talent, ignore rules, devour, black flame. Black flame of karma. With my thought, the karma fire ignites fiercely. You are not burned by others, but by yourself. Being ignited by the karma fire will directly burn their spiritual consciousness. Awaken due to the blessing of the nine-tailed celestial fox clan's fire attribute. The black flame will not disappear until the target's spiritual consciousness is consumed and can be freely controlled. Go. The melodious voice of the girl in white rang in Beiluo's ears. Beiluo nodded, extending his hands forward, and instantly, the floating black flames appeared on the mysterious figures, igniting them directly. There was no process of contact. It was as if this group of mysterious figures spontaneously combusted. You're not burned by others, but by yourself. Accompanied by the painful screams of the mysterious figures, the scene descended into chaos. Some lower-level mysterious figures were instantly burned to ashes, leaving only a few larger ones, shrieking in agony. Beiluo's right hand formed a fist as he charged at the remaining mysterious figures. During the sprint, the black flame transformed into a long knife in Beiluo's hand. With a single slash, the black flame burned wildly at the wound of the mysterious figure, until the pain of the soul left the mysterious figure with no chance to retaliate. Under the watch of the girl in white, Beiluo eliminated the remaining mysterious figures cleanly. The rule shattered. The external environment reappeared in Beiluo's sight. The entire staff of the 7th Bureau and the teachers of the cultivation class were frozen in place, staring in astonishment at Beiluo, who was at the center. As they continuously broke the rules in the outside world, they had completely witnessed the scene that had just occurred within the rules. At first, no one had high hopes for Beiluo, as he had already been beaten to the point of being powerless to fight back. But moments later, everything reversed. The moment the black flame of karma appeared, it dropped everyone's jaw. Even the bald director of the 7th Bureau was now looking at Beiluo and the girl behind him with a serious expression, constantly weighing in his heart. Fortunately, at this moment, Beiluo was merely an avatar, although his size and appearance were almost identical to his true self. He was covered by the mist emitted by the Black Lotus and was not recognized. Beiluo looked at the crowd in front of him, feeling a tightness in his heart. He was unsure whether, in his current mysterious form, he would be attacked by them. Honestly, he did not want to fight with these people who were risking their lives to protect Fengyuan City. Neither side spoke, and the scene fell into an eerie silence. The bald director stepped forward, while the others surrounded him, all taking a step forward. The atmosphere instantly became tense. Beiluo held the knife horizontally in front of his chest, nervously staring at the bald, strong man at the forefront. Although he had never seen him, it was easy to tell from Li Zhengping's attitude that this person was the decision-maker on the opposite side. Whether to fight or to negotiate hinged on this person's decision. At this moment, the bald, strong man was also having doubts in his heart, That mysterious figure was not bad, able to see through and stimulated by external forces. Possessed, disaster, level power. Even if ignored, once the external force dissipated, Li Zhongping could easily suppress him. The key was the girl behind this mysterious figure. He could not see through her. The girl in white looked at Chen Beiluo's expression and seemed to ponder for a moment. She stepped forward, standing in front of Chen Beiluo, and slowly spoke, her voice gentle yet firm. "Everyone, I am not an enemy and have no intention of being hostile to you." A stir arose among the crowd. Clearly, her words did not immediately dispel their doubts. "You should also know that there is a greater crisis within Fengyuan City." She gazed into the distance, as if she could see the approaching disaster through the nearby high-rise buildings. "You can have another choice, to join forces with me." The strong man took another step forward, asking in a deep voice, "What evidence do you have to join forces with us?" The girl in white smiled faintly, opened her palm, and a rune stone shimmering with mysterious light appeared in her hand. "You should recognize this. It is the only evidence I can provide." Chapter 23, Can It Really Cook? The strong man looked at the rune stone, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. They had a similar rune stone, but the runes on it were shaped differently. The one in her hand was shaped to the left, while the one they had was shaped to the right. "This is the key to enter the ruins. There are 3 pieces in total. When combined, they allow one to enter the ruins before their awakening. Whenever the ruins awaken, the keys that allow entry will appear first. If one does not enter in advance to understand the internal situation of the ruins and prepare accordingly, no one can predict what might emerge once the ruins are opened. Moreover, according to historical records, this Fengyuan city is known as the Mysterious Gate Pass, a place where yin and yang converge. No one dares to gamble on what terrifying entities may lie within the ruins that awaken in Fengyuan City." The strong man took a step back, turned around, and took a pair of headphones from Li Zhongyang, speaking softly into them. The girl in white was not in a hurry, quietly waiting for his response. "All right, let's trust you for now," the strong man said, continuing to speak according to the prompt in his ear. "How do you want to cooperate? The last key is still inside the city. Once you find it, I will appear to open the ruins. There is something I need inside, and aside from that, everything else can be yours," the girl in white replied softly. "Agree to her," a voice came from the headphones. "All right, no problem." The strong man nodded and shifted his gaze to Chen Beiluo, asking in confusion, "What is this mysterious thing?" The girl in white glanced at Chen Beiluo and placed her hand on his shoulder. "He is my spirit." The strong man's pupils dilated sharply, and there was silence on the other end of the headphones. "Understood. Then we'll leave it at that for today. We have other matters to attend to." After the strong man finished speaking, he waved his hand, leading the people present to leave. Li Zhongping followed closely beside the strong man, and, once they were a distance away, asked softly, "Director, what does spirit mean?" The strong man stopped in his tracks, looked back in the direction of the girl in white side, and said, "In ancient times, when a human race fought against the mysterious, they could feed the mysterious with their own bodies and sign contracts with them. Such individuals are known as spirit masters, and the mysterious entities they contract with are referred to as spirits." As the strong man spoke, he seemed to recall some unpleasant memories, and an expression of worry appeared on his face, which was rarely seen. Such individuals have lived for a long time, are unfathomable, and no one knows how many powerful mysterious beings they have contracted with or what trump cards they hold. When she said that, she was hinting at us. Once they had all left, the girl in white turned to Chen Beiluo. "Let's go too. Take me to see your true body." Upon hearing this, Chen Beiluo felt his heartbeat slow for a moment. "Sister Shui, what is a true body?" "I don't know." The girl in white chuckled lightly, still pretending. "Don't worry. I won't harm your true body." After saying that, she grabbed Chen Beiluo and flew towards the mysterious cafeteria. Chen Beiluo was shocked, completely unaware of when he had exposed himself, and she even knew exactly where his true body was located. Inside the mysterious cafeteria, Xiaobai, who had found a new toy, was fixated on the television. It was playing an animated series that Chi liked, with one character lying on the ground watching and another little head peeking out from the kitchen door, glancing occasionally. Chen Beiluo's expression was serious as he communicated mentally with Xiaobai. "Can you defeat the Snow King?" "Boss, you don't understand. Even if her spiritual energy is restricted now, We two little chicks can't compete with her. Besides, I'm still in my juvenile phase. If she hits me, that would be bullying a child. Xiao Bai's words even carried a hint of pride in being in its juvenile phase. She's flying this way. Should we run? What? Xiao Bai was startled and quickly stood up. Did you provoke her? No. After thinking for a moment, Beiluo added, but I think I hugged her. Xiao Bai froze in place, and after recovering, it quickly ran towards the door, moving so fast that its claws were barely visible in motion. Quick! Close the door and run. If we don't run, we'll die. Xiao Bai, showing some loyalty, reminded Beiluo as it dashed away. It's over. Just looking at the Snow King will freeze you into an ice sculpture. The boss actually laid hands on her. Isn't that a recipe for disaster? Just as they reached the door, Xiao Bai suddenly stopped in its tracks because two figures flew in through the entrance. It was the girl in white and Beiluo's avatar. As soon as Beiluo's avatar entered, it transformed into a black light and merged into the center of Beiluo's forehead. Since it was already known, there was no need to hide anything. Seeing the girl in white enter, Xiao Bai quickly thought on its feet, barking a couple of times and lying down. In its heart, it kept chanting, "You can't see me, you can't see me." The girl in white looked at Xiao Bai's current appearance and couldn't help but chuckle. Xiao Bai quickly wagged its tail in response. The girl in white shifted her gaze to the shop, looking at the tense Beiluo. A hint of amusement in her eyes. So you're the owner of this shop? Beiluo nodded, tacitly agreeing. Upon entering, she had already seen the sign that concealed the name of the mysterious restaurant. Mysterious cafeteria? The girl in white murmured. Cooking for the mysterious or using the mysterious as ingredients? Speaking of food, I haven't had a warm meal since I revived. The girl in white turned to Xiao Bai at the door. And you, Xiao Bai, you're here too. Just in time, you've been requisitioned. Let me see if your cooking skills have improved. Upon hearing this, Xiao Bai's face darkened, recalling some unpleasant experiences. Originally, it traveled freely and happily until it encountered her. It was then crazily exploited, locked in a dark kitchen, endlessly cooking for 6 months, and since then, it hadn't stepped into a kitchen again. Bai Qi Xue, don't go too far. Xiao Bai's tone was strong, but its body and facial expressions betrayed its feelings, as it wagged its tail, looking quite pitiful. Bai Qi Xue was indeed the true name of the girl in white, not angry at having her true name exposed. Bai Qi Xue let snowflakes gather in the air around Xiao Bai, smiling as she said, "All right, as long as you agree to cook a meal for me, I'll let you off." Upon hearing this, Xiao Bai was momentarily stunned, not expecting Bai Qi Xue to let it off so easily. The two communicated in their minds without avoiding Beiluo. Beiluo looked at Xiao Bai in surprise, unable to help but exclaim, "It can cook?" Bai Qi Xue replied in surprise, "You didn't know? Didn't it recognize you as its master?" "What, recognizing as master? That sounds so harsh. I'm actually the first employee of my boss." Xiao Bai wore a proud expression. Chapter 24. Bai Qi Xue, from now on, I will come here every night. Beiluo was also looking forward to it. Little Bai could actually cook. Together with Bai Qi Xue, they coaxed Little Bai for a few words. At that moment, Little Bai no longer hesitated and turned to follow Beiluo into the kitchen. "Sanchi, come out for a moment. No need to cook the mung bean soup for now." Beiluo also remembered to call Sanchi out. Sanchi pouted, "Beiluo, I'm hungry again." Recently, Sanchi would get hungry quickly after eating, and Beiluo was already used to it. It was just right to try Little Bai's cooking together. Sanchi walked to the living room with Beiluo and immediately saw Bai Qi Xue sitting in a chair. "Sister, you are so pretty, way more beautiful than those big stars." Upon hearing Sanchi's words, Bai Qi Xue turned around to look closely at Sanchi and smiled happily. "Thank you. Little sister, you are also very cute." Turning to Beiluo, she asked, "Is she your sister?" Beiluo nodded and introduced the two. Before long, they became familiar with each other. Sanchi called her sister Bai repeatedly, making Bai Qi Xue chuckle with delight. Bai Qi Xue genuinely liked this little girl. For some reason, she felt an inexplicable familiarity with Sanchi, as if they had always been like this. At that moment, a soft voice came from the entrance. "Big brother, can I come in?" Beiluo turned to look outside the door, where a little girl was timidly standing, holding onto the door frame. It was Yining, the first customer since the opening of her canteen. It seemed that her earlier words had exhausted her courage, seeing all the eyes in the room focused on her. She immediately lowered her head, her little fingers fiddling with the hem of her clothes. Coming quickly, Chen Beiluo waved to Yinin. Sanchi saw someone her age and became even happier. Their home had never been this lively before. She quickly went over and grabbed Yinin's little hand. In Yinin's surprised gaze, they walked to the table and sat down together. The Zetan table and chairs were quite large, so the two little girls sat on the same chair, quietly chatting and quickly becoming familiar. Their little heads barely peeked over the table, looking quite adorable. Chen Beiluo was surprised to see this side of Sanchi. She had never noticed before that Sanchi could be so sociable. From Bai Qixue to Yinin, the age gap was significant, yet Sanchi could chat with both of them, and the atmosphere was quite pleasant. Before long, little Bai called for Chen Beiluo to come in and serve the dishes. Chen Beiluo walked into the kitchen and quickly brought out 4 dishes, the aroma wafting through the air and greatly whetting appetites. After distributing the bowls and chopsticks, she invited everyone to try little Bai's cooking. A young boy, a young girl, 2 little girls, and a small dog lying on the ground, all gathered around the table, creating a warm scene that felt like a family meal. As everyone began to eat, to accommodate Yinin, Chen Beiluo specially prepared a serving of mung bean soup for her, which Yinin could eat. Chen Beiluo picked up her chopsticks, took a bite, and her eyes lit up immediately. It was so delicious that she couldn't stop. Although Chen Beiluo had never eaten at those big restaurants, she felt that little Bai's cooking definitely surpassed those chefs. Bai Qixue took 2 or 3 bites of each dish, then put down her chopsticks and watched Chen Beiluo eat with great enjoyment, asking, "How is it?" Chen Beiluo replied indistinctly, "It's much better than I expected." After swallowing her food, she added, "Little Bai, you really are something." Little Bai huffed proudly in response. "From now on, you will be our chef." Chen Beiluo instantly decided to change little Bai's position from a greeter at the door to a chef in the kitchen. Little Bai's originally proud expression instantly fell, clearly reluctant. But in the end, she yielded to the power of candied hawthorn. As long as the candied hawthorn was guaranteed, being a chef was fine. After all, it was 5 pieces a day, 5 pieces. Bai Qixue watched Chen Beiluo's satisfied expression, a glint of mischief flashing in her eyes. She stood up and said to Chen Beiluo, "Starting tomorrow, I will come here for dinner every night, according to this standard." With that, she transformed into a streak of white light and flew out the door. "Since you've opened for business, you will be compensated." Her voice lingered even after her figure had disappeared. "Sister Bai, see you tomorrow," Sanchi said, looking at Bai Qixue who had flown out the door. Her eyes filled with envy. The previous conversation had not escaped Sanchi's notice. After eating a few bites, Sanchi suddenly realized, pointing her little finger at little Bai, who was focused on eating. With a surprised expression, she said to Chen Beiluo, "Beiluo, are you saying this food was made by little Bai?" Chen Beiluo nodded in agreement. Since they lived together, Sanchi would eventually find out. Initially, she hadn't intended to hide it from Sanchi. Just as she was thinking about how to explain it without scaring Sanchi too much, Sanchi jumped up and hugged little Bai. "Wow, I found a little dog that could do tricks." Holding on to little Bai's front paws, the girl and dog started jumping around together. "Stop, stop, stop. I'm getting dizzy." Little Bai couldn't help but speak up to stop them. After a squeal from Sanchi, she seemed even happier. "Little Bai, you can actually talk." Chen Beiluo looked up, her expression a mix of helplessness and indulgence. "Don't make a fuss, Sanchi." Sanchi then released little Bai and sat back down, her eyes sparkling as she looked at little Bai. "How can you talk? Is it like those things online that say you are a monster?" Little Bai disdainfully shook her head, clearly unimpressed by the term monster. After that, she propped herself up and proudly patted her chest with her front paw, saying, "I am a mythical beast that can understand the feelings of all things and knows the mysteries of the world." Sanchi showed an expression of disbelief. "So amazing?" After a small episode, everyone finished their meal and began to clean up. Yinin took out a flower from her pocket. It was a very strange flower, bright red with no leaves. "Big brother, this is for you." She handed the flower to Chen Beiluo. Chen Beiluo looked at Yinin in confusion. "Yinin, what is this?" "Big brother, I know that you need to pay for food, but I don't have money right now. This is a flower I picked on the mountain. I want to use it to pay for the meals for the next 2 days," Yinin said in a halting manner. Chen Beiluo finally understood her meaning. Even without this flower, just because she could play with Sanchi, treating Yinin to a few servings of mung bean soup wouldn't be a problem. After all, Sanchi had grown up without any playmates, except for the time in the orphanage. Just as Chen Beiluo was about to refuse, Little Bai's voice rang in her ears. Accept it. This is a yomi flower. Little Bai glanced at the flower in Yinin's hand. If the fragrance of the flower spread, it would cause some mysterious chaos, which would be troublesome. Chapter 25, I choose to stay this nether flower, is the key that triggered tonight's mysterious chaos. Normally, the focal point of the mysterious competition tonight would be this nether flower. However, unexpected events occurred, and Bai Qixue suddenly became a powerful elixir, attracting far more attention than the nether flower. This directly led to the focus of all the mysteries in Fengyuan City shifting to Bai Qixue. Instead, only Yinin, who had drunk the mung bean soup, was unaffected by the nether flower's chaos, secretly collecting this nether flower. After clarifying the situation, Chen Beiluo took the nether flower from Yinin and placed it into the system's warehouse. Yinin was very happy and played with Sanchi for a while. As they left the cafeteria, Chen Beiluo gave Yinin a string of candied hawthorn. Xiaobai looked at the string in surprise, feeling as if she had opened the door to a new world. It was getting late, and after bidding farewell to Yinin, she hopped joyfully out the door with the string of candied hawthorn. Chen Beiluo closed the rolling door, ending today's business. The system panel flashed briefly, showing today's business results. Business closed, number of clients served today, 9 batches, positive reviews received. 8. Gain spiritual energy, 70. Note: spiritual energy can directly enhance oneself. Please explore it on your own, host. Main task: the host's new store has successfully taken the first step in the mysterious cafeteria. Now, if it operates for 7 consecutive days, the task can be completed, and completing the task will provide a lottery chance. Completed 2-7. Side Task 1. Accumulate 100 positive reviews within 7 days to gain a lottery chance. Completed 0-100. Side Task 2. Expand the cafeteria scale. Recruit 3 employees to gain a lottery chance. Completed 1-3. However, Chen Beiluo's greatest gain today might be the avatar hidden in his brow. At this moment, the avatar was seated beside the book in Chen Beiluo's Sea of Consciousness, practicing the reincarnation technique and absorbing external spiritual energy for cultivation. Half of the cultivated spiritual awareness merged into Chen Beiluo's Sea of Consciousness, while the other half was absorbed by the avatar, steadily improving both the main body and the avatar. Meanwhile, although the crisis of the 100 Mysteries night in Fengyuan City had passed, the hidden dangers lurking in the shadows had yet to dissipate. Chase, block them, kill. The entire 7th Bureau, led by the director, was divided into 7 teams to combat infiltrating hostile organizations from other countries. The flames of battle continued until just before dawn, when the fighting finally came to a halt. Tonight was destined to be a sleepless night, but fortunately, there was a group of people who bravely moved forward for the dawn. The next day, the sun seemed to rise earlier than usual. Chen Beiluo and Sanchi walked on their way to school, and the surrounding scenes left them in silence. The once familiar streets were in ruins, many buildings destroyed, and the air was filled with a charred scent. Even the usually crowded breakfast shops were now desolate. They passed by a bombed-out supermarket, with shelves collapsed and goods scattered everywhere. A group of uniformed people were cleaning up, and, judging by the heavy dark circles under their eyes, they had probably been busy all night. Chen Beiluo took out his phone to check the news online. But to his surprise, there were no videos or articles reporting on the events in Fengyuan City last night. Chen Beiluo had prepared himself mentally, but he didn't expect the situation from yesterday to be so severe. With a heavy heart, he arrived at Shiyuan Academy, where many classmates had already reached the classroom. When the class bell rang, only 28 out of the original 50 students were present. Li Zhongping walked into the classroom with a serious expression, paused for a moment, and then spoke. Students, I'm sure you are aware of what happened in Fengyuan City last night. Remembering the colleagues who sacrificed themselves fighting against the mysteries and foreign organizations. Li Zhongping's tone was heavy. This is the reality that our Shiyuan class will face. It is far more brutal than you can imagine. He took a deep breath, looking calmly at the students present, with a hint of expectation in his eyes. You can choose to withdraw, you can leave right now. But if you choose to stay, you must be prepared to face everything. His words echoed in the air, and each student silently contemplated. The sunlight outside the classroom streamed through the windows, but could not dispel the heavy atmosphere. The classroom fell silent, with only Li Zhongping's voice resonating. Some students lowered their heads. I withdraw. I withdraw. I also withdraw. Li Zhongping nodded. His once upright posture seemed less so now, and he calmly said, Students who are withdrawing, please register at the door security office, and then you can return to your original school and class. It seemed he had long anticipated such an occurrence. Li Zhongping's expression remained unchanged, unaffected by the students who withdrew. Meanwhile, other students gritted their teeth, fists clenched, seemingly engaged in intense inner struggles. They knew that the world had become unstable, and joining the Shuyuan class was to give them the ability to protect those who needed protection. I choose to stay. A voice broke the silence. It was Beiluo. He stood up, looking firmly at Li Zhongping. Many students turned in surprise to Beiluo, but soon a few others also stood up, expressing their willingness to stay. Their eyes were filled with courage and determination, as if saying, We are not afraid. Li Zhongping looked at these young faces, feeling deeply moved. It was precisely because of these fearless young people that the Summer Kingdom would have a future, ready to face this upheaval. Straightening his posture, Li Zhongping said loudly, All right, since you have chosen to stay, let us work hard together. Now, we will officially hold the opening ceremony of our Shuyuan Academy. After Li Zhongping finished speaking, he smiled mischievously and added, I forgot to tell you, from today onward, you will say goodbye to winter and summer vacations. Is it too late to withdraw now? The students below wailed, not frightened by life and death, but shocked by the loss of holidays. Too late. Li Zhongping laughed heartily. His laughter seemed infectious, causing the entire class to burst into laughter. This laughter seemed to dispel the previous gloom. On the playground, students from various classes stood together in neat rows. A strong man walked up to the podium, glanced at everyone, and said, My name is Zhou Tianfan, and I am your principal. His voice was loud, resonating throughout the venue without any amplification device. I am very pleased that there are more people staying here than I expected. Students, this world is no longer the one we are familiar with. Mysteries, beastly creatures, and even those things that only exist in legends are now closely related to us. I am proud of you for choosing to stay, but the road ahead is filled with the unknown and danger. He paused, took some textbooks from Li Zhongping, and said, These are the resources we will rely on to face these dangers. Your teachers will distribute them to each of you shortly. I hope you will practice well and constantly grow stronger. As long as you have talent, our school will provide you with various support for your cultivation. That's it, dismissed. After speaking, leaving the students in a daze, Zhou Tianfan walked off the stage. The entire principal's speech lasted no more than 1 minute. Li Zhongping quickly grabbed Zhou Tianfan and said softly, Director, won't you say a few more words? In school, remember to call me principal. Why say so much? Instead of wasting time, it's better to practice more. After Zhou Tianfan left, the students finally reacted and began to discuss among themselves. Finally, there are cultivation techniques available. I want to become stronger. Yes, become stronger. We cannot let what happened last night happen again. Chapter 26 Basic Body Refinement Method Volume 1 Compulsory. After returning to the classroom, each student's desk was placed with 5 books. Basic Body Refinement Method Volume 1 Compulsory. Basic Fist Method Volume 1 Compulsory. Basic Leg Method Volume 1 Compulsory. Basic Step Method Volume 1 Compulsory. Overview and Basic Usage of Common Cold Weapons Elective. Li Zhongping stood on the podium, holding the books in his hands. You can first look at the textbooks in front of you, especially the compulsory ones. I know you are eager to start practicing, but please don't rush. Take a careful look at the textbooks first. Remember, do not attempt anything in the classroom easily. Shortly, I will guide everyone in their practice. After saying this, he stood still, watching the students present, preventing anyone from secretly practicing. After all, it was the first time practicing, and if they were not familiar with it, there were certain risks involved. The master leads you to the door, but the practice depends on the individual. According to the words of the director of the Fifth Bureau, when everyone first looks at these techniques, their insights and areas of interest will be different, which allows each student to make a subconscious choice. Some students picked up the fist method, while others picked up the leg method. Beiluo did not rush to look at the others and first picked up basic body refinement method to read. It was about the same size as a normal textbook, but even thicker than the textbook, completely unlike the small booklet Beiluo had imagined. Opening the book, the first thing that caught his eye was a line of small text on the title page. Breakthrough limits, dare to be the first. Beiluo didn't pay much attention to the content of the title page and continued reading. The first page of the main text was an extremely detailed diagram of the human body. The human body is based on bones, supplemented by flesh, meridians, acupuncture points, and internal organs. This human diagram was very clear, densely marked with countless small words. It included 206 bones, 24 meridians, 360 acupuncture points, and the 5 internal organs and 6 bowels. This is the setting of the book. Please do not criticize. The content of this first volume focuses on introducing the first stage of body refinement, which is the training of the meridians. The meridian is the channel. So what are the meridians? The Jing refers to the nerves, through which one can control various actions. The Mai refers to blood vessels, which provide the energy for movement. If the meridians are stagnant, action is obstructed. These meridians are also the foundation of body refinement. Without the transportation of meridians, the energy and blood cannot reach other parts of the body, making it impossible to talk about cultivation. Therefore, the first stage of the basic body refinement method is to refine the meridians. The human body absorbs spiritual energy from the air and, through a series of body refinement actions, merges the spiritual energy with its own blood, forming a special energy known as qi and blood. This qi and blood initially converge at the lower dantian, and through this qi and blood, one can continuously refine various parts of the body. This is the essence of the basic body refinement method. All variations are essentially different ways of refining the body, whether accelerating the absorption of spiritual energy or refining more qi and blood from the same amount of spiritual energy. During the meridian training process, the qi and blood obtained through refinement continuously wash the meridians, expanding them over time, making them more resilient, and eventually, they can even withstand cuts from blades. After reaching a certain level, one can store the power of qi and blood at the junctions of the meridians, which are the acupuncture points. This is also a standard for measuring the progress of meridian training, which is how many acupuncture points can store qi and blood. The basic body refinement method also gives an example. For instance, during the process of throwing a punch with full force, if using the power of qi and blood, it means letting the qi and blood flow from the feet to the abdomen, from the abdomen to the chest, and from the chest to the hands. By utilizing the qi and blood stored in the acupuncture points, one can instantly unleash the power of qi and blood from the arm's acupuncture point. Although both methods rely on the amount of gathered qi and blood to deal damage, the latter is clearly faster. In the classroom, everyone was immersed in the content of the new textbooks. Young people always have dreams of wandering the world with a sword, but the content in the textbooks was indeed difficult to understand. Thus, several students quietly asked Li Zhengping for help. Seeing that the time was almost up, Li Zhengping clapped his hands and said, "All right, everyone, put down the textbooks in your hand for now. Can you understand what you read?" Noticing no one responded, Li Zhengping smiled and said, "This book is actually a simplified version after multiple revisions. The earlier versions were much more complex than the one you have. It's normal not to understand. It contains too many professional terms. To be honest, when I first read it, I was just like you." After speaking, Li Zhengping smiled. Seemingly reminiscing about the time he first engaged in cultivation. The early bird catches the worm. From now on, we will practice every morning and teach the professional knowledge from the textbooks in the afternoon. Now, class officially begins. Let us go to the practice room and start our cultivation. The entire class of students, under Li Zhengping's guidance, arrived at the newly built practice room. The practice room was on the first floor of the teaching building and was quite large, equivalent to the size of 4 classrooms. Besides Beiluo's class, the second class also shared this practice room. Currently, The entire Su Yuan Academy had established 8 practice rooms of this size. The entire practice room was built from special materials, which were quite hard and would not be damaged during cultivation. The floor of the entire practice room was divided into small grids, with a distance of 1 meter between each grid to ensure that one's practice would not be affected by others' movements. Beiluo looked at the second class. Besides Xiao Lan and Bai Qiuing, he basically did not recognize anyone, just feeling that some of them looked somewhat familiar. Like the first class, the second class also had fewer people compared to yesterday. The combined number of both classes barely exceeded 30. Beiluo waved to the 2 girls from a distance and did not say more, as it was still class time. Li Zhengping was the teacher for the cultivation class for both the first and second classes and was now standing in the center of the practice room, starting to demonstrate. The first movement was the horse stance. Li Zhengping said, spreading his legs slightly apart, shoulder-width apart, squatting slightly, keeping his upper body straight, with his fists at his waist. Remember, your feet must be firmly on the ground, and you should feel the changes in your abdomen. When you feel the heat flow in your abdomen, try to guide it. After saying this, Li Zhengping extended his right hand straight forward. It seemed that the qi and blood were already flowing within him. An invisible force emanated from his hand. A student, wanted to see clearly, moved closer to Li Zhengping's front and was pushed back by this invisible force, ultimately falling to the ground. This immediately caused laughter among the students. Embarrassed, he scratched his head, got up, and continued to move forward to watch. Today, we will practice just this one movement. Everyone, stand in your grids and begin your training. Beiluo also casually entered a grid and began to imitate Li Zhengping's movements. Starting his cultivation. Chapter 27, First Cultivation. Part 1. Looking at his classmates starting to assume the horse stance, Li Zhengping nodded in satisfaction and took out a teaching stick from the side. As he walked, he occasionally used the stick to correct the postures of students whose movements were not standard. He kept speaking. This movement is to help you understand how qi and blood are formed. Focus your attention on your abdomen and constantly feel the changes there. If you sense warmth, it means you have refined the latent spiritual energy in your body into the power of qi and blood. Since this is your first cultivation, your spiritual energy has not yet been absorbed, so the effect from the past few days are the most evident. I know that some students from our 2 classes have recently awakened and have already absorbed their spiritual energy. But you don't need to worry, because you are constantly absorbing spiritual energy unconsciously. Keep your chest out and hold on. Li Zhengping casually corrected a student with an improper posture. Cultivation is a very difficult process, but you must come to enjoy this feeling. Only then can you persist. Just a few minutes had passed, and many students' legs had already begun to tremble, their bodies swaying. Hold on, Li Zhengping shouted. Is this all you can do? You haven't even begun, and you're already struggling? Beiluo gritted his teeth and endured, his legs feeling as heavy as lead. He could sense the spiritual energy he was absorbing was completely beyond his control. For a moment, Beiluo felt helpless. This spiritual energy seemed very proud, not even glancing at the position of his lower dantian, but instead rushing directly to his upper dantian. Could it be that he couldn't continue on this path of body refinement? Just as Beiluo was puzzled, a voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Reminder to the host, you can use spiritual energy for enhancement. This prompt reminded him of selling mung bean soup yesterday and earning 70 points of spiritual energy value, leading him to communicate with the system to understand how to use the spiritual energy value. In the system panel, he clicked on the spiritual energy section. There was a page similar to attribute points allocation. Spiritual energy value, 70. Qi and blood value, 1. Mental power, 818, after last night's battle and continuous cultivation. His mental power had increased significantly. There was even a plus sign next to this number, just like adding attributes in a game. Using the system, he could convert spiritual energy directly into his own qi and blood or mental power based on his needs. The conversion ratio varied, depending on his existing attributes to determine the consumption of spiritual energy. For example, if the qi and blood value was 1, then adding 1 point would consume 1 point of spiritual energy to increase the qi and blood value by 1. If the qi and blood value reached 10, Increasing it by another point would require 10 points of spiritual energy. Similarly, for Beiluo's mental power of over 800, increasing it by 1 would require 100 points of spiritual energy. The higher the original quantity, the more spiritual energy required for each point, and of course, as the cultivation level increased, the absorption of spiritual energy would also accelerate. In Beiluo's case, it seemed that he wouldn't be able to seize spiritual energy from the upper Dantian position in a short time. It appeared that he could only rely on the mysterious cafeteria to earn spiritual energy for cultivation. Beiluo thought to himself, and with a thought, he lit up the plus sign next to the qi and blood value. Spiritual energy value, 69, qi and blood value, 2, mental power, 818 after adding points. Beiluo suddenly felt a surge of warmth in his abdomen, right at the lower dantian. This warmth seemed to emerge from nowhere, but it felt very comfortable, like eating an ice pop on a hot summer day. Quite refreshing. Li Zhengping, who was constantly monitoring his students' conditions in the training room, noticed that Beiluo had refined his qi and blood so quickly and couldn't help but take another look at him with appreciation. Then he spoke. After feeling the warmth in your abdomen, start throwing punches. It's normal for you to be unable to control your qi and blood at the beginning of your cultivation. So don't worry about whether you're practicing incorrectly or going astray. You aren't qualified to worry about that yet. During the process of throwing punches, focus on feeling the direction of that warmth and try to guide it toward the tip of your fist. Beiluo was taken aback upon hearing this. He felt that his qi and blood were unusually obedient. Wherever he directed it, it went. It was nothing like what Li Zhengping described, as he attempted to guide the qi and blood to the tip of his fist, but instead it flowed back down to the lower dantian along the meridians. Beiluo felt a slight discomfort as the qi and blood moved through the meridians, as if they were somewhat swollen. Just as Beiluo was puzzled, Li Zhengping continued speaking. During your first cultivation, your body's meridians may not adapt well. Once you get through this initial phase, you'll be fine. The human body has limitless potential. Upon hearing Li Zhengping's words, Beiluo nodded thoughtfully. Li Zhengping noticed the expression on Beiluo's face and saw that other students were looking at him with confusion, so he continued. There are some things I must remind you of. Li Zhengping's expression turned serious. When he received the cultivation method, many gifted individuals had injured themselves in the early stages of cultivation due to negligence. Thinking of this, Li Zhengping said sternly, listen carefully. First, when you cultivate now, you are merging your own blood with spiritual energy. This process consumes your own blood. Blood does not come from nowhere. Even though it can regenerate at the beginning, it cannot keep up with your consumption rate. This is crucial. If you feel any discomfort, stop the process of refining qi and blood immediately. Don't try to be clever and use blood transfusion methods. Such an unorthodox approach will severely reduce your future blood production capacity and will not be worth the cost. Second, after starting cultivation, your qi and blood content will increase through refining and merging. However, once you begin to train your muscles, your actual qi and blood will decrease. Decrease? Some students exclaimed. Of course, Li Zhengping continued, qi and blood are used to temper the meridians, bones, muscles, etc. Which of these processes does not require a large amount of qi and blood to maintain? Here, there is a critical concept. The qi and blood refined from this process increase your body's qi and blood capacity, which is a limit. The qi and blood used for body refinement, however, is transient. Once used, it is gone. But don't worry. This consumed qi and blood will automatically recover during your body's blood production process. However, there is one special circumstance during the refining process. If your qi and blood are insufficient and you force the refinement, it will lead to a decrease in qi and blood. The slight increase in the limit you gained from prior cultivation will quickly drop. You must have absolute confidence before starting the refining process. You should know that the cultivation path is a process of building momentum, then declining, and finally exhausting yourself. Furthermore, according to your current physical strength, the amount of qi and blood you can refine each day is limited, so remember to eat more blood-nourishing foods when you go home. Chapter 28 First Training Session, Part 2. The first training class quickly came to an end, and the next class was still being held here. Instead of leaving, the students began to discuss enthusiastically. Many students felt a warm current flowing through them as the class was approaching its end and were engaged in intense discussions. I felt a warm current moving within me, as if the power of qi and blood truly existed. One student excitedly said, "Yes, me too. It feels like my whole body is filled with strength." Another student echoed, "But the power of qi and blood doesn't listen at all. It's very lazy and just stays in the dantian." Exactly. I threw dozens of punches and it only moved halfway. Beiluo did not join the discussion, but instead tried to use the power of qi and blood to start training his tendons. The power of qi and blood was quite obedient for Beiluo, moving wherever he directed it. He was currently refining the meridians in his right hand, and whenever his qi and blood were insufficient, he immediately supplemented it with spiritual energy. There were no issues refining the main veins. But when some connected capillaries received the power of qi and blood, they burst directly, instantly being blown apart by the force. This caused blood to seep continuously from Beiluo's right hand, which was quite alarming. Blood dripped onto the floor, instantly attracting the attention of his classmates. "Ha! Isn't this the genius with SSS-level cultivation talent from our school? He actually injured himself when he just started cultivating." Fei Xingyang walked over, wearing a mocking expression. Behind him were two new faces. Based on Beiluo's understanding, they were probably his newly recruited lackeys, which explained why he hadn't had time to find him recently. As soon as Fei Xingyang started, his lackeys immediately joined in. "You started bleeding, haha. How many eggs would you have to sell to buy a blood replenishment medicine to fix that? If it were me, I'd rather recognize Fei Xiao as my big brother. If Fei Xiao is happy, wouldn't he just give away blood replenishment materials? Who knows, maybe even some blood replenishment pills." The lackeys of Fei Zhengyang were frantically showing off. Beiluo remained unmoved, even feeling a bit amused. The qi and blood, converted from his spiritual energy, hardly consumed any of his own blood. As long as the spiritual energy was sufficient, it was essentially continuous. Just from the brief attempt earlier, he had already gathered 10 units of qi and blood to practice tendon training. "Shut up." Bai Qiuying stepped forward, her face filled with anger. "It's truly scary how ignorant you are. Aren't you embarrassed?" Beiluo has already started practicing his tendons. "What?" Fei Xingyang's face showed surprise. "How is that possible? Everyone just started condensing qi and blood. How could he have so much qi and blood to practice his tendons?" The lackey next to him opened his mouth as if to say something, but ultimately held back. The others also looked at Beiluo in disbelief. "Haven't you all read the content on tendon training?" Bai Qiuying said helplessly. "The textbook clearly states what happens at the beginning of tendon training. When you first start practicing, some small capillaries will burst, and even some less used meridians will experience this situation. This is a normal reaction. It's you all who are truly ignorant." Bai Qiuying turned her head and stopped explaining to them. The other students looked at Beiluo with envy and surprise. Bai Qiuying walked over to Beiluo and curiously asked, "Beiluo, were you practicing the tendon training method from the textbook just now?" Beiluo nodded and didn't hide it. After all, his arm was still bleeding, and when Li Zhongping returned to class later, he would definitely find out. "I tried it just now and unexpectedly burst one of my blood vessels." Upon hearing Beiluo's confirmation, the others immediately began to discuss among themselves. "Is this what a genius is like? I only felt the qi and blood nearing the end of class, and he has already started practicing his tendons. My qi and blood won't listen to me at all. I beg it to move, but it doesn't want to." Fei Xingyang returned to his training area with a cold face. At this moment, Li Zhongping walked in from outside the training room. "What are you all doing gathered here?" As soon as he entered, Li Zhongping saw his classmates huddled together, not even practicing. When he had passed other training rooms earlier, all the other students were practicing their stances. Thinking of this, he was instantly filled with anger and shouted, "Have you all forgotten about the 1-month ranking and the 3-month competition? Hurry up and practice." The others quickly returned to their training positions. Li Jinping looked at Beiluo's arm, which was still dripping blood. He rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Once he confirmed he wasn't seeing things, he quickly walked over to Beiluo's side and grabbed his right hand to examine it closely. After a moment, he asked in surprise, "You practiced your tendons?" Beiluo nodded, casually pulling back his right hand. I tried using qi and blood to impact the meridians. You can control your own qi and blood? Beiluo nodded again. Li Jinping was shocked. Normally, it took a month of hard training for a person to control their qi and blood. If they could do it in half a month, it was already considered extraordinary talent. But this Beiluo in front of him managed to go from just coming into contact with qi and blood to controlling it in just one class. Li Jinping found it hard to evaluate such talent. Continue practicing, Li Jinping said excitedly and quickly ran out of the training room. He took out his phone and called Zhou Tianfan directly. Director, there's a student in our class who has already started practicing his tendons. On the other end of the phone, Zhou Tianfan raised an eyebrow in confusion. You mean he started practicing his tendons today? So soon? How is that possible? Is he an awakened? I'm not sure. You should come and take a look. We are in training room number 1. I'll be there shortly. After hanging up, Zhou Tianfan turned around and appeared right in front of Li Jinping. Li Jinping was startled, nearly dropping his phone. Zhou Tianfan scratched his head and said, well, I happen to be nearby. Li Jinping took a breath and gritted his teeth, saying, Director, you know the saying about scaring people to death, right? If it weren't for the fact that this person is your superior and I can't beat him, I might have already made a move. Zhou Tianfan chuckled and turned to look at the classroom, pointing in Beiluo's direction. Is that the student? It was easy to identify, as he was the only student in the training room with a bleeding arm. Li Jinping nodded, that's him. He tested with an SSS-level cultivation talent. But there seemed to be a problem with the equipment at that time, so he wasn't retested. In the future, we won't need to test cultivation qualifications. As long as they can meet the training requirements, our Xia country can provide the initial cultivation methods and resources, even if they lack talent. As long as one person like Lao Si appears, our Xia country won't suffer a loss. After Zhou Tianfan finished speaking, he stood outside the door, carefully observing. This sight astonished him even more. Chapter 29 Boss. We're running out of ingredients. Beiluo's blood energy was pure and flowed faster than that of ordinary students. He was not an awakened. Zhou Tianfan made this judgment. If he weren't awakened, he wouldn't have so much spiritual energy to convert into blood energy. Zhou Tianfan turned to Li Jinping and said, this student's talent is definitely exceptional. We need to keep a close eye on him to ensure he doesn't go astray. Don't worry, he's a treasure in our class, Li Jinping replied. Zhou Tianfan nodded and was about to leave when he seemed to remember something and added, encourage the students to focus on enhancing their total blood energy. This year's college entrance exam may primarily assess based on the total blood energy. Li Jinping asked in confusion, what about talents like Beiluo? Training will consume blood energy. Doesn't that put him at a disadvantage? Teach according to their abilities. Just ensure they maintain ample blood energy before the entrance exam. They should train when it's time to train, Zhou Tianfan said, glancing once more at Beiluo, who was diligently practicing. Who knows, we might have a top student from our academy. Zhou Tianfan's mind raced at the thought of the first national martial arts champion emerging from his area, envisioning the astonished and envious looks from Lao Wu and the others. Ha ha ha! Zhou Tianfan returned to the principal's office and couldn't wait to call Lao Wu. As soon as the call connected, he excitedly started talking. Lao Wu, I have a student here with an extraordinarily special talent for body refinement. Zhou Tianfan animatedly described the day's training and the purity and rapid flow of blood energy, overflowing with pride. Oh, the voice on the other end was calm, but there seemed to be a hint of interest. So, this student of yours might be in contention for the national top spot? Yes. I tell you, if he can maintain this training speed, the championship is definitely within reach. Zhou Tianfan replied excitedly. Lao Lu and the others had just said the same thing. Zhou Tianfan furrowed his brow at the voice coming through the phone, feeling displeased. Lao Lu, aren't those sword maniacs too proud to teach? Laughter erupted from the other end, as if it had been suppressed for a long time. Lao Zhou, your area is truly a place of exceptional talent. Lao Lu's people went to support you last night and apparently took away a swordsmanship genius. What? Zhou Tianfan's voice rose several octaves, displeased. My people. And he didn't even say hello before just taking him away? According to Lao Lu, this swordsmanship genius had opened a sword vein within himself upon awakening, which made Lao Lu cherish him immensely. He even said that this first martial arts champion was a sure win for him. The phone continued to relay the sounds of schadenfreude. Zhou Tianfan gritted his teeth, recalling the scene from yesterday. He had initially planned to treat the hard-working people who came from other cities to dinner and drinks after they finished their tasks. But unexpectedly, they had casually taken away a genius. No wonder when he had invited them to drink, they had avoided eye contact. They were clearly feeling guilty. What is the name of that swordsmanship genius? Zhou Tianfan asked, holding the roster. Wang Jiawei. All right, I got it. They really have some nerve to snatch someone from me. After hanging up, Zhou Tianfan began checking the list. He was stunned to find that Wang Jiawei had not registered for the body refinement class. This clearly indicated he had at least an S-level talent for cultivation. Zhou Tianfan then thought to pull out the roster of students with S-level or higher talents who had not joined the body refinement class. He retrieved Wang Jiawei's information, but when he saw the address field, he froze. Yesterday, that building had been attacked by a killing-level anomaly, and several people from his bureau had sacrificed their lives. Everyone in that building had been killed. Zhou Tianfan's heart sank, and he had a vague suspicion about how Wang Jiawei had awakened. He sighed, put down Wang Jiawei's information, and looked out the window. A day of study in the body refinement class quickly came to an end. Beiluo gained a lot, especially from the cultural class in the afternoon. The cultural teacher used a lifelike human model to introduce the locations of acupoints and meridians. The teacher was very engaging, occasionally inviting students to come up and locate acupoints and meridians. The atmosphere of the entire class was quite good. The students understood that this knowledge was very important for their cultivation. After returning to the cafeteria, Sanchi was already watching TV with Xiaobai. In terms of watching TV, the two of them had surprisingly similar interests. They loved watching cartoons. When Xiaobai saw Beiluo return, she reminded him, "Boss, we're about to run out of ingredients." Sanchi stood up. Beiluo immediately understood Sanchi's thoughts, reached out to pat her head, and chuckled. "Sanchi, you don't need to worry. I have more here." After calming Sanchi, he felt a pang of anxiety. Oh no, he had forgotten about that. The meal Xiaobai had prepared yesterday had already used up all the ingredients for the week. He sighed, realizing that even as he started cultivating, the biggest problem he faced was still making ends meet. Couldn't this system provide something edible, or at least give him a large sum of money? Beiluo took out his phone to check his balance. Instantly feeling overwhelmed, he wondered how to make money with the restaurant. He couldn't help but sneak a glance at Xiaobai. Pondering, he looked back at his phone and noticed there were 2 new messages on WeChat. The first was from Wang Jiawei. "Old Chen, I've started cultivating, but not in Fengyuan City, so I can't be your classmate anymore. I'm heading to the neighboring continent. Looking forward to the day we meet again." Beiluo recalled the soaring sword energy he had seen from Wang Jiawei yesterday and felt a surge of emotions. Based on what he knew of Wang Jiawei, he definitely would have preferred to give up this talent to ensure his family's safety. See you at Yinjing University as classmates. Yinjing University is one of the highest institutions in Xia country. After the martial arts college entrance exam was introduced, the teacher said that this institution had some of the best cultivation resources and faculty in the entire higher education system. As soon as Beiluo sent the message, Wang Jiawei replied instantly, "Okay, see you at Yinjing University." The second message was from the landlord, "Miss Bai Chioying. Little boss, has your restaurant opened yet? I want to bring some friends to try your food." Seeing the message from Bai Chioying, Beiluo's eyes lit up. "Xiaobai, how do you think we can make money quickly?" Xiaobai looked at Beiluo in astonishment, pointing at him with her paw and saying, "Isn't that something you, as the boss, should be considering? Why are you asking an employee?" Chapter 30, you didn't ask either in order to improve the living quality of Sanchi and Xiaobai. Beiluo held the first cafeteria development meeting. The development direction of the cafeteria was determined, with the main dining hours set from 5 p.m. to 9 p.m. for real customers who come to eat. This phase is crucial, so Xiaobai will serve as the chef, while Sanchi will be responsible for external promotion, distributing flyers near the cafeteria to attract customers. Beiluo himself will handle the procurement of ingredients, pricing of dishes, and cash register duties. From 10 p.m. to 12 a.m., they will serve some mysterious guests, with Beiluo primarily occupied during this time. Sanchi will go to sleep, and Xiao Bai will be in charge of welcoming guests. After the arrangements were made, Chen Beiluo and Xiao Bai headed to the nearby market. After all, Xiao Bai is the head chef, so the specifics depend on its choices. Xiao Bai suggested many dishes, but in the end, Chen Beiluo decided to start small and build up gradually, settling on fried rice as the first dish. On the way, he took the time to reply to the landlord's message, informing her that the cafeteria was open and welcoming guests from 5 p.m. to 9 p.m. After sending the message, Bai Chioying quickly replied, saying, "Okay, we'll probably arrive around 6:30. By the way, today is your first day of business, right? We'll bring you 2 flower baskets." Chen Beiluo replied, "No need. Just having people come is enough. You can skip the flower baskets." He checked the time. It was now 5:30 p.m., leaving him with plenty of time to prepare for the hour ahead. Besides buying the ingredients for fried rice, Chen Beiluo and Xiao Bai also bought additional ingredients for the evening, as it wouldn't be right to only serve fried rice to their first guests. After returning to the cafeteria, Xiao Bai proactively entered the kitchen to start preparing. It neatly arranged the ingredients, took a deep breath, lifted its front paws slightly, and gently tapped the ingredients. Instantly, the ingredients were cut according to Xiao Bai's needs, and with another swipe of its paw, they were cleaned. Chen Beiluo watched enviously from the side, amazed at the efficiency. He couldn't help but ask, "Is this really possible? Can washing dishes and pots be done like this too?" Xiao Bai proudly raised its head, stood up, crossed its paws in front of itself, and confidently replied, "Of course. It can be done easily." Chen Beiluo excitedly clapped his hands. "That's great. I'll leave the dishwashing to you from now on." After saying that, he immediately walked out of the kitchen, leaving Xiao Bai standing there in shock. After exiting the kitchen, Chen Beiluo set off a few small firecrackers with Sanchi at the entrance to mark the official opening of the cafeteria. A sense of ceremony was still necessary. These firecrackers were left over from the 2 years ago when Sanchi bought them for the new year and had kept them until now, making good use of them. Chen Beiluo exchanged 1 good review for 100 points. Then, he redeemed several promotional items from the point store. For example, common flyers were very cheap, costing only 10 points for 100 copies. The price list for the cafeteria was a bit more expensive, requiring 50 points. The takeout business cards were also pricier, needing 10 points for one. Chen Beiluo redeemed 200 flyers, 1 price list, and out of curiosity, he also got 3 takeout business cards, using up exactly 100 points. The flyers and business cards automatically appeared at the cash register, while the price list was placed on the wall near the tables. Surprisingly, the price list could switch according to Chen Beiluo's thoughts, with one being the regular price list and the other specifically for mysterious customers. With a thought, the price list on the wall displayed today's menu: fried rice 10 yuan portion, large fried rice 13 yuan portion. In the future, any added dishes would directly appear on this price list. After finalizing the price list, Chen Beiluo picked up a flyer and found it matched his mental image almost perfectly. It was essentially a product of the same mold. If not for the system not allowing the opening of other shops, he could easily start an advertising design company. As the clock approached 6 p.m., the sparse crowd outside began to grow. Some people glanced into the shop as they passed by, but didn't enter, quickly walking away instead. After a few more minutes, more people were passing by, and it was now the evening rush hour, but there were still no customers in Chen Beiluo's shop. Not even anyone inquiring. Sanchi looked anxious as it wiped the tables and chairs repeatedly, nearly polishing them to a shine. Chen Beiluo casually pulled out some flyers and handed them to Sanchi, saying, "Here's a challenging task for you. Distribute these flyers." Sanchi immediately stood at attention, took the flyers, and promised to complete the task. They both smiled at each other. When Sanchi left, Chen Beiluo specifically reminded, "Don't go too far, just stay nearby." "Don't worry," Sanchi cheerfully replied and dashed out with the flyers. Ding dong. The sound of the doorbell rang out in the quiet shop, startling Chen Beiluo. He took out his phone to see it was the landlord calling. After answering with a hello, he was immediately met with a stream of pleasant yet fast-paced words. "Chen Beiluo, are you in the shop now? We're about to arrive." "Yes, welcome. If you come quickly, you might be our first customer of the new shop." "Really? Great. We'll speed up and see you soon." After hanging up, Chen Beiluo walked into the kitchen to check on Xiao Bai's progress. To his surprise, Xiaobai had even prepared the rice needed for the fried rice, portioning it out and just waiting for customers to arrive. Beiluo suddenly felt a lot of pressure. He had such a capable employee, yet there were still no guests. Ding dong. The doorbell rang again, and when Beiluo walked out of the kitchen, he saw Bai Qiuying parked her car and placed the flower baskets at the entrance before walking in and teasing. Beiluo, you really opened your shop in a rush. You don't even have a sign yet? It's the first day, so it feels a bit rushed, Beiluo replied, surprised that she had arrived so quickly after just hanging up the phone. Bai Qiuying was accompanied by Xiaolan, and she smiled while pointing at her, saying, "Do you need me to introduce her?" Beiluo and Xiaolan exchanged glances and smiled, leaving Bai Qiuying standing there puzzled. Beiluo finally spoke up. "What is there to introduce? Xiaolan and I were classmates in high school." "Huh?" Bai Qiuying looked at Xiaolan in confusion, who smiled and nodded. Bai Qiuying then lightly nudged Xiaolan beside her, saying, "You didn't mention this earlier." "You didn't ask either," Xiaolan chuckled, covering her mouth. Chapter 31, Talent from All Over and Fried Rice. Beiluo welcomed the two girls to sit on the chairs. Bai Qiuying and Xiaolan began to examine Beiluo's restaurant. Bai Qiuying was fine. She had been here a few times before, but it was Xiaolan's first visit, and she was quite curious about everything. The place was a little over 40 square meters, simply decorated with only 2 tables and a few chairs. Xiaolan quickly noticed the price list on the wall and asked curiously, "This is quite exquisite, but why is the menu only fried rice?" Beiluo chuckled and waved his hand. "Well, we just started operating, so the menu isn't extensive yet. However, our future direction will lean towards fast food." Bai Qiuying agreed, saying it was a good thing, as it wouldn't take too much time, especially since the priority now was still cultivation. Once the topic of cultivation came up, the conversation immediately piqued their interest. "I heard the first martial arts college entrance examination will be held in December," Xiaolan said. In Beiluo's impression, she often had such insider information, and it was usually very accurate. Bai Qiuying was surprised to hear this, and couldn't help but ask, "Isn't it supposed to be held together with the liberal arts in June next year? Is it being held earlier?" Xiaolan nodded and said softly, "The first session is quite special. It's a nationwide examination for students who applied for the cultivation class. So there will be 2 sessions. The first one is in December this year, and then another in June." After pausing for a moment, Xiaolan added, "They probably fear that there won't be many students passing the exam the first time, which is why they're holding 2 sessions. With this explanation, Beiluo understood that in comparison to the past few days, it felt like they had crossed into a new era. Previously, conversations on the streets were about what majors to study, what jobs to take, and how much money to earn. Now, the discussions revolved around who had awakened, where new cultivation talents had appeared, and where mysterious creatures or beasts had attacked. Since the complete release of spiritual energy, everyone's focus had rapidly shifted. And with the official media subtly promoting the cultivation class, the public's attention was concentrated on the upcoming martial arts college entrance examination. Consequently, students with cultivation talent were also being followed and reported by the media. For instance, a talent from Yinjing now had a blood qi level close to 100 cards, making him the student with the highest known total blood qi. A talent from Modu had refined nearly half of his meridians, putting him far ahead. A talent from Yangsheng had an incredible combat intuition. It was said that he could defeat even some teachers in 3 moves without using blood qi. There was also the recently reported swordsmanship talent, who generated a sword meridian from within without any refinement before even starting to practice. Beiluo, I think you're not any worse than them, Xiaolan said, looking at the reports about these talents on her phone. That's right. Some of them had already been in contact with cultivation before it was officially released. They just got into it earlier than us. But their talent might not be better than yours, Bai Qiuying chimed in, leaning closer to Xiaolan to look at the information on her phone. Isn't that Wang Jiawei? Xiaolan exclaimed, as her phone scrolled to a description of the swordsmanship genius. It was indeed him. How did he end up in the neighboring state? Beiluo leaned in to take a look and confirmed it was Wang Jiawei. After all, that night he had seen the sword energy emanating from Wang Jiawei, which even someone like Bai Qixue had praised. It seemed that the first martial arts college entrance examination would indeed have many experts. That's right. and the rewards are plentiful. The old sects that have been passed down will send suitable disciples to participate in this entrance examination. Xiao Lan continued Chen Beiluo's thought. Sects? Bai Qiuying and Chen Beiluo asked in confusion. Xiao Lan nodded gravely. The foundational technique we're learning is actually an improvement based on various sex cultivation techniques, said to be the most suitable for beginners. They have sect inheritances, and ultimately, they were the first to notice the revival of spiritual energy. When spiritual energy hadn't revived before, it wasn't much. No matter how much one cultivated, it was just for strength and health. But now that the spiritual energy has revived, some techniques within their sects can actually draw and absorb the spiritual energy from the world. It's unknown how many good things their sects have, like techniques and martial skills. Xiao Lan expressed with envy. Once she started to engage in cultivation, she naturally understood the importance of having a good technique. In the past, various sects kept their techniques secret, only passing them down to their own disciples. Others had no way to learn them. However, the state must have promised some benefits to get various sects to share their techniques. With the techniques, the state could establish the cultivation class, allowing more people to engage in cultivation, and as more people cultivated, naturally, there would be more with talent. This is how the times create heroes. The revival of spiritual energy is indeed a product of the times. The more they talked, the more excited they became, and Sanchi walked in with a bitter expression. As soon as she entered, her expression changed. Sister landlord, you're here too. Bai Qiuying turned around at the sound and quickly got up from her chair to hug Sanchi. Little Sanchi, why did you just come back? Sanchi, with a pained expression, raised the remaining flyers in her hand and said regretfully, I just went to hand out flyers. But I couldn't attract any customers. Upon hearing Sanchi's words, Bai Qiuying and Xiao Lan simultaneously looked at Chen Beiluo. Bai Qiuying glared at Chen Beiluo and said angrily, You are employing child labor. Sanchi hurriedly interjected, No, I want to go myself. Thanks to Sanchi's explanation, Chen Beiluo managed to escape a predicament in front of the two girls. You're all hungry, right? I'll go to the kitchen and bring out the food. Chen Beiluo quickly walked to the kitchen, deliberately staying a little longer before bringing out the dishes made by Xiao Bai. The first dish served was fried rice, a super large portion, enough to satisfy the four of them. As soon as Chen Beiluo placed the fried rice on the table, the aroma wafted through the air. Unlike the mixed smoky flavor of other restaurants, this fried rice had no trace of oil smoke. Upon closer inspection, it even carried the fragrance of rice. And most intriguingly, there were no visible eggs. The eggs had completely wrapped around the rice grains, giving each grain a tempting golden hue. Bai Qiuying was taken aback, staring at Chen Beiluo in shock, unable to close her mouth. She had always loved food and, due to her affluent background, had tasted many signature dishes from renowned chefs. Regarding the step of ensuring the egg completely enveloped the rice grains, not many chefs could achieve that. She picked up the chopsticks on the table and eagerly put the freshly served fried rice in her mouth. The eggs were tenderly wrapped around the soft yet slightly firm rice grains. The fragrance of the rice and the eggs blended perfectly, creating an unprecedented taste. Her movements quickened, displaying a voracious appetite, and as she ate, she internally shouted, Wow, how can this fried rice be so delicious? Chapter 32 Boss, do you only have fried rice? Chen Beiluo appeared calm on the surface, but inside he was also quite shocked, even though he had tasted Xiao Bai's cooking before. The aroma and texture of this fried rice conquered him as soon as it entered his mouth. Xiao Lan's movements were as if she was molded from the same template as Bai Qiuying, except that her eating style seemed much more elegant than Bai Qiuying's, while her speed was far ahead. The few of them were instantly enchanted by the fried rice, and when the plate looked no different from one that had been washed. Xiao Lan finally had time to speak. Is this fried rice? As you can see, it's just ordinary fried rice, but it's tastier than what you get at restaurants. Chen Beiluo replied nonchalantly, as if it were perfectly normal. With your skills, you could be the head chef of a 5-star hotel, right? Bai Qiuying looked at Chen Beiluo with curiosity, guessing. Exactly, Xiao Lan echoed, glancing at the price list in front of her, astonished. Such delicious fried rice. And it's sold so cheaply? Only 10 yuan? Xiaolan found it hard to believe and felt that the 10 yuan price was an insult to the fried rice they had just eaten. Bai Qiuing also chimed in with a suggestion. If you can keep the quality consistent like just now, I think you could charge more. Definitely, someone would pay for it. Beiluo nodded thoughtfully. Charging more definitely had its advantages. He opened his canteen just to earn a living for himself and Xiao Bai, not expecting to make a fortune. Besides, the cultivation materials nowadays easily start at hundreds of thousands, which is still too far for Beiluo, whose savings barely exceed 4 digits. Fortunately, with the system's help, he could sell more mung bean soup to the mysterious beings and earn more spiritual energy points. This spiritual energy is much better than those cultivation materials. If the fried rice were priced higher, he could have more time for cultivation. For example, he could sell just a few portions a day and then close the shop to start cultivating. As Beiluo thought about this, he suddenly realized the current problem was that even if he sold it cheaply, there were still no customers coming in. So he sighed and decided to solve the customer issue first. There were too few people nearby. Bai Qiuing smiled slyly. You give me another bowl, and I'll help you solve the customer problem. I want some too, I can help. Upon hearing there was more fried rice, Xiaolan quickly chimed in. Beiluo looked at the two girls' reactions and couldn't help but smile. They were really two little foodies. Speaking of foodies, why wasn't Sanchi making any noise? She wasn't even asking for another bowl. Turning to look at Sanchi, he found her hugging a large bowl, her head almost buried in it. She had rounded up all the leftover fried rice from the table. Sanchi put down the large bowl, comfortably burped, and said, Beiluo, this is really delicious, I want more. Beiluo's expression darkened. You can forget it. Any day you want to eat is fine, but look at how much you've eaten. Aren't you afraid of bursting your stomach? After saying that, he went to the kitchen to get more fried rice. He had already communicated with Xiao Bai using his divine sense, and Xiao Bai had already prepared it. Facing the eager gazes of the others, Beiluo brought out a large bowl of fried rice and shared it with the two girls. Sanchi glanced at her already bulging belly and decided not to insist. She had eaten quite enough already. It was just that the fried rice was too delicious, and she momentarily lost control. I'll go hand out some flyers, Sanchi said, standing up and walking to the bar to grab some flyers before heading outside. Come back early. Don't go too far, Beiluo reminded as Sanchi quickly reached the door. Got it. Turning back to the dining table, he saw Bai Qiuing and Xiaolan looking at him with envy. What's wrong? Beiluo asked, puzzled. I'm really envious. Your sister is so obedient and so small. Yet she's already willing to help, Xiaolan replied, with Bai Qiuing nodding along. Whenever Sanchi was mentioned, Beiluo always raised his head proudly. Of course, who wouldn't be proud of their sister? Hidden behind the pride, there was a hint of reluctance. Other peers around Sanchi's age lived carefree lives, unlike Sanchi, who worried about having this meal and not the next. Being so sensible was actually forced by life. Without relying on parents, she had to make her own way. After finishing the newly served fried rice, they began discussing business strategies for the shop. The two girls were brainstorming ideas for Beiluo. If you ask me, the first thing we need to solve in the shop is the promotion issue. How about we promote it at school with our classmates? That works. Oh, ISNT, their social media influencer in class 3. We could have her shoot a store video. It would definitely attract a lot of attention. Bai Qiuing and Xiaolan quickly decided on the initial promotion strategy in just a few exchanges. According to them, good wine needs no bush. If the food is that delicious, people will come just for it. After finishing this second bowl of fried rice, they discussed future promotional strategies while walking outside. As they walked out the canteen door, they also suggested to Beiluo to find a blackboard or hang a sign. After they returned, Beiluo found a small blackboard in Sanchi's room. He wrote on it, 5 p.m. to 9 p.m., fried rice available, and placed the small blackboard at the entrance, finally letting people know this was a place selling food. System, can the good reviews given by customers for the meals made by Xiao Bai be counted? Since Xiao Bai is an employee of the canteen, the dishes she prepares can also receive customer reviews. All customers who enter can be counted, but only during business hours can good reviews be accumulated. Beiluo was a bit worried. Would this lead to mysterious beings and humans dining in the shop at the same time? He continued to inquire with the system. The system's response was that this situation could not be avoided and suggested arranging the times to avoid overlap, or only catering to the mysterious beings. Chen Beiluo directly rejected the system's suggestion. The clock pointed to 7 p.m., which was when some office workers were getting off work and returning to the urban village. The number of pedestrians outside began to increase. This time, someone noticed the small blackboard at the door and finally peeked in to inquire. The person who entered was a young man who looked like he had just graduated not long ago. Chen Beiluo found him somewhat familiar. He must also be a resident nearby. The young man saw the blackboard indicating fried rice was available and noticed the flower basket at the entrance. Looked like a newly opened shop. He walked over to take a look. He was tired of the nearby restaurants and thought it was just the right time to change up his taste. However, seeing that only the boss was in the shop, although it was clean, it still had a somewhat shabby feel, leaving him unsure about the food's quality. With a try-it-out mentality, he casually asked, "Boss, do you only have fried rice? Do you have anything else?" Chapter 33. Beiluo, are we going to get rich? Before Chen Beiluo could respond, the young man saw the price list on the wall and immediately exclaimed, "Boss, your prices are quite interesting." The price list on the wall read, fried rice with eggs, good review. 10 yuan serving, no good review. 100 yuan serving. Large fried rice with eggs, good review. 13 yuan serving, no good review. 130 yuan serving. A good review. Is that an online review? The young man continued to ask. Chen Beiluo chuckled and explained shyly, "No need for that. Our shop just opened, and we haven't set up online delivery yet. Just let me know you enjoyed the meal after you finish, and say something nice in front of me." The young man laughed heartily. "I get it, boss. You're looking for some confidence since you just opened, right? To be honest, your approach is quite unique. I'll have a large fried rice with eggs to try." "Sure. Just a moment. It will be ready soon," Chen Beiluo replied and walked to the kitchen. In no time, he brought out a large serving of fried rice with eggs. Since starting work, the young man had been living off takeout, and he had eaten a lot of fried rice, most of which was greasy. If it weren't for the proximity of this new shop, he probably wouldn't have ordered fried rice at all. However, as soon as Chen Beiluo set the fried rice down, the young man realized how wrong he had been. There were no visible eggs in the fried rice, and there was no oily taste whatsoever. Instead, a pure and delightful aroma of food wafted into his nose. Pleasant aroma was the best phrase that flashed through the young man's mind at that moment. When he took the first bite, he was completely conquered by the dish. His action of scooping rice with a spoon was much quicker than that of Bai Chiu Ying or Xiaolon, and he became increasingly excited, as if he were a starving person suddenly faced with a grand feast. Chen Beiluo smiled slightly, having tasted the fried rice made by Xiao Bai. He knew how delicious it was. He silently reminded himself to start the business. He couldn't waste this good review. So delicious, absolutely a good review. This is the best bowl of fried rice I've ever had. The young man put down his plate, which looked as clean as if it had just been washed, handed it back to Chen Beiluo, and shouted, "Boss, one more serving." Received one customer good review. "Sure thing." Chen Beiluo happily walked back into the kitchen and brought out another serving of fried rice. This was truly the first customer in his shop, and, thinking of this, he filled the plate a little extra. Meanwhile, the young man took the opportunity while Chen Beiluo was in the kitchen to pull out his phone and open a group chat for workers. "Brothers and sisters, let me recommend an incredibly delicious restaurant." Since the young man seemed to be active in the group, it didn't take long for several people to respond. Just then, Chen Beiluo's fried rice was served again. This time, the young man didn't rush to eat. Instead, he took out his phone and found the right angle. He snapped several pictures, trying to capture the fried rice as perfectly as possible. As soon as the photos were posted in the group chat, it caused a stir. Is this fried rice? Is it photoshopped? Is this the pinnacle of fried rice? You can see the rice, but not the eggs. Nonsense. The pinnacle is when every grain of rice is wrapped in egg liquid. Isn't that the same idea? As the discussion heated up, at the unanimous request of the group, the young man shared the location of the cafeteria. "I'm heading there now. It's not far. If it's not as good as you say, you're all done for," dog emoji. Going together, going together. In the end, the young man was helped out of the door by Chen Beiluo, truly needing support after eating. He ordered 3 servings of fried rice and managed to finish it, which was quite an achievement. After stepping outside, he didn't forget to tell Chen Beiluo, "Boss, your food is amazing. I'll definitely come back and recommend customers to you." "That's great. Thank you, and welcome back next time, replied Beiluo, still puzzled by what the young man meant by recommending customers. As soon as the young man was helped out, he attracted the attention of several passers-by. Little brother, what's going on with you? Asked a kind-hearted man on the roadside with concern. This restaurant makes the best fried rice. The young man turned around and pointed at the cafeteria, saying loudly, giving a thumbs up. This immediately piqued the interest of the pedestrians. And seeing the flower basket placed at the entrance, they realized it was a newly opened shop. Those who were already looking for a place to eat nearby walked straight into the cafeteria and ordered a serving of fried rice. In no time, the cafeteria was filled with praises, and everyone inside was raving about the food. Beiluo watched the customers happily while calculating in his mind that the cost of serving of fried rice was around 3 yuan, selling for 10 yuan, which gave a gross profit of 7 yuan. Having sold over 20 servings, the day's revenue had already exceeded 200 yuan. Sanchi had returned and, seeing the shop full of customers, was eager to move her small desk and chair from her room to create more seating. She excitedly grabbed Beiluo and jumped a few times. Beiluo, are we going to get rich? Her eyes sparkled with excitement as she whispered after avoiding the customer's gaze. Calm down, calm down. Beiluo patted Sanchi's little head. It's not much, just a few hundred yuan. Yet he couldn't hide his smile. Wow. Sanchi's eyes sparkled, seeming to turn into gold coins as she looked at Beiluo with admiration. Shoo! It's all thanks to Xiaobai. Sanchi, wanting to help out in the shop, was mercilessly sent back to her room to do her homework by Beiluo. As night fell, the clock in the cafeteria pointed to 9 p.m. A cool breeze blew in from the entrance, causing the last 2 diners to shiver slightly. Strange, it's clearly summer. How can it suddenly feel so cold? The boss doesn't even have the air conditioning on, one of them remarked. Don't say that. The boss must have installed hidden air conditioning. The temperature is just right. Not to mention, this place recommended in the group is really amazing. Yeah, it's so delicious. It was worth the long drive here. Feeling the cool breeze, Beiluo's heart tightened as he noticed a mysterious figure standing at the entrance, peering into the shop. This figure appeared to be a recent arrival, resembling an old lady, and she hadn't stepped inside but stood waiting. Beiluo quickly released his avatar from his forehead, allowing it to approach the old lady to keep her waiting for a moment. He then walked over to the 2 remaining customers, pointed to the clock, and said apologetically, I'm sorry, our shop is about to close. The 2 had just about finished eating, quickly took a few last bites, paid, and headed out, still praising the taste of the fried rice. Received 2 customer good reviews. Received payment of 26 yuan. Chapter 34, Fengdu's mysterious city. After the 2 guests had completely left, Beiluo closed the door. In the eyes of the mysterious beings, this door was practically non-existent. As long as the system continued to operate, these beings could enter freely. Whether the door was open or closed didn't matter much. Instead, closing it meant that no human customers would come to inquire. Xiaobai came out of the kitchen, a candied hawthorn in its mouth, happily wagging its tail. It lay near the entrance, performing the welcoming duties as agreed in the previous meeting. At this moment, several mysterious beings were already lining up at the door, and the welcoming task was quite simple. If a mysterious being wanted to enter, Xiaobai just needed to nod. Without a nod from either Beiluo or Xiaobai, the mysterious beings could not enter the canteen, regardless of their level. Once these mysterious beings entered the canteen, they all sat obediently in their seats, eyes straight ahead, not daring to speak much. The price list on the wall had also changed due to the entrance of the mysterious beings. Price list: mung bean soup, 10 spirit value bowl for a good review, 100 spirit value bowl for no review. Candied hawthorn, 10 spirit value piece for a good review, 100 spirit value piece for no review. For the mysterious beings, the main charge was spirit value. Beiluo's avatar, just like his main body, could perform some simple operations using the system. Therefore, he assigned his avatar to manage the second half of the operation and returned to his own room with Chi-Chi. Once back in his room, notifications from the system began to come in from time to time. Received 1 good review from customer. Received 10 spirit value. Received 1 good review from a customer. Received 10 spirit value. Chun Beiluo blocked these system notifications and began to cultivate. When the avatar was on him, it would automatically operate the reincarnation technique for cultivation. But this technique seemed to have a subtle limit. After reaching a certain level of cultivation each day, it could not progress further. Fortunately, he could still refine his body. However, the experience of body refining felt like two extremes compared to the experience of cultivating the reincarnation technique. The process of body refining was quite painful, while the cultivation of the reincarnation technique brought a mental enjoyment that seemed more addictive. Now, when Chun Beiluo refined his body, he could sit cross-legged on the bed instead of doing horse dance. With abundant spirit energy, he converted spirit value into blood vitality and began to continuously temper his meridians. After today's tempering, his meridians had become much more resilient than at the start, and there was no bleeding from other areas. On the first floor, inside the canteen, flakes of snow began to float inexplicably, and moments later, a beautiful figure appeared in place. The moment this figure appeared, the mysterious beings, who were indulging in food, moved in unison. They stood up neatly, holding their ordered mung bean soup or candied hawthorn, trembling in fear like mice before a cat, not daring to move. This was unavoidable. Even though Bai Qixue had restrained the aura emanating from her, she, who fed on mysterious beings, naturally exerted endless pressure on them. The avatar sensed Bai Qixue's presence and quickly came out from the kitchen. Sister Xue, you're here. Is your main body cultivating? Bai Qixue sensed Chun Beiluo cultivating upstairs and casually asked. Yes, I just started body refining today, and I got a bit eager, so I practiced a bit. After saying that, he took out the meal that Xiao Bai had prepared from the kitchen and placed it on the table. Looking at the group of mysterious beings standing by the wall, he awkwardly said, These are all customers, so please show some mercy, Sister Xue. Bai Qixue waved her hand dismissively. Seeing her gesture, the mysterious beings by the wall floated out of the canteen. Fortunately, the mysterious beings were quite self-aware. The moment they received the food, they had already paid and given good reviews. The canteen, which had been filled with mysterious beings just moments ago, now only had Bai Qixue quietly sitting at a table. The newly arrived mysterious beings saw Bai Qixue inside and did not even enter the door, running away without looking back. Clearly, the priority was to preserve their lives rather than fill their bellies. Bai Qixue sat elegantly at the table, enjoying the specially prepared feast in front of her, nodding from time to time. Chun Beiluo's main body had just finished a short period of cultivation and walked down from upstairs. Bai Qixue glanced at Chun Beiluo as he came down and casually asked, Why did you come down? Chun Beiluo chuckled. Well, Sister Xue came, so I had to come down and welcome you. Bai Qixue chuckled lightly, putting down her chopsticks, and teasingly said, I see your welcome is fake, but your anticipation for my reward is real. Chun Beiluo rubbed his head, pretending to be innocent. I can't hide anything from Sister Xue. I was going to get you some rare materials for gathering spirit energy, but seeing your cultivation just now, it seems your body refining technique hasn't even reached the yellow level. Yellow level? Chun Beiluo asked in confusion. Heaven, earth, mysterious yellow. These are the 4 common levels of techniques. Anything below the yellow level is considered unorthodox. Above the heaven level is the divine level. Chun Beiluo understood in his heart. After all, as an introductory technique, it was normal for it to be unorthodox. However, the cultivation technique he obtained, the reincarnation technique, was of the holy level. Is there a level above the divine level? Chun Beiluo asked in confusion. Bai Qixue glanced at Chun Beiluo and chuckled. I thought you wouldn't ask. After that, Bai Qixue slowly stood up and walked in front of Chun Beiluo, smiling at him, her fingers seductively resting on his chest. The technique you cultivate is above the divine level. However, that level of technique does not choose people. Rather, it is the technique that chooses the person. Hearing this, Chun Beiluo's pupils slightly dilated, and a suffocating feeling washed over him as if he had been seen through, causing him to involuntarily take a few steps back. Don't worry. Bai Qixue produced a yellowed book out of thin air. You can take this as my advance investment, as long as you agree to one condition. This divine level body refining technique will be yours. Divine level body refining technique? Chen Beiluo did not answer immediately, but looked at Xiaobai beside him. Xiaobai, who had been eavesdropping, noticed Chen Beiluo's gaze and slightly nodded. All right, I agree. Chen Beiluo nodded. Seeing that Chen Beiluo agreed, Bai Qixue was visibly pleased and teased. Aren't you going to ask what the condition is? I guess it should be related to the ruins that are about to awaken. Chen Beiluo replied with a sly smile. You're really smart, little brother. That's right. This ruin contains something I'm looking for, but due to the internal rules, I can't enter. After you go in, help me find that thing. Chen Beiluo was taken aback. There were actually rules that prevented her from entering? Bai Qixue seemed to see Chen Beiluo's surprise and said, in this vast world, there are all sorts of wonders. It's quite normal for me not to be able to enter. After a brief pause, she continued, this ruin is primarily a mysterious being's ruin, Fengdu's mysterious city. Do you know about it? Chapter 35, Chen Beiluo, did you go for the test? Chen Beiluo shook his head. He had never been particularly concerned about these matters and had always been focused on working hard for a living. It was only after the revival of spiritual energy that discussions online became increasingly heated, prompting him to start paying attention. After all, during this time, various speculations about relics had emerged online, and some historical accounts were nearly worn out by certain bloggers. Seeing his boss shake his head, the top employee, Xiaobai, immediately stepped in to explain. Fengdu has always been a place of mystery since ancient times. It is a paradise of the mysterious, corresponding to the heavenly court. The heavenly court has a south heavenly gate, and Fengdu has a ghost gate. Only those who pass through several trials can enter the ghost gate and will then be recognized by Fengdu as true mysteries, gaining the right to reside in Fengdu. In the future, they can worship the Emperor of Fengdu and seek protection. The mysteries you previously encountered, strictly speaking, are not true mysteries because they lack a formal status. Formal status? Chen Beiluo's lips twitched. So even with the revival of spiritual energy, there is still a formal status? After the revival of relics. If you have the opportunity to enter the palace of the Emperor of Fengdu, help me find a book that records the birth dates of ancient beasts. You must bring it out for me. Bai Qixue's eyes were filled with reminiscence, as if she was thinking of something. Considering the dangers of Fengdu, she sighed and continued. If you can't bring it out, you need to write down the contents of the book and tell me when you come out. If you really can't enter that palace, it's okay. We can't force it. Bai Qixue looked out the window, her face full of worry, making one feel heartbroken. All right, I understand. Chen Beiluo nodded in agreement. I will tell you when the relic is about to open. By the way, bring me another bowl of mung bean soup. Chen Beiluo transformed and brought a bowl of mung bean soup from the kitchen to Bai Qixue. Bai Qixue waved her sleeve, and the mung bean soup disappeared without a trace. Then Bai Qixue placed the technique on the table, her body turning into snowflakes and dissipating at the spot. She has become even stronger. Xiaobai looked contemplative, muttering, did she break the curse of the nine-tailed celestial fox and awaken other attributes? Xiaobai tilted her head, scratching her chin with her claws, suddenly stunned in surprise. Could it be that she wants to find her kin? Chen Beiluo did not hear Xiaobai's murmuring. After Bai Qixue left, he picked up the technique and began to read. This technique is called 9-tripod body refining method. Just looking at the name makes it feel extraordinary. In terms of name alone, it is obviously far more impressive than basic body refining method. The content of the technique is also much more detailed compared to the basic body refining method. This celestial level technique has 9 layers, corresponding to the 9 tripods. Cultivating one layer will manifest a square tripod in the lower dantian area. The square tripod will greatly enhance the efficiency of blood energy conversion, but correspondingly, each body refining stage requires more blood energy power. For example, 1 point of spiritual energy can convert 1 card of blood energy using the basic method. Using the 9-tripod body refining method, it can convert even more blood energy. 1 tripod is double, 2 tripods are quadruple, 3 tripods are 8 times. And if cultivated to 9 tripods, the difference is a staggering 2,480 times. Although the efficiency of blood energy conversion has improved, every body refining stage is, of course, extremely difficult. From a second layer onward, breakthroughs require matching some heavenly materials and treasures to assist in cultivation to advance the technique's level. The heavenly materials and treasures needed in this technique are things Beiluo had never even heard of. It's no wonder Beiluo was so uninformed. After asking Xiao Bai, he learned that these heavenly materials and treasures are found in some relics, some of which have not even revived yet. Glancing at the time, Beiluo ended today's business. Business closed. This session received a total of 41 positive reviews. Spiritual energy value, 150 points. Most of the positive reviews came from fried rice. On the other hand, there were relatively few customers from the mysterious side. Some mysteries wanted to enter for a meal, but upon seeing Bai Qixue in the store, they ran away without looking back. Beiluo pondered that it was likely due to the recent outbreak of the 100 Mysteries Night Walk. As many mysteries in Fengyuan City had been eliminated, returning to his room, he continued to cultivate. They say that cultivation has no passage of time, and it truly feels that way. Immersed in the daily routine of cultivation and running a store, Beiluo realized that a month had passed since the 100 Mysteries Night Walk. During this time, Beiluo had never felt so fulfilled, although it was a 2.1-line life. Commuting daily between the Xinyuan Academy and the cafeteria, both his cultivation and the cultivation of his avatar had made considerable breakthroughs. The 9-tripod body refining method had already reached the first layer's perfection, and his efficiency in obtaining blood energy had doubled compared to when he first started cultivating. However, he was still struggling to break through to the second layer due to the lack of auxiliary materials, which delayed his advancement. The reincarnation method had hit a bottleneck, and he couldn't break through. His divine sense was also stuck at 999 Hz. According to Xiao Bai, this was originally a technique for the mysterious when humans cultivated. They need an opportunity to break through. Beiluo didn't think too much about it anymore and focused his energy on body refining. Thanks to the system's spiritual energy assistance, his cultivation progress was quite good. Compared to the progress of those talented individuals circulating online, Beiluo was not falling behind at all, and he was even leading in opening up acupoints. It mainly required his body to go through an adaptation process. Otherwise, Beiluo could have cultivated even faster. Checking the system panel. Host, Beiluo Cultivation Technique. Reincarnation Method, First Layer Perfection. Technique Level, 9 layers, perfection above the 9 layers. 9-tripod body refining method, first layer perfection. Technique level, 9 layers. Cultivation level, spiritual energy value, 3,170 points. Blood energy, 4599 cards. Current level, muscle training progress, 71. Activated acupoints, 101. Divine sense, 999 Hz. Current level, resentment positive reviews, 298. Points, 1 positive review, 100 points, 5,000. Unlocked delicacies. Mung bean soup, candied hawthorn, soul-stirring rice. Crispy square, 8 treasure dark soul, braised soul. Cafeteria level. Level 2, upgrade requires unlocking 3 delicacies. 202 positive reviews. Unlocked. Lottery system, can use 1 positive review for a lottery. However, this lottery is different from the lottery when completing system tasks. Although it includes some techniques and elixirs, the probability is very low. At least Beiluo had yet to draw anything good so far. He drew 4 new dishes and an elixir that could increase cultivation aptitude. However, he gave the elixir to Sanchi, who liked it very much. The rest were basic ingredients. And, thankfully, there were no thank you for your patronage types of items. Just as he arrived at the training room, he saw classmates excitedly discussing something. When they saw Beiluo walk in, Bai Qixue approached him, saying, "Good morning, Beiluo. Did you go for the test? Chapter 36 compared to you guys. I'm a bit behind." "Not yet. Isn't the test supposed to last for several days?" Beiluo replied with a smile. Recently, the main topic of discussion among classmates has been the upcoming test. Speaking of this period, Beiluo felt that he should thank the two in front of him. Bai Qixue and Xiaolan had put a lot of effort into the cafeteria. Now, most of the students have tasted the fried rice from their cafeteria, and these two have made significant contributions. Moreover, they've also done some promotion online, with a steady stream of people coming to eat every day. The most direct impact is that Beiluo and Sanchi's little life has also become more vibrant. Every meal can include plenty of meat. And even Xiao Bai's belly has noticeably grown a few sizes recently. Have you all taken the test? Beiluo looked at Bai Qiuying and Xiaolan and asked. Not yet. We should be scheduled for a unified test later. Didn't Old Li say there would be a school ranking? However, the rewards this time are mediocre. Just a cheap blood pill. Xiaolan pondered for a moment and added. The results of this test are said to be synchronized nationwide. If we can rank in the top 10 nationally, the rewards will probably be quite generous. Xiaolan, how do you have so much inside information? Beiluo couldn't help but finally ask the question he had been thinking about. As soon as he finished speaking, Bai Qiuying burst into laughter. Ha! Beiluo, you don't know, right? Now Xiaolan is known as the little gossip princess. Xiaolan cleared her throat and said, Ahem, actually, it's just being good at noticing some hidden details and drawing certain conclusions through continuous summarization. It's obviously gossip. Bai Qiuying immediately countered, which led to Xiaolan's playful punch attack. Fortunately, Bai Qiuying reacted quickly and made a funny face at the moment. Xiaolan immediately rolled up her sleeves, pretending to be fierce, and was about to reach for Bai Qiuying. Luckily, Bai Qiuying had mastered the essence of the first emperor, swaying around Beiluo, making it impossible for Xiaolan to catch her. For a moment, they were having a great time, and Beiluo helplessly sighed between the two girls, saying, Enough already. If you keep circling around me, I'm going to get dizzy. Only then do they stop laughing. The surrounding classmates looked at Beiluo with envy, playing around with the two new flowers of the Xianyuan Academy. Yet he wore an impatient expression. Damn it, I wish I could take his place. Sitting quietly nearby, Fei Xingyang, who had been secretly watching the trio, clenched his teeth at the sight of them laughing together. Just wait, you'll regret it sooner or later. Fei Xingyang glared at Beiluo, his gaze flashing with malice, but he quickly concealed it. Beiluo seemed to sense something, turned his head to look in Fei Xingyang's direction, and saw him practicing, feeling puzzled. What was that malice just now? Fei Xingyang? The malice among classmates can't be that severe, right? Beiluo thought to himself, but still became cautious, considering how to guard against it. After all, being careful and vigilant is what allows one to go further on the path of cultivation. As soon as the class bell rang, Li Zhongping walked briskly into the training room, clapping his hands, instantly attracting the attention of the whole class. Hello, Teacher Li, the students called out in unison. Li Zhongping pretended to be serious and nodded, saying, Hello, everyone. After saying that, he waved his hand, stating that he had already said not to do that. However, the slightly upturned corners of his mouth seemed to betray him, as he looked quite pleased with this routine. Our Academy's body refining testing room has been established, and the results from this testing room will be an important credential for measuring everyone's body refining achievements in the future. This testing room can measure your qi and blood levels, so you'll have a clear understanding. Li Zhongping's tone became more serious and louder. Remember, the qi and blood levels are one of the important scores for your martial arts college entrance examination. You can test once a week before the exam, and the highest score will be taken as the standard. The results from this test are connected nationwide and can be viewed in real time on a large screen in the testing room, showing rankings from various regions to let you see how hard others are working on their cultivation. Now, get ready. In 1 hour, all of you will go to the testing room for the first test. It's time to verify your cultivation results from this period. After speaking, Li Zhongping left the training room, leaving the students to practice on their own. Now that they were on the right track, everyone could feel their bodies getting stronger through cultivation. When there's this kind of positive feedback, people are always willing to stick with it. Therefore, Li Zhongping never had to worry about urging everyone to practice. Cultivation depends on the individual. Some have outstanding talent, but lack ambition, while others may have average talent, but persevere, able to break through barriers. The real gap appears when facing bottlenecks. Some can push through without hesitation, ignoring the hardships, while others quickly give up at the first sign of difficulty. Once the spirit is lost, without some significant realization, the path of cultivation for that lifetime is essentially cut off. After adjusting his qi and blood state, Beiluo followed by Qiuying and Xiaolan, and the three of them walked toward the testing room together. The second floor of the entire academy is filled with testing rooms, each about the size of classroom, equipped with testing equipment. The main focus is measuring qi and blood levels. As soon as Beiluo entered the testing room, he saw 3 large screens above, scrolling with the rankings of qi and blood levels. The leftmost screen displayed the rankings for the Xianyuan Academy in Fengyuan City, which was currently empty. On the right, however, was the national ranking of Xianyuan academies. First place, Lishini Lingyin Academy, total qi and blood, 99 cards. Second place, Yun Jiusheng Baiyun Academy, total qi and blood, 99 cards. Third place, Yilang Shuzhong Academy, total qi and blood, 97 cards. Fourth place, Xiaotiani Yinjing Xianyuan Academy, total qi and blood, 96 cards. 10th place, Wang Jiawei Sword Sect Academy, total qi and blood, 91 cards. Wow, no way. The first place already has a total qi and blood of 99 cards? How do they cultivate? Bai Qiuying exclaimed upon seeing the qi and blood value of the national first place. The top 10 have already exceeded a total of 90 cards. I wonder how much progress they've made in body refining. Probably quite a lot, Xiaolan speculated while looking at the leaderboard. They must have practiced several major meridians by now. Definitely, they might have even started opening acupoints, Beiluo said. Opening acupoints? That's too difficult. I've only opened 33 acupoints so far, Bai Qiuying said with a bitter face. Me too. I'm even worse off. I've only opened 20. By the way, Beiluo, how many acupoints have you opened? Xiaolan casually asked. Compared to you guys, I'm a bit behind. Beiluo chuckled, worried that revealing his true situation would discourage the 2 girls. Chapter 37. Star detection. The entire process of opening acupoints is quite arduous. As the number of opened acupoints increases, the amount of vital energy and blood required to open subsequent acupoints also grows. Beiluo is very clear about this. For instance, he has already opened 101 acupoints, and to open the 102nd acupoint, he would need as much as 102 calories of vital energy, which exceeds his total vital energy. Opening the 103rd acupoint would require 103 calories. The demand for vital energy ranges from 1 calorie to 360 calories, corresponding to 360 acupoints. In the later stages, the amount of vital energy required for each acupoint far exceeds one's total vital energy. Without significant opportunities or the aid of precious materials to replenish vital energy while cultivating, one simply cannot continue to open acupoints. The difficulty of opening acupoints is apparent. Some have attempted to break through the upper limit of vital energy before proceeding with acupoint cultivation, but this would lead to another issue. After breaking through, the difficulty of opening acupoints would increase exponentially. In fact, it is during the stage of not exceeding 100 calories of vital energy that opening acupoints is the easiest, making it the best time to do so. This is also a significant reason why the top 10 individuals in the national rankings have not surpassed 100 calories of vital energy. Given the difficulty of opening acupoints, knowing which acupoints to open first is crucial and even quite particular. The sequence of opening acupoints generally corresponds with martial techniques. For example, in boxing techniques, the acupoints in the hands would be prioritized. Beiluo, Xiaolan, look, the 10th place is your former classmate. Bai Qiuying exclaimed as if discovering a new continent. It's actually someone in the top 10 nationwide. That's impressive. I see. It's from the Sword Sect Academy. No wonder. The reports online say his talent in swordsmanship is exceptionally high, Xiaolan said, looking at the national ranking screen, where most of the individuals have been reported multiple times online. The naming conventions of these academies seem different from ours. Bai Qiuying lightly nudged Xiaolan and teased. Any insider info this time? Beiluo also looked at Xiaolan curiously. Seeing the 2 focus on her, Xiaolan proudly straightened her chest, cleared her throat, and slowly said, "The Sword Sect Academy is different from our academy, which is named after a geographical location. What makes it different?" Bai Qiuying couldn't help but ask. Xiaolan glanced at Bai Qiuying with satisfaction, thinking to herself that this good friend was perfectly playing along. Good question. Academies named after geographical locations, like ours, are official institutions, while those not named after locations are typically sections. So, The ones with Xiao Yuan in their names are officially established academies. Bai Qiuying looked back at the national rankings. Aside from the fourth place Zhaoxinyi S Academy, which is named after a location, the other top 10 are all from sect academies. Exactly. Xiaolan paused for a moment before continuing. Those without Xiao Yuan are founded by sects, but they also collaborate with the official entities. Given the background of these sects, they usually have some hidden techniques. According to previous rules, techniques from our sect cannot be shared outside and can only be passed on to disciples within the sect. However, after collaborating with the official entities, these sects can establish academies jointly operated with the official entities under their sect names. And they can attract students through the martial arts college entrance examination to recruit disciples. Chen Beiluo understood. This could be a win-win situation. Those sects, through the entrance exam, could select students with cultivation talent from all over the country, although they might not have the same sense of belonging as those trained from a young age. In this rapidly changing cultivation environment, the more people a sect has, the greater the chances of producing talented individuals, which is what these sects value most. The official entities, in turn, would leverage the strength and resources of these sects to cultivate talent. Xiaolan's expression grew serious as she mentioned that some powerful sects were still following the old model and had not collaborated with the official entities, just reinventing the wheel. Chen Beiluo smiled calmly. He wasn't optimistic about these sections. The development of a sect relies heavily on its disciples. If talented individuals leave for other sects, what will happen in 10 or 100 years? The gap between their disciples and those from other sects may widen. Moreover, with the revival of spiritual energy and the gradual awakening of various relics, which contain countless opportunities, most of these relics have been discovered and controlled by the official entities first, making them a new generation of strategic resources. How could they allow uncontrolled individuals to enter these relics to seize opportunities? If one cannot access these relics and compete for opportunities, over time, they will fall behind those who do. Thinking of this, Chen Beiluo continued, over time they might end up being eliminated by the times. The two women nodded in agreement. After a while, the people ahead in line finally finished their detection. I'm going to get tested now, Bai Qiuying said to Chen Beiluo before stepping into the testing room. Moments later, the lights in the testing room lit up, and about 5 minutes later, Bai Qiuying came out with a smile on her face. How did it go? Chen Beiluo asked. It was about what I expected. My vital energy is 70 calories, Bai Qiuying replied, her tone filled with joy. Before the tests, everyone had to rely on guesses regarding their vital energy levels. With the improvement of testing equipment and the constant refinement of cultivation theories, cultivating will become increasingly easier. I'll go get tested too, Xiaolan said eagerly, following her into the testing room. Both were curious about their vital energy levels, while Chen Beiluo was indifferent. Ever since he began cultivating, he has been able to know his vital energy levels at any time. Initially, he would occasionally check to see if he was making progress. Now, he has become indifferent to the growth of vital energy and instead focuses on the progress of muscle training and acupoint opening. Xiaolan soon emerged, her face beaming with joy as she walked over to Bai Qiuying. 66 calories. Really? Bai Qiuying also became excited. It was no wonder the two were so happy. According to college entrance examination standards, a total vital energy exceeding 80 calories already meets the admission criteria for most academies. With 4 months remaining until the entrance exam, although the difficulty of cultivation will increase, there is still ample time to train hard. With diligent practice, there is a good chance of exceeding 80 calories. This current score could be seen as a foot in the door of a martial arts university. Finally, it was Chen Beiluo's turn. He stepped into the testing room. The equipment inside resembled that of large medical machines, but during the detection process, he held a device in each hand. His thumbs rested on the topmost sensing positions. Once everything was ready, the testing equipment announced, starting detection. Chapter 38. Fei Zhengyang. I am truly kind. Suddenly, some purple light beams shot out from the device, moving up and down on Chen Beiluo's body, continuously probing. When the light shone on the center of Chen Beiluo's forehead, an intangible, faint black halo began to gather there. This halo was accumulating strength, seemingly ready to break out from his forehead at any moment. This was a use of spiritual awareness that Chen Beiluo had comprehended after his spiritual awareness cultivation reached a certain level. Whenever someone harbored malicious intent or used spiritual awareness to detect him, a kind of sixth sense-like warning would automatically appear. It could instantly protect his spiritual C at the center of his forehead without being controlled. To his surprise, there had been 2 warnings within a single day. Moreover, the intensity of the device's detection was so great that it could trigger his protective mechanism. Chen Beiluo was a bit astonished. After so many years of technological development, it was indeed not to be underestimated. What kind of sparks would the collision of technology and body refinement create in the context of the revival of spiritual energy? The detection concluded displaying current blood vitality. 67 cards, please continue to work hard. Chen Beiluo subconsciously glanced at his blood vitality. Blood vitality, 67 cards, 99 cards. It seemed that the detection device was quite accurate. However, it was still better to test when in the best condition to get the closest value to the true upper limit of blood vitality. Chen Beiluo thought to himself that if it could detect the total blood vitality or even the blood vitality that had been consumed, this device could probably be called a treasure, much like the treasures in the hands of ancient cultivators, each with its own use and vast capabilities. As Chen Beiluo pondered this, he walked out of the detection room, his expression relaxed. Bai Qiuying and Xiaolan were still waiting for him at the spot, not having returned to the classroom yet. As soon as Chen Beiluo exited the detection room, the 2 girls approached him and asked, "How did the test go?" Chen Beiluo scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed, and replied, 67 cards. Due to his curiosity about the detection device, he hadn't followed Li Zhengping's advice to adjust his condition before entering. Instead, he went straight in to see if the results matched the system panel. The results were clear. This detection device was quite good. When the 2 girls heard Chen Beiluo's answer, their faces lit up with joy. "Wow, not bad, Chen Beiluo. You even scored 1 card higher than me." Xiaolan looked at the calm Chen Beiluo, enviously saying, "No wonder you have SSS level cultivation talent. I had to take a lot of spirit medicines to barely reach 66 cards." "Not at all. Your talent is also very good." Chen Beiluo quickly waved his hand, and they began to engage in some light-hearted mutual praise. Bai Qiuying, watching the 2 play around, couldn't help but shake her head with a smile. At that moment, a sudden exclamation nearby caught everyone's attention. "Oh my God, Fei Zhengyang actually got 88 cards. You should be the person with the highest blood vitality in our school so far." A shout came from a nearby detection room, and moments later, it caused a stir, attracting students from the vicinity. Look at the screen on the far left. Fei Zhengyang's name has been updated. Everyone quickly looked at the campus ranking screen. First place, Fei Zhengyang, 88 cards. Second place, none. Truly worthy of SSS level cultivation talent. He cultivates quickly, already ranking 97th in the nation. After such a long test, finally, a person entered the national top 100, and for a moment, it felt like a shared honor and disgrace. Currently, there are nearly 1,000 known martial arts academies in the country, and they are still opening new ones. Having a student in the top 100 is already quite impressive. By the way, doesn't TR Academy also have another SSS level person? Why isn't his name on the list? He probably hasn't been tested yet. I just saw him come out. He only had 67 cards. What? The gap is too big, right? Exactly. That is why I said cultivation still depends on money. Without money, no matter how good the talent, it's useless. He is not much different from us. You have 67 cards too? I have 40 cards. That is quite a difference. Bai Qiuying also heard the discussions among the students. Clearly, the other main character was Chen Beiluo, and she couldn't help but look at him with concern. Seeing him appear unbothered, she finally felt relieved. At this moment, on the Academy's leaderboard, Fei Zhengyang's name was proudly displayed in first place. Since the condition for ranking was a blood vitality value greater than 80 currently, Fei Zhengyang was the only name on the leaderboard. Fei Zhengyang grinned, shaking his head, with his hands slightly outstretched, striding out of the detection room with a swagger. Welcoming his moment of glory, the flattery was incessant, and the most enthusiastic praise came from the new little brother he had just taken in, whose choice of words was truly remarkable, causing many students nearby to cover their mouths and laugh. Chen Beiluo looked at the smug Fei Xingyang, deep in thought, reflecting that he seemed to have some opportunities. Chen Beiluo was aware of Fei Xingyang's true cultivation qualifications. Under normal circumstances, he should be progressing similarly to Bai Qiuying. Considering family background, their family was even worse off than Bai Qiuying's, so there was no reason for such a large gap to open up. Unless he wasn't awakening his potential and allowing his blood vitality to accumulate, but that would undoubtedly be a foolish approach, quite unreasonable. Li Jinping had also repeatedly emphasized the importance of going with the flow. Unable to make sense of it, Chen Beiluo decided not to think too much about it. On the other hand, after Fei Xingyang emerged from the detection room, feeling proud, he thought to himself that now the rankings in the academy were looking promising. With this, he had entered the national top 100. That gentleman would likely provide him with more cultivation resources after learning this news. Thinking of this, Fei Xingyang couldn't help but feel grateful for his kindness. Last month, after the Night of 100 Ghosts, a middle-aged man covered in blood collapsed in their courtyard. He looked like he had been tortured by something mysterious, with numerous wounds, some still bleeding. Out of kindness, Fei Xingyang saved him and even cleaned up the blood on the floor and the street outside. It was a classic case of good deeds being rewarded. After a few days, the middle-aged man recovered and temporarily stayed at Fei Xingyang's house. Upon learning that Fei Xingyang had just started cultivating and was a student at the newly established Xianyuan Academy, he offered to provide some precious cultivation resources as a thank you. Fei Xingyang, feeling embarrassed to refuse the man's kindness, accepted everything to strengthen himself. After receiving a few batches of cultivation resources, the man casually mentioned wanting to meet some young talents. This kind of small matter was definitely no problem. So he immediately informed the man about those he knew with decent cultivation talent. However, he didn't mention Chen Beiluo, thinking that if Chen Beiluo were to compete with him for the man's cultivation resources, it could be troublesome. Chapter 39, Classmate. Shouldn't you mind adding me as well? Fei Xingyang originally thought that after providing that gentleman with information about some talented young people, the resources he received would decrease. Unexpectedly, that gentleman began to give him even more resources afterward. This made Fei Xingyang feel a bit embarrassed. So he could only collect more information on his classmates' cultivation and those outstanding individuals online. Thus, he strangely fell into a virtuous cycle. The more information he provided, the more resources he received. In addition, he had also shown the cultivation methods issued by the school to that gentleman early on and asked for his guidance. To his surprise, the gentleman indeed provided guidance and even gave Fei Xingyang a cultivation method. With the help of this gentleman, Fei Xingyang was able to achieve such good results. Unfortunately, Li Jinping and Xiao Lan failed to recognize the treasure in front of them, ignoring their own high talents while surrounding Chen Beiluo. Today, with the test results out, Fei Xingyang finally felt vindicated. Standing at the door of the testing room, Fei Xingyang put away his inner thoughts, proudly lifted his chin, and scanned his surroundings. Fei Xiao, congratulations. The reward for this ranking must be yours. I heard the rewards this time are quite generous, and Fei Xiao has entered the top 100 nationwide, so there must be even greater rewards. As expected of an SSS-level cultivation talent, truly impressive. This ISNT just because of the SSS-level cultivation talent. It's about the person. Some people also have SSS-level talents, but can't even compare to Fei Xiao's leg hair. Their talent was just a result of equipment malfunction during testing. It's already well known that in our entire Fengyuan city, Fei Xiao's talent is the best. Exactly. It's a pity that the official stance doesn't advocate testing cultivation talent. Otherwise, it would certainly expose someone's true talent. In the entire academy, there's only one SSS-level genius, and that is Fei Xiao. Please guide me more in the future. Fei Xiao, if you tell me to go east, I will never go west. Sure, keep it low-key. Fei Xingyang suppressed the corners of his mouth, pretending to be calm, but inside he was already overjoyed. Fei Xingyang casually glanced at Chen Beiluo's location and saw him frowning slightly, which made Fei Xingyang laugh out loud internally. Sweating profusely now, huh? Now you know what a true genius is, little brother. Noticing Xiao Lan's gaze beside Chen Beiluo, Fei Xingyang immediately adjusted his posture, gently brushed his bangs with his left hand, and slightly turned his head in another direction, trying to make a move he thought was quite handsome. After completing this series of actions, Fa Xingyang walked up to the three of them amidst their strange gazes. The classmates nearby quickly found small benches, looking ready to watch a show, almost as if they were about to crack some seeds. Xiaolon, did you see my test results? I'm the real genius. What future do you have being around that counterfeit every day? Does he have even a dime's worth of cultivation resources? We can cultivate together. I can share half of my cultivation resources with you. Fa Xingyang's arrogant words instantly made the atmosphere around them subtle. The classmates eating melon nearby brightened their eyes. Is it still the Klitsch love triangle? Fa Xingyang's newly acquired group of little brothers all grinned, looking disdainfully at Beiluo, as if they were witnessing a great joke. They clustered around Fa Xingyang, maliciously mocking Beiluo. Haha, Beiluo, did you hear? The genius Fa Xiao said your counterfeit talent doesn't even compare to one of his leg hairs. One person mocked. If you really had talent, you wouldn't be bringing glory to our academy, would you? Exactly. Look, besides those big city academies, which other academies have 2 people on the top 100 list at the same time? In my opinion, Fa Xiao is right. That person is just a counterfeit talent. You all. Bai Qiuying was about to step forward to say a few words when she was interrupted by Beiluo's wave. The words from this group of little brothers made Beiluo laugh with anger. Ignorance is truly terrifying. They thought the result from the test, which was due to not using spiritual energy to recover his vitality, reflected his true strength. If this were before, Beiluo wouldn't have cared about what these people said. Being mocked was no big deal. It wouldn't cost him anything. After all, since leaving the orphanage and carrying his burdens, he had experienced all sorts of cold mockery for the sake of making money. If he cared about everything, he wouldn't even need to live. After all, taking a step back opens up vast horizons. However, after a month of cultivation, as his strength continued to improve and he encountered more people and matters, Beiluo realized the truth. Mere tolerance wouldn't earn him any respect. Respect must be earned through one's own strength. Changing from his usual demeanor, Beiluo took a determined step forward, and this step immediately silenced those who were still mocking him. At this moment, Beiluo seemed to possess a special charm. After this period of cultivation, he appeared even more masculine, and his eyes and posture exuded confidence. While being restrained, he began to reveal his brilliance. The youthful spirit was vigorous, full of passion and vengeance, and freely expressing youth is what a young man should do. With a shift in thought, the pent-up energy within him dissipated, and Beiluo felt the speed of his circulating vitality quickening. Bai Qiuying couldn't help but be captivated. Every time she thought she understood him, he surprised her with something different. Meanwhile, those eating melon, especially the female classmates, began to whisper as they saw Beiluo at this moment. Oh my God, he's so handsome. His looks are killing me. Who says he isn't? Even before he cultivated, he was already called the school hunk of the 4th middle school. Who would have thought he looks even more handsome after cultivating? No one said cultivation has beauty benefits. Otherwise, I would definitely work hard at it. I wonder if he has a girlfriend. I really want to date him. Don't even think about it. Open your eyes and look at who he S with. That S by Qiuying and Xiaolon. They're both better than you. The 3 of them should also not mind adding me, right? More people saw the confrontation happening. A scene that hadn't occurred before despite Fa Xingyang repeatedly troubling Beiluo. In the past, Beiluo would just walk away with a smile, never confronting anyone directly. Fearing that the situation might get out of control, some people hurriedly walked away to report to the teachers. After all, they had all trained. If a fight broke out, it wouldn't be light, and something serious could happen. Chapter 40 Zhou Tianfan, Beiluo's gaze locked onto Fei Xingyang, his calm eyes seemingly concealing 2 sharp knives. Fei Xingyang, since you are so confident, how about we make a bet? Fei Xingyang was taken aback, not expecting Beiluo to propose such a thing this time. A playful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Oh, what kind of bet? Beiluo smiled slightly and said word by word, 2 months later, in our academy's martial arts ranking competition, we'll see who is superior. If I lose, I will leave the academy, cease my cultivation, and publicly admit that you are the true genius of cultivation. If I win, I hope you will publicly apologize and acknowledge your arrogance and ignorance. And from then on, stop looking for trouble with me. Fei Xingyang squinted his eyes, surprised that Chen Beiluo dared to propose such a wager. He felt that the amount of qi and blood he had just tested was simply not intimidating to Chen Beiluo, and he couldn't help but feel a bit angry. While feeling angry, he was also weighing things in his mind, trying to figure out what gave Chen Beiluo such confidence. With the help of that gentleman, what did Chen Beiluo have? Bai Qiuying and Xiaolon? Don't be ridiculous. Thinking of this, Fei Xingyang quickly adjusted his mindset, a smirk reappearing at the corner of his mouth. All right, I accept your bet. 2 months later, I will make you lose convincingly. The two clapped their hands in agreement, marking the bet as established, and the surrounding classmates immediately erupted in discussion. A PK between the two most talented individuals? How exciting. Who do you think will win? Is that even a question? With such a difference in qi and blood, Fei Xingyang definitely has the advantage. But there are still 2 months left. Who knows? Haven't you heard the saying, don't underestimate the young and poor? That makes sense, but I still support young Master Fei. Chen Beiluo glanced at the loudest group discussing. Still that pair of talents, who always showed up whenever there was gossip. Bai Qiuying anxiously tugged at Chen Beiluo's sleeve, advising, Chen Beiluo, don't be impulsive. Don't joke with your future. Her eyes were filled with worry. She knew that Chen Beiluo's cultivation was not easy, and if he lost the bet, according to their agreement, he would cease cultivation, meaning not only would the time spent be wasted, but his future prospects would also be severely affected. Chen Beiluo gently patted Bai Qiuying's hand, reassuring her, don't worry, I have confidence. His gaze was firm, and his tone was filled with determination. He was certainly not doing this out of anger. He knew his current strength. For him, there was no need to resort to his true form. A single black flame from his avatar would leave Fei Xingyang with no chance to fight back. In Chen Beiluo's eyes, this bet was simply bullying. However, he didn't want to waste any effort on these clowns and preferred to end it decisively to avoid future troubles. Moreover, with the shift in his mindset, he wanted to prove his strength and earn the respect that belonged to him. Just as everyone was discussing fervently, a figure suddenly appeared before them. It was a bald, muscular man dressed in black martial attire, with an air of authority. Principal Zhou. A gasp arose from the crowd. It turned out this person was Zhou Tianfan, the principal of the Xiao Yuan Academy. Since the opening speech, Zhou Tianfan had rarely appeared in front of the students. He had always been elusive, but unexpectedly, this bet between the two students attracted him. Zhou Tianfan approached the crowd, casually scanning the area, and the surrounding discussions abruptly ceased. His gaze then settled on Chen Beiluo and Fei Xingyang, lingering a moment longer on Chen Beiluo, nodding slightly in approval. Zhou Tianfan did not speak to stop the bet. Instead, he said in a deep voice, in the path of martial artists, one must dare to compete and be brave enough to lead. You are all elites of the academy, and I am very pleased to see your courage and determination. This is a good thing. Thus, whoever can win the championship in a martial arts competition 2 months from now, in addition to the original reward, I will personally offer a generous reward. His voice was not loud, but everyone heard him clearly. Zhou Tianfan's words of encouragement and recognition also eased Bai Qiuying's worries slightly. She understood that with Zhou Tianfan's support, the bet had a fair and safe guarantee. If Chen Beiluo truly caught Zhou Tianfan's eye, even if he lost, he would not have to sever his path in the academy. With Zhou Tianfan's intervention, the commotion quickly subsided. As most people began to leave, Zhou Tianfan looked at Chen Beiluo and said lightly, "Come with me to the principal's office." With that, he swiftly disappeared from sight. Chen Beiluo was left in confusion. Not long after Zhou Tianfan left, he followed to the principal's office. Fei Xingyang watched Chen Beiluo's retreating figure, a mocking smile appearing on his lips. He continued to taunt. Chen Beiluo, do you think you are very impressive? 2 months later, I want to see how you will win against me. Don't cry when you lose. His words made the surrounding classmates unable to hold back their laughter. Chen Beiluo, who had not walked far, naturally heard this and turned around to give Fei Xingyang a gesture, then continued toward the principal's office. Seeing the gesture, Fei Xingyang clenched his fists, secretly thinking, although my chi and blood are higher than his, just in case I should ask that gentleman for some martial skills and secret techniques. Fei Xingyang made a decision in his heart, turning back to the training room to continue his cultivation. As for why the principal wanted to talk to Chen Beiluo alone, he didn't care at all. He only had one thought in his mind, which was to win the academy championship in front of everyone. Chen Beiluo didn't pay any attention to Fei Xingyang, this clown. What worried him now was whether Zhou Tianfan would discover that it was his avatar that night. He had little contact with him. Why would he want to talk to him alone? If he was found out, how could he explain? This point left Chen Beiluo feeling uncertain. But if he didn't meet him, wouldn't that raise more suspicion? There was no other way. Chen Beiluo stopped overthinking and steeled himself to knock on the principal's office door. Let us see what happens. Come in. A voice from inside responded. Chen Beiluo pushed the door open and entered. As soon as he stepped in, he saw Zhou Tianfan standing by the floor-to-ceiling window of the office, looking outside. Chen Beiluo also looked out the window. It was a large outdoor training area. At that moment, many students were practicing in the training area. Some were honing their martial skills against wooden stakes, while others were practicing footwork on plum blossom columns. Teachers were nearby, occasionally giving guidance and correcting students' mistakes. The atmosphere of martial arts training in the Shoyuan Academy was rich, and the scene was thriving. Chapter 41. Competition leads to progress. Zhou Tianfan finally retracted the look of satisfaction on his face, shifting his gaze from the window back to the room. Seeing Chen Beiluo still standing there, so reserved, he let out a hearty laugh and waved his hand generously, gesturing to the guest area in the office. Make yourself comfortable. The principal's office wasn't very large, but the guest area was arranged quite comfortably. After speaking, Zhou Tianfan walked straight to the main seat and sat down. Chen Beiluo took a seat opposite Zhou Tianfan, his face still showing a bit of caution and shyness. Zhou Tianfan took a tea cake from the cabinet, broke off a small piece, and put it in his mouth. He placed another piece into the teapot, poured in some clear water, and, under Chen Beiluo's puzzled gaze, placed his hand on the side of the teapot. Before long, the teapot began to emit steaming white vapor. The tea cake has a fragrant taste when chewed, and the water boils to a clear smoke, Zhou Tianfan said as he brewed the tea. Chen Beiluo felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth, surprised that such elegant words could come from Zhou Tianfan, creating a strong contrast. Get a try, this is aged tea. Zhou Tianfan poured the tea into a cup and placed it in front of Chen Beiluo. The aroma of the tea wafted through the air. Chen Beiluo picked up the cup and savored a sip, praising, it's good tea. Do you know why this tea is so good? Zhou Tianfan lifted his cup, gently blew on it, and asked softly, because the tea leaves are relatively expensive? Although Chen Beiluo didn't understand tea, the taste was certainly not cheap. Hearing Chen Beiluo's answer, Zhou Tianfan's hand holding the teacup paused momentarily, spilling some tea. The corner of Zhou Tianfan's mouth twitched, and he took a deep breath before continuing. This tea has been aged for a long time. It has a foundation, but if it's always kept in the cabinet, how can others know it's good tea? Chen Beiluo nodded thoughtfully. Seeing Chen Beiluo nod, Zhou Tianfan displayed a look of approval. But it also requires some external force, he said, adding more clear water and continuing to heat the teapot with his palm. Principal Zhou, Chen Beiluo said softly, pointing to the teapot beside Zhou Tianfan. Zhou Tianfan waved his hand, his tone deep and serious. Do you understand? As soon as he finished speaking, the teapot in Zhou Tianfan's hand cracked with a loud bang. The room fell silent immediately. Damn, I said I can't pull off this literary vibe, and yet old Five keeps telling me to try. Zhou Tianfan slammed the table and swore. Well, now his image matches. Just now, Zhou Tianfan was so cultured and ambiguous, it was genuinely uncomfortable for Chen Beiluo to watch. Now that Zhou Tianfan swore, he seemed more approachable. Chen Beiluo struggled to hold back his laughter and asked, Principal Zhou, what exactly do you mean by this? Zhou Tianfan didn't answer immediately. If you want to laugh, go ahead, it's fine. After seeing Chen Beiluo's lack of reaction, Zhou Tianfan spoke again after a moment. Chen Beiluo, I know you. Your strength is far beyond this. Chen Beiluo was startled. Had his true identity been discovered? You controlled your vital energy during your first training session, Such talent is 1 in 1,000. I'm certain you are hiding your strength, Zhou Tianfan said, pulling out a stack of documents from the drawer, which contained Chen Beiluo's information, detailing his life from childhood to the present. I've looked into your living environment and understand why you chose to hide your strength. However, I hope you will no longer conceal your abilities and bravely showcase your true level. If you are willing, our 7th Bureau can be your support. Hearing this, Chen Beiluo's heart jolted. He never expected Zhou Tianfan would say such things. However, it did make him somewhat tempted. Of course, I'm not saying you should foolishly reveal all your strength. You must keep some trump cards. But at your current stage, if you want to compete for more training resources, you must shine. The world has changed. Strength is respected. Only by showcasing exceptional abilities can you participate in more resource competitions. For instance, the ruins in Fengyuan City will soon revive, which will be a significant opportunity, gathering talents from all over the country. Zhou Tianfan paused and then asked Chen Beiluo, "Do you know the conditions for participation?" Chen Beiluo shook his head, thinking, are the ruins finally about to revive? What exactly is in them that has people like Bai Qixua and Principal Zhou so invested? Seeing Chen Beiluo shake his head, Zhou Tianfan continued to enter the ruins. No problem, but you must be among the top 3 of each academy to have a chance. If you don't showcase your strength, you won't even get in. However, if you can enter, all the benefits inside will be yours. Do you understand how much this could benefit your training journey? All benefits are mine? Chen Beiluo exclaimed. What? Do you think the authorities will rob you? Zhou Tianfan chuckled. Don't worry about that. The authorities have the strength and the demeanor. Unlike other countries where internal ruins belong to certain powerful individuals, the authorities want everyone to compete. With competition, progress can be swift, no matter how fiercely they compete. As long as the participants are from Xia country, the benefits will ultimately go to Xia country, no matter who it is. Xia country believes that person will not let them down. Time waits for no one. No one can predict what will happen in the future. So cherish every opportunity that can strengthen you. Chen Beiluo nodded. All along, he had chosen to hide his strength and avoid drawing attention. But now, with Zhou Tianfan's support, he could confidently showcase part of his abilities. Principal Zhou, I understand. Chen Beiluo stood up, raised his head, and looked firmly at Zhou Tianfan, saying, "Thank you for your trust and support. I will work hard to show my strength and live up to your expectations." Ha, good. Zhou Tianfan also stood up, looking at Chen Beiluo with satisfaction. Among all the students in the school, he had the most confidence in Chen Beiluo, believing he had the greatest opportunity. The stack of documents detailing Chen Beiluo's experiences from childhood convinced Zhou Tianfan that Chen Beiluo was someone who would give his all to confront difficulties, setbacks, and even adversity. How many acupoints have you opened now? Zhou Tianfan asked with eager anticipation. If you can exceed 50, I might just show off in front of old 5. Chen Beiluo thought for a moment and replied softly, 70? Zhou Tianfan's eyes widened in surprise, and he asked loudly again, "What did you say?" Principal Zhou, I opened 70 acupoints. Chen Beiluo answered a bit louder this time. Chapter 42. His extraordinary Zhou Tianfan suppressed the excitement in his heart upon hearing Chen Beiluo's confirmed answer. A few days ago, the 5th person in charge of Su Yuan Academy in Yanjing was bragging in front of him, saying their prodigy had opened 65 acupoints. He never expected that Chen Beiluo from his own school had quietly opened 70 acupoints, completely surpassing them. Moreover, he had repeatedly reviewed Chen Beiluo's information and realized that he had never had the opportunity to consume any rare herbs or treasures, unlike the one from Yanjing, who had taken quite a few blood-boosting pills and other resources. Thinking of this, Zhou Tianfan still tentatively asked, "Have you consumed any rare herbs or restorative pills?" Chen Beiluo thought carefully. The spiritual energy he obtained from the mysterious being probably wouldn't count as rare herbs or restorative pills, right? No. Great. Wonderful. Zhou Tianfan walked up to Chen Beiluo and patted him heavily on the shoulder. You focus on your training. I'll take care of your training resources before you go to college. As long as you agree to join us in the 7th Bureau after graduating, I'll protect you. Chen Beiluo was still digesting the information in Zhou Tianfan's words when the door creaked open. He turned to look at the entrance and saw a refined young man wearing half-frame glasses, playing with a coin in one hand while holding a seemingly old scroll in the other. He appeared to be around 30 years old. He walked over to Zhou Tianfan, found a chair, and sat down, casually saying, "This is against the rules." Upon seeing the newcomer, Zhou Tianfan looked as if he had seen a ghost, only reacting when the person sat down. The smile on his face quickly disappeared as he pointed at the person in front of him in surprise. "What are you doing here?" The newcomer smiled gently, instantly making people feel refreshed, but his tone was not very friendly as he asked softly, "What? Is Principal Zhou not welcoming me?" Zhou Tianfan quickly shook his head, thinking that if he showed any sign of unwelcomeness, he wasn't sure when this person would suddenly bring up old grievances. Those who played tactical games were not only petty, but also had dirty minds. "No, you're very welcome." Zhou Tianfan even clapped his hands to show his welcome. The two tacitly shifted away from the topic that was against the rules. "Just don't say one thing and mean another," he said, glancing at Chen Beiluo and asking, "Is this the prodigy you mentioned on the phone?" Zhou Tianfan nodded, a smile returning to his face as he said to both Chen Beiluo and the newcomer, "Let me introduce you. This is the prodigy Chen Beiluo I mentioned before." Turning to Chen Beiluo, he continued, "He is Guoqiwen." As Zhou Tianfan spoke, he took out the book Basic Body Refinement from under the table, opened the first page, pointed to Guoqiwen with his chin, and continued, "Look, the editor of the cultivation method you are practicing now is him." Chen Beiluo was taken aback, not expecting that the cultivation method was actually adapted by him. However, he looked like an ordinary person who had never practiced before. Zhou Tianfan seemed to sense Chen Beiluo's confusion and explained, "Although he seems weak, he has researched these methods quite a bit. You can think of him as a researcher." Guoqiwen smiled and nodded, clearly satisfied with Zhou Tianfan's introduction. He set down the scroll in his hand, extended his right hand to greet Chen Beiluo, and said, "I heard Principal Zhou mention you over a month ago. He has high hopes for you. I didn't expect to meet you in person here in Fengyuan City." "Not at all. I will continue to work hard in my training and strive to bring glory to Principal Zhou," Chen Beiluo replied humbly. "That statement is both right and wrong," Guoqiwen said with a playful smile, his gaze toward Chen Beiluo carrying a deeper meaning. "Training is not just for oneself, nor is it solely for others. Stop being cryptic, just say what you mean." Zhou Tianfan immediately interrupted their conversation, watching Guoqiwen's keen interest in Chen Beiluo with heightened vigilance. He couldn't let them interact too much. He didn't want old Guo to steal their academy's prodigy away. Clearing his throat, he said to Chen Beiluo, "Well, Chen, if there's nothing else, you should get back to your training. Remember what I just said? I've got your back, so feel free to showcase your talent." "Thank you, Principal Zhou. I'll head back to train now." Chen Beiluo stood up, said goodbye to Zhou Tianfan and Guoqiwen, and walked out of the office. After Chen Beiluo left, Zhou Tianfan quickly said, "Don't you dare have any designs on him. I've already lost one of the top 10 prodigies in the country. Just thinking about it now makes my heart ache." Guoqiwen watched Chen Beiluo leave, pondering for a moment. "He is extraordinary. Of course he is extraordinary. Just look at who taught him. Besides, can an ordinary person really open 70 acupoints in a month?" Zhou Tianfan laughed heartily, feeling proud, leaning back in his chair and even crossing his legs. Guoqiwen thought to himself, "I'm not talking about his blood energy," but he didn't continue the conversation. Instead, he turned to Zhou Tianfan and slowly asked, "By the way, is there any progress on the relics in Fengyuan City?" Sighing, Zhou Tianfan felt a headache coming on. "As for the relics, we VE deployed everyone we could from the 7th Bureau. But the relics here are different from those we VE found elsewhere. There is no useful information, even regarding the rules. Our understanding of this relic is still completely blank. We only have some conjectures based on local folklore and county history records. Is it related to the mysterious?" Guoqiwen asked in response. Zhou Tianfan nodded solemnly. The previously revived relics were all based on humanity, and the items obtained could be used and could quickly enhance strength. However, if this relic is based on the mysterious, then this revival would be rather useless. Entering it is dangerous and time-consuming, and what we gain may not even be usable. But if we don't enter, once the revival is complete, if there are still mysterious beings or monsters inside, It could be a disaster. Guoqiwen was silent for a moment. Have all the keys been gathered? Just one more is missing. We confirmed the location this morning and can retrieve it at any time. Zhou Tianfan said with a worried expression. Is it because of that spirit controller you mentioned? She said she would come to find you once the keys were complete. Chapter 43. Cut off the mortal path to enter Fengdu. Zhou Tianfan nodded. Although he had verbally reached a cooperative relationship with that spirit master last time, to be honest, he still felt quite wary of her. So he kept a lookout and sent someone to investigate. However, since that night, there had been no information about the spirit master at all. His intuition told him that this cooperation was not risky. But working with a spirit master meant that the ruins they would explore were likely still rooted in mystery. No matter how he thought about it, it seemed like a losing deal. If things went wrong, he might end up doing someone else's bidding. The key point was that he wasn't sure whether that person was friend or foe. This was also the reason Zhou Tianfan felt so conflicted. Arrange for someone to get the key. When she arrives, I'll have a chat with that spirit master, Zhou Tianfan said, revealing a look of joy. Finally, he wouldn't have to think too hard. If he kept overthinking, it would be even harder for his head to grow back hair. Looking at Guoqiwen's thick hair, he couldn't help but wonder more than once how he managed to keep his hair while thinking so much every day. After coming out of the principal's office, Beiluo immersed himself back into his cultivation. The school cafeteria had good meals at noon, and with Sanchi now being taken care of by Xiaobai, Beiluo no longer needed to go home to cook, giving him more time to cultivate. Time flew by during cultivation, and before he knew it, the day's classes had ended. Beiluo went to the nearby vegetable market to pick up the ingredients he had ordered for the day and headed home. The cafeteria was now on the right track, with many regular customers each day. Xiaobai had also developed a few new dishes, which had received good feedback. Although they were common clay pot rice and various fast foods, the variety had increased, and around 6 p.m., nearby office workers and residents lined up in an orderly manner, waiting for Beiluo to come back from school to open the door. As soon as they saw Beiluo return, many familiar customers greeted him. Boss Chen, school is out? Boss Chen, are there any new dishes today? There are no new dishes today, just the usual 3. Beiluo smiled and greeted the regulars. Open the roll-up door, come in, you can eat soon. What do you want today? A serving of egg fried rice. I want preserved meat clay pot rice. Give me a serving of fried noodles. Okay, it'll be ready soon. As night fell at 8:30 p.m., Beiluo closed the door as usual. Sanchi, go call your sister by for dinner. Sanchi walked to the window on the first floor and shouted loudly to the neighboring building, Sister Bai, come over for dinner. In a little while, white snowflakes floated in the room, and Bai Qixue appeared with Yinin. Beiluo and Sanchi were already used to Bai Qixue's way of appearing. Bai Qixue somehow got some money and contacted Bai Qiuying, renting the house next door, and the two became neighbors. Since Bai Qixue moved in, Beiluo felt he had been more diligent in his evening cultivation. Not for any other reason, but because Bai Qixue had recently become obsessed with binge-watching dramas and scrolling through short videos, often making noise past midnight. It's worth noting that the two houses were practically side by side. As for Yinin, Bai Qixue saw that she was homeless and invited her to stay as well. In Bai Qixue's words, it was livelier with more people, and it was convenient to share meals. Beiluo and Sanchi had already eaten in the afternoon, and now that he was growing, he joined Bai Qixue for a late-night snack. Eating together created a good atmosphere, and even the food tasted better. Just as Beiluo had taken a few bites and set down his chopsticks, Bai Qixue suddenly said, the ruins will open next week. So soon? Beiluo was taken aback, as he had not heard anything about the ruins opening before, and now suddenly there was a specific time. Bai Qixue continued, I talked to some people from your school today and confirmed some details. Beiluo pondered for a moment and curiously asked, Sister Shui, did you talk to Guoqiwen? You know him? Bai Qixue asked curiously. After Beiluo nodded, she continued, he is quite interesting and knowledgeable. He knows a lot about some ancient secrets and is a person of significance, more challenging to deal with than your principal. Can you share what you talked about? Beiluo showed a harmless smile. Since he had decided to enter the ruins, he wouldn't miss any useful information. Come closer, and I'll tell you. Bai Qixue waved her hand, noticing Beiluo's cheeks slightly redden. She chuckled softly and continued. The Fengdu eerie domain, the living must not enter. The stronger one's vital energy and blood, the more they will be targeted by the rules of the Fengdu eerie domain. In other words, only you newcomers who have just begun cultivating will be able to enter without being affected. You're the main force in this exploration of the ruins. So, your academy will arrange for some students and prodigies to enter the ruins. This week is actually to facilitate the gathering of some talented students from various places. Beiluo suddenly realized that Bai Qixue must have revealed some benefits, which led the authorities to decisively arrange for these talented individuals to enter. Was there a great opportunity inside? Bai Qixue smiled and stopped speaking, looking as if she had secrets to keep. Seeing that Bai Qixue didn't want to continue the conversation, Beiluo lightly kicked Xiaobai with his foot. Xiaobai, who was eating bones, looked at his boss with a confused expression. Beiluo couldn't help but laugh at Xiaobai's expression, took out a candied hawthorn, tossed it to Xiaobai as a reward, and asked Xiaobai, "Do you know about the opportunities in Fengdu?" Xiaobai quickly put away the candied hawthorn and said seriously, "Although I know a lot, I'm not omniscient. If I knew what the opportunity was, would I still need to cook here?" Seeing Beiluo's expression change, he quickly added, "Perhaps the opportunity for you to break through is in Fengdu, but Fengdu has always been hard to enter." Xiaobai organized his thoughts and continued. Just like the Snow King said earlier, powerful people entering Fengdu will be targeted by the rules, unless their cultivation is extraordinary. But once such people enter Fengdu, they will be entangled by karma, and it's not worth the loss. And those without strength wanting to enter must first sever soul fragment. Very few can endure the pain of severing their soul fragment. If it weren't for Fengdu just reviving with your current human strength, wanting to get in, it's tough. Inside Fengdu, it said that there are great opportunities. The ancient human emperor was familiar with the Fengdu emperor and had often allowed young prodigies from the human race to enter Fengdu for training. Every prodigy who came out alive from Fengdu later became a prominent figure. However, entering Fengdu is not that easy. Xiaobai said seriously, thinking carefully. He added, "Step onto the path of Huangquan, tread on the Naihe Bridge, see the Wangchuan River, gather at the Wangshan platform, tremble at the 3 live stone, cut off the mortal path, and only then can one enter Fengdu." Chapter 44. Fengdu and the Underworld. After listening to the introduction from Xiaobai, Beiluo couldn't help but fall into deep thought. The more he heard, the more he felt an inexplicable sensation within him, as if something was guiding him. Beiluo's expression changed. He felt the earth script on his forehead actually beginning to turn pages slowly, a phenomenon that had never occurred before. Xiaobai continued to describe the structure of Fengdu, mentioning that there was a dangerous area not far from Fengdu, which was the 18 layers of hell. 18 layers of hell? Beiluo pondered, feeling an odd familiarity with the name as he tried to rummage through his memories. In a memory that did not belong to him, he found records about the 18 layers of hell. However, in that world, it was not called Fengdu, but the Underworld. There was also the Yellow Spring Road, the Naihe Bridge. Thinking of this, Beiluo's eyes lit up as he eagerly asked, "Is there also the 10 halls of Yama and the black and white impermanence in Fengdu?" Xiaobai exchanged a glance with Bai Qixue, both looking puzzled. "What did you hear that?" "I don't know about it," Xiaobai replied. From the bloodline memory, it found no mention of the names Beiluo was talking about. In Fengdu, the Emperor of Fengdu ruled alone throughout the ages, and if there were others who could be named, it seemed there really weren't any. Seeing that Xiaobai's response did not seem like a lie, Beiluo unconsciously started tapping the palm of his hand on the table, his fingertips lightly flicking the surface. "I just asked casually." After hearing the names Beiluo mentioned, Bai Qixue showed clear interest. "The 10 halls of Yama and the black and white impermanence you mentioned seem quite fitting with the image of Fengdu." "Indeed, I feel the same way. Unfortunately, in the past, there was only the Emperor of Fengdu standing alone. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been besieged, leading to Fengdu being cut off from the world. It seems there's a backstory here." Beiluo thought to himself, and then asked, "So what is the story behind the 18 layers of hell?" Xiaobai continued, "According to legend, the 18 layers of hell were built by the Emperor of Fengdu to eliminate the karma of the mysterious beings. The 18 layers are arranged according to the duration of suffering based on the karma of the mysterious beings. Each layer of hell increases the suffering by 20 times and doubles the lifespan. Doubling the lifespan? Chen Beiluo asked, puzzled. Yes, humans have a lifespan. And the mysterious beings have an lifespan as well. Many mysterious beings, when their lifespan is about to run out, venture into the 18 layers of hell. If they succeed in passing through, they can extend their lifespan and live another life. What if they don't make it? Xiaobai paused, thinking to itself, isn't that obvious? If they don't survive, they just die. If they don't make it, it naturally means they cease to exist, Xiaobai replied. Only after the karma is cleared can they continue to live in Fengdu. However, I've never seen it happen in detail. Is there reincarnation? Chen Beiluo asked again. Reincarnation? What is that? Xiaobai was puzzled, wondering why the boss was saying things it didn't understand today. It means becoming a mysterious being again and, based on the merits of the previous life, being judged to become human again. Is there such a thing in Fengdu? Chen Beiluo tried to explain, but from Xiaobai's confused expression, he guessed that there probably wasn't a concept of reincarnation in Fengdu either. Well, if there aren't even the 10 holes of Yama and the black and white impermanence, then how would they judge the merits of the mysterious beings? Would the Emperor of Fengdu have to do it all by himself? That would be exhausting. The boss, there is no concept of reincarnation in Fengdu. However, once a mysterious being enters Fengdu and lives there, they will return to their human form without needing any judgment. Huh? Chen Beiluo exclaimed. Seeing the surprised look on his boss, Xiaobai continued to explain, once a mysterious being enters the gate of mystery, they will regain their human form. Once they exit the gate, they will turn back into a mysterious being. This is also why so many mysterious beings go to great lengths to enter Fengdu. Although they can only live in Fengdu afterward, they can regain their human form and no longer have to wander around. After hearing Xiaobai's explanation, Chen Beiluo began to understand. This Fengdu seemed like a city for mysterious beings to live in. The underworld, from his memories, on the other hand, was a crucial spiritual nexus in the three realms. The two are not on the same level at all. The reincarnation you mentioned is quite interesting. Since one is reborn, what happens to the cultivation and memories from the previous life? Bai Qixue couldn't help but ask. Bai Qixue felt a strange sense regarding the concept of reincarnation that Chen Beiluo just mentioned. It felt like something was guiding her. At her level of cultivation, she valued such feelings highly. Chen Beiluo shook his head. Seeing Bai Qixue's interest in reincarnation, he simply explained, naturally, everything starts anew. The previous cultivation and memories disappear. The new person is you, but also not you, because the previous life has nothing to do with you anymore. Is it really that interesting? Bai Qixue murmured, falling into thought, then shook her head. This is illogical. To achieve what you said, Beiluo, it would mean completely extinguishing one's consciousness imprint and physical body. But consciousness is powerful. How could one extinguish their own consciousness imprint to start anew? Perhaps it requires external force? Chen Beiluo softly replied, but in his mind, he recalled a crucial item from the underworld, Meng Po's soup. At this moment, he didn't continue to ask Xiaobai. In fact, Chen Beiluo was feeling quite uneasy inside. In another memory, the depiction of the underworld was almost identical to Xiaobai's earlier description of Fengdu. Moreover, the memories in his mind were more complete than Xiaobai's description, not only including the 10 halls of Yama and judges, but also the black and white impermanence, as well as the ghost soldiers and generals like the Oxhead and Horseface. When comparing the two, it seemed that Xiaobai's Fengdu resembled an incomplete version of the underworld, with even the most crucial concept of reincarnation missing. What was the purpose of Fengdu's existence? It appeared that all of this would only become clear after entering Fengdu. After dinner, Bai Qixue took Inin home to continue watching their show. Before they left, Chen Beiluo repeatedly reminded them not to make too much noise while watching. As the other neighbors were about to complain, Bai Qixue pouted and disappeared into the cafeteria. Moments later, the sound of the television next door came on, and after a while, it quieted down. Chen Beiluo nodded with satisfaction, feeling that he had taught them well. He then began to clean up the dishes and released his avatar to take over the management of the cafeteria for the second half of the evening. The number of mysterious beings coming to the store during the second half was increasing, averaging nearly 100 every night, while receiving good reviews. They also earned over 1,500 points of spiritual energy daily, which, when converted to vitality points, could add an extra 150 points each day. This was just enough to offset the vitality consumed during cultivation. However, Beiluo still felt it was too slow. He had no idea how long it would take to open all 360 acupuncture points. Chapter 45. Without experiencing wind and rain, how can one see the rainbow? Now, to quickly improve my strength, the top priority is still to increase the canteen's revenue. Once the revenue increases, the spiritual energy and the number of good reviews will naturally rise quickly, which will also enhance my own strength. It seems that during this period, I need to work hard at being the canteen, trying to open for longer hours. Otherwise, should I start operating during the day as well? Beiluo thought to himself, considering it could be worth a try. Although the mysterious forces are generally inactive during the day, if any customers come in, it would still be a source of income. Having secretly made his decision, Beiluo turned his gaze to the task panel. Previously, he had completed 2 mainline tasks, along with the side tasks. However, he still had not used the lottery opportunity obtained from completing tasks. Task panel. Main task. The host's new store has opened, taking the first step towards a successful, mysterious canteen. Now, operate for 7 consecutive days to complete the task. Upon completion, a normal lottery opportunity will be awarded. Completed 7-7. Main task. Persevere. Now operate for 30 consecutive days to complete the task. Upon completion, a luxurious lottery opportunity will be awarded. Completed 30-30. Main task. Gradually improving. Now operate for 90 consecutive days to complete the task. Upon completion, 2 luxurious lottery opportunities will be awarded. Completed 31-90. Side task 1. Accumulate 100 good reviews within 7 days to receive a normal lottery opportunity. Completed 100-100. Side task 2. Accumulate 1,000 good reviews within 30 days to receive a normal lottery opportunity. Completed 798-1000. Total lottery opportunities. 21. Luxurious lottery. Beiluo has always been cautious about the lottery opportunities obtained from completing tasks, as they can yield good items. According to the system's tasks, such lottery opportunities will become rarer in the future. Unlike the lottery using points, although the chances of winning are low, the larger base means that after many attempts, there will always be a chance to get good items. As for why Beiluo is not drawing the lottery now, don't ask. The answer is a lack of confidence. It's too grim. Although the winning rate is 100 over 90 of the time, the prizes are just materials for ingredients. Anyone would find that unacceptable. Now that the canteen has been open for a month, Beiluo hasn't exchanged points for ingredients even once and has never worried about the ingredient stock because he has always been in a phase of abundance. What if the lottery from completing tasks also turns out grim? Believing in fate, Beiluo decided to wait until he enters Fengdu to draw. Perhaps changing locations could bring better luck. The next day, just as the sun was peeking out, Beiluo had already finished his morning practice and prepared breakfast for Sanchi before heading to school. Since beginning his training, his vitality had surged, and he even found that his sleep time had significantly reduced. Now, he only needed 3 to 4 hours of sleep each day to feel fully energized without any sense of drowsiness. As soon as Beiluo entered the academy, he immediately noticed many new faces. These newcomers were gathered near the playground, standing together in small groups, clearly distinguishable. Upon seeing Beiluo, Xiaolon proactively stepped forward to introduce them. These new faces were exchange students sent from other cultivation academies, who would stay for a month training, sparring, and exchanging cultivation experiences with the students of Fengyuan City's Cultivation Academy. This was considered the first nationwide exchange conference for cultivation academies, and the top students from each academy might come to Fengyuan City to participate in the exchange. After listening to Xiao Lan's introduction, Beiluo nodded in appreciation. There was a well-informed person in the canteen, and there was also one in the school. In fact, Beiluo understood very well the purpose of these exchange events. They were officially sending people over to prepare for entering the relic trials. However, the speed was truly remarkable. It was only confirmed yesterday. and today a considerable number of people had already been sent over. By this afternoon, it was likely that everyone who was supposed to come had arrived. However, Beiluo couldn't help but feel uneasy in his heart. If all the talented individuals of this generation in cultivation were to falter in Fengdu, wouldn't the Xia country be left without successors? Would the authorities be willing to take such a risk? Beiluo was uncertain, and Beiluo's worries were precisely the topic of heated discussion among the high-ranking officials at this moment. In a large conference room in Yinjing, several elderly figures were participating in a video conference. There were nearly 20 participants combined online and offline. Each of them could shake the entire Xia country with a stomp of their feet. The decisions made in this meeting could determine the future development direction of the Xia country. At this moment, the group of high-ranking officials was arguing fiercely, chaotic like a bustling morning market. I firmly disagree with letting these young people all enter the relics. Agreed. We currently have no information about the dangers within the relics. We can't assess the risks or control the situation. We can't let those children who have just begun to cultivate take life-threatening risks based on the words of that spirit wielder. Old Xia, I understand what you're saying, but now is different from before. With the revival of spiritual energy, opportunities are everywhere. Relying solely on cultivation is too slow, and lagging behind means getting beaten. The social structure will undergo drastic changes in the future. We can't follow the old ways. We need these children to grow quickly to maintain stability in the Xia country. We can't allow the kind of upheaval that occurs in other countries. The older generation can still hold up, so why put these children in danger now? Old Xia slammed the table heavily and shouted, "It's not yet time for the Xia country to send children into battle. The older generation is not extinct yet. Times have changed. We're not like other countries that control their awakened ones. Since we previously set the tone to seek stability and avoid social threats, we need to focus on the development of these young students. As long as they grow up, they are the hope of the Xia country and an important reliance in the upcoming great era of conflict for international influence. We cannot let them take risks. Yes, we cannot take risks." This group of students is the first batch from the Cultivation Academy. Currently, the number of awakened ones is increasing, and there are countless historical examples of martial violations. We must ensure the safety of the first batch of students. At least they should graduate first. Time waits for no one. The foreign nations have not given up on their intentions towards the Xia country and are watching us closely. Every incident happening across the country has the shadow of other nations behind it. Politics comes from the barrel of a gun. We can still withstand it now. So we should let the young ones experience more. Without experiencing wind and rain, how can one see the rainbow? Growing up in a greenhouse, how can they withstand the wolves and tigers outside? It's not that we don't want them to experience, but they're too young now, and their foundation isn't solid enough. Now that spiritual energy has revived, do you still care about their age? Without going through these, they will never be solid. Chapter 46. The arena competition begins in the conference room. The two sides continued to argue without coming to an agreement, with neither side able to persuade the other. The atmosphere was tense, and for a moment, it felt as if a sword was drawn, ready for battle. The debate revolved around whether students should be allowed to enter the ruins now. The proponents argued that young people should experience the ruins to cultivate their courage and strength. After all, without practical experience, how can they shoulder the heavy responsibilities of the nation? Young people are the future of the country and need to grow rapidly, with crises serving as the best catalyst for growth. When faced with life and death situations, they can even awaken their hidden fighting instincts, allowing them to grow quickly and stand on their own. The opposers believed that the safety of the children is paramount, arguing that young people are just beginning to engage in cultivation, and given the unique dangers of this ruin, they should not be allowed to take risks lightly. The ruins hide many unknown dangers, and if an accident occurs, the consequences could be unimaginable. They advocated for a more cautious approach, gradually exploring the secrets of the ruins to ensure the children's safety. If the death rate becomes too high, such a loss would be hard for the current Xia country to bear. As the debate continued, an elderly man sitting at the head of the table raised his right hand to quiet the room. What does the Special Operations Bureau think? You are the department that has the most contact with these children, and I would like to hear your opinion. Great leader, I believe we need to trust these children's courage and wisdom, Guiqiwen said firmly in the video. He was the representative from the Special Operations Bureau attending the meeting. Through his recent interactions with the children, he saw their limitless potential. Guiqiwen paused before continuing. Why not let them make their own choices? Just as we allowed them to decide whether to practice cultivation in the first place, let them fight for their own future. This choice is also a form of training for them. At that moment, the conference room fell into a long-lost silence. I second that. Since there was a consensus, the decision was made to give the choice to the children, but only for this particular ruin. The meeting was adjourned. The great leader made the final call and ended the hybrid online and offline debate. Look, that's Li Xinti, who has been topping the charts. She's here too? Online, she is hailed as the child of the Lingyin Temple. How can a child of the Buddha be a girl? Who says girls can't practice Buddhism? Many of the top 10 in the country, along with those prodigies promoted online, are here. Some are already on their way and will probably arrive by this afternoon. Isn't that the second-ranked Yun Jiosha over there? He looks so ethereal, truly a celestial being, very handsome. Handsome is relative. Compared to Chen Beiluo, he's still lacking a lot. Are they really the prodigies people talk about online? They seem just like us. Their chi and blood aren't even at 100. Why are they considered prodigies while we are not? They're just holding back their chi and blood from breaking through. You haven't even broken through. You can't compare. On the academy's large playground, the exchange students gathered together under the teacher's arrangement, although it was labeled an exchange event. Due to the sudden nature of the situation, Zhou Tianfan had not yet figured out how to conduct some practical exchanges to elevate the overall strength and vision of the academy's students through this rare opportunity. After thinking for a moment, Zhou Tianfan seemed to have an idea. He called Li Zhengping over and whispered a few instructions. Ding, ding, ding. The class bell rang, and Li Zhengping led several exchange students into the training room. Each class was randomly matched with a few exchange students. And Wang Jiawei was lucky enough to be placed in Chen Beiluo's class. Chen Beiluo spotted Wang Jiawei among the exchange students, and the two exchanged excited smiles. I believe everyone already knows that we have students from other schools participating in this exchange event to share their recent cultivation insights. Let's welcome them. Applause erupted and continued for a while. Due to the large number of people, we won't introduce each one. You can get to know each other. With that, Li Zhengping stood in place and handed the floor over to the young people. Actually, there was no need for Li Zhengping to introduce them, as many of the students present had already seen introductions of these students online. The representatives who came to Fengyuan City for the exchange were basically the top talents from each school. Wang Jiawei had studied in Fengyuan City. So many people recognized him. And soon he was surrounded by classmates. There were many introductions about him online, giving him the feel of a potential champion in martial studies. Aside from Wang Jiawei, the other exchange students stood still, showing no intention of mingling. They ignored classmates who approached them, appearing uninterested, who told Fengyuan City not to produce any televised prodigies. The only one was taken away by another academy, making it seem as if everyone online was mocking Fengyuan City's Xianyuan Academy. Those present could see that they were looked down upon. All were young men just beginning to engage in cultivation, brimming with energy. Suddenly, some stood up and asked, "Teacher Li, we still don't know what the format of this exchange event will be." Li Zhengping looked at the student who asked the question, smiled slightly, and said, "The exchange, of course, is for sparring." Sparring? The students gasped in surprise. Li Zhengping seemed to have succeeded in his scheme. Students interested, follow me to the playground. In an instant, students followed suit. Such a rare opportunity for sparring had them all eager, as they had been cooped up for a month without a chance to test their skills. Aside from during practical classes when they could spar, the rest of the time was spent cultivating on their own. Li Zhengping led everyone to the playground, where 9 simple arenas had already been set up. In the center, a teacher was at a long table, registering participants. All right, let us go over the sparring rules. As most people had already signed up, Li Zhengping spoke loudly to quell the chaotic chatter. We will have 9 arenas. Each person has 3 challenge opportunities, and if you win, you become the new arena champion. If a champion successfully defends their title 10 times, they can advance. Turning to the exchange students, he continued, "You few, ranked among the best in the country, will be the initial champions and accept challenges. Is that all right? No problem. Seeing this, Li Zhengping nodded and continued. Those wishing to participate in the sparring need to report the names of challengers and champions in advance, and I will arrange the battle order. Additionally, if anyone is found cheating during the sparring, their qualification will be revoked. His expression turned serious as he emphasized, during the sparring, only light touches are allowed. Be mindful of your limits. Any questions? No. After everyone nodded in agreement, Li Zhengping said, all right, any students wanting to challenge, just go up to the arena. Remember, once you step onto the arena, the challenge begins and cannot be changed. All right, let us begin. With that, Li Zhengping stepped aside. Soon, students walked up to the arena. Wang Xiaodong challenges Wang Jiawei. Elayina Yun challenges Li Xingti. Lu Rinjia challenges Yun Jiosha. Chapter 47. The competition begins under the gaze of the teachers and students of Shiyuan Academy. The impromptu arena competition initiated by Zhou Tianfan officially begins. The Academy's broadcast announces the start of the competition. Instantly, the entire Shiyuan Academy erupts with excitement as students rush to the playground, eager to watch the various arenas. The first batch of arena champions has already taken the stage, with only a few students from the leaderboard yet to arrive. The top 10 students from across the country have all stood on their respective platforms. First arena champion, Li Xini. Second arena champion, Yin Jiuxing. Third arena champion, Yi Lang. Fourth arena champion, Xiao Tianyi. Fifth arena champion, Wang Jiawei. The champions of the remaining arenas are students ranked within the top 100 nationwide. Most of the attention is focused on the top 5 arenas, where students crowd around to witness the talents on display. The first batch of challengers has taken the stage, and each arena has a teacher serving as a referee, ready to intervene in case of emergencies to prevent injuries during the competition. In the first arena, the challenger is Lin Yun, a student from Chun Beiluo's class. Lin Yun has good talent and has been assigned to Class 1 for training. Her vitality is also among the top in the academy, though not as high as Li Xini's. Lin Yun has a notable talent for leg techniques and footwork, and Li Zhengping has used her as a model student in class on multiple occasions. Once on stage, the two begin to salute each other, and the atmosphere becomes tense. Li Xingti's expression remains calm and profound, showing no signs of being affected by the atmosphere. The competition begins at the teacher's command. Lin Yun makes the first move, charging towards Li Xini with a swift side kick aimed directly at her face. Li Xingti, unhurried, sidesteps the attack and counters with a left palm strike that seems soft and weak, but unexpectedly sends Lin Yun flying back. After executing the palm strike, Li Xingti places one hand on her chest and silently recites a Buddhist chant. Lin Yun is knocked back several steps, clutching her abdomen, with a slight trickle of blood at the corner of her mouth, her body trembling slightly. The onlooking students are stunned, unable to speak for a long time, and the scene falls into silence. Everyone knows Lin Yun. Her leg techniques are impressive. The angle and speed of her previous kick were sharp, but no one expected Li Xini to break her attack with just one palm strike. Lin Yun's combat experience is still lacking. She was too anxious. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been so easily caught off guard, said a bespectacled student. But after that one palm strike, Li Xingti, standing there calmly, is definitely the demeanor of a master, added another slightly chubby student. These two are the ones who always appear whenever there is discussion, like the hidden talents of the academy. Lin Yun, not giving up, takes a few deep breaths to adjust her state and charges at Li Xini again. This time, her movements are even faster. The wind precedes her legs, and her speed dazzles the onlookers. However, no matter how she attacks, Li Xini always appears unfazed. Her posture graceful and her steps light. Her Buddhist monk robe billows with the wind as she dodges, resembling a fairy among the clouds. Li Xingti watches Lin Yun with a calm gaze, allowing her to unleash her leg techniques. In the principal's office, Zhou Tianfan stands by the window, closely monitoring the situation on the playground. This is quite a distance, Zhou Tianfan remarks to Guoqiwen. It's quite normal, after all. She is the current Buddhist child of Lingyin Temple, Guoqiwen replies, sitting in a chair, lightly blowing on his teacup and taking a sip. This tea is good. Bring some back for me when you return. Tea is easy to talk about. But why is the Buddhist child from Lingyin Temple a girl? Zhou Tianfan asks curiously. Guo Qiwen laughs at Zhou Tianfan's puzzled expression. Who says a girl can't become a Buddhist child? She was taken in by the abbot of Lingyin Temple when she was in swaddling clothes, growing up in the temple, listening to monks chant scriptures day and night. By the age of 6, she had already memorized all the scriptures of the temple, and by 12, no one could defeat her in the temple's discussions on Zen. After the recovery of spiritual energy, she comprehended cultivation methods and martial skills from the scriptures herself. How could such a person not be worthy of being a Buddhist child? After hearing Guo Qiwen's introduction, Zhou Tianfan fell silent, his eyes fixed on Guo Qiwen. How does she compare to you? Seeing Zhou Tianfan's gaze, Guo Qiwen sighed. If she were as old as I am, I would be no match for her. Zhou Tianfan understood and said nothing more, turning his attention back to the arena on the playground. He secretly sent a message to Li Zhengping on his phone. Meanwhile, in the first arena, Lin Yun, unable to make any progress after numerous attacks, has already executed all the techniques she knew. Although they were ineffective, she has gained a deeper understanding of these skills. After her final strike, Lin Yun stops, clasps her fists, and bitterly says, I lost. Thank you for your guidance. Without waiting for Li Shini's reply, she turns and leaves the arena. A stir runs through the crowd, and after a long while, applause erupts. Li Shini remains unfazed, offering a single-handed gesture of respect. Upon hearing the deafening applause, the champions in the other arenas simultaneously quicken their pace in the competitions. Soon, results are declared in each arena, and the first batch of challengers all face defeat. Many had anticipated this outcome, but no one expected the gap to be so vast. The strength was simply not on the same level. The challengers had no chance to retaliate. When the teacher announces the start of the second round of challenges, no one responds for a while, creating an awkward silence. I'll give it a try. Chen Beiluo steps out from the crowd, his gaze resolute, instantly attracting everyone's attention. Isn't he just going up to be defeated? Someone scoffs. Come on, how much vitality does he have? He probably won't last even one round. At least he has courage, right? After witnessing the strength of these top talents, he still dares to challenge them. How many rounds do you think he'll last against Li Shini? I guess 1 round. Then I can only barely guess 2 rounds. Seeing Chen Beiluo step up, Bai Zhengyang and his sycophant begin to ridicule him. Bai Qiuying, unable to watch any longer, sternly says to Bai Zhengyang, you're just boosting others' confidence while diminishing your own. Why don't you step up? What do you know? This is strategy. I'll wait until their vitality is depleted, then I'll step up to defeat them and bring glory to the academy. Bai Zhengyang coldly snorts, looking pleased, as if victory is already in his grasp. Coward, Bai Qiuying casts a disdainful glance at Bai Zhengyang before turning the challenge on stage herself. Just her action seems to spark a competitive spirit among the students present, and one after another, they begin to step up to challenge. Li Zhengping, seeing Chen Beiluo take the stage, secretly breathes a sigh of relief. He had just received a secret mission from Zhou Tianfan to find a way to trick Chen Beiluo into participating in the arena competition. Just as Li Zhengping was thinking about how to persuade Chen Beiluo to compete, Chen Beiluo surprised him by stepping up on his own. However, when Li Zhengping saw that Chen Beiluo's opponent was Li Shini, he felt a tightness in his heart. From what he knew of Chen Beiluo, there was no way he could defeat Li Shini. An expert sees the subtleties. Although Li Shini had only made 1 move earlier, it had already astonished Li Zhengping. The level of her martial skills far surpassed the basic techniques taught in the academy. How could they compete? To put it bluntly, the entire Fengyuan Shuyuan Academy would not be her match. This is the foundation that comes from having a sect inheritance. They were already losing at the starting line. Chen Beiluo stepped onto the first arena amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd. He fixed his gaze on Li Shini, his expression full of eagerness and completely devoid of any fear. Standing tall, his mere presence elicited admiration for his extraordinary demeanor. What a fine young man. In the principal's office, Guo Qiwen stood up and walked to Zhou Tianfan's side, looking out the window. Who do you think will win? Zhou Tianfan asked curiously. Guo Qiwen, hearing Zhou Tianfan's question, thought to himself that this bald guy was quite clever, trying to get him to spill his thoughts. Why guess? Just watch the match. Guo Qiwen replied irritably. After saying that, He ignored Zhou Tianfan and began to analyze the strengths of both competitors in his mind. No matter how he looked at it, Li Shini had the advantage. Unless Chen Beiluo had some hidden card that he couldn't see. Was that possible? Guochuan dared not think further. Yet he felt a vague sense of anticipation. On the first stage, the teacher gave a command. The match began. Chapter 48. The Three Forms of Initial Meditation. The beginning of nirvana with a command from the teacher. The two on the stage did not move at all, as if they hadn't heard the instruction. Their stances remained unchanged, only their gazes fixed on each other. For a moment, the spectators below were filled with confusion. Many wanted to see more of Li Shini's talents. Yet the contestants on stage were locked in a stare-down. After several minutes, the crowd could no longer contain themselves and began to voice their opinions. What's going on? Are they going to fight or not? Chen Beiluo, are you capable or not? If you're scared, then don't step onto the stage. It's embarrassing to get up there and not dare to fight. Chen Beiluo must be afraid. Didn't you see the outcome of Lin Yun's earlier attack? Chen Beiluo, be proactive. Exactly. Are you going to let a girl take the initiative? As the crowd shouted, the conversation started to veer off topic. On the stage, Chen Beiluo was completely unaffected by the comments from below. He was seriously watching Li Shini in front of him, continuously simulating battle scenarios in his mind. Despite multiple simulations, he found no flaws in her defense, which left him secretly alarmed. As time passed, beads of sweat began to form on Chen Beiluo's forehead. He took a deep breath. He could not wait any longer. Suddenly, Chen Beiluo moved. The wooden platform beneath the spot where he had been standing showed signs of cracking. He instantly flashed in front of Li Shini, positioning himself sideways. Chen Beiluo's right hand swung back to gather strength, poised for an attack, while his true lethal move came from his left hand, aimed directly at Li Shini's chest. Li Shini's eyes narrowed as she noticed this deadly strike. Her body moved like the wind, dodging Chen Beiluo's attack. At the moment she evaded, Chen Beiluo's right hand, which was feigning an attack, blocked her escape route. He gathered all the energy stored in his arm and directed it to his fist, striking again at Li Shini's chest. On the platform, Li Shini had no way to dodge. With a hint of anger on her face, she pressed her palms together and shouted, "Immovable Wisdom King." As her voice echoed, her body became as solid as a mountain, and an invisible stream of energy coalesced around her, faintly resembling an enraged Buddhist statue. Bang! A crisp sound of impact resonated across the stage. The shockwave from the collision pushed back those close to the platform by half a step. This strike stunned the entire crowd. Its power was so great that even the teacher, who was serving as the referee, was pushed back half a step by the force. The spectators looked at Chen Beiluo on the stage in amazement. Just now, was that the basic long fist we practice every day? A bespectacled classmate swallowed hard, looking incredulous. I can't believe that the basic long fist we train in has such power. A slightly chubby classmate echoed, full of emotion. In the principal's office, Guochuan's eyes lit up as he watched Chen Beiluo's recent strike. He was certain that he had opened at least 70 acupoints. The power of this blow had to be close to 90 acupoints to achieve. In terms of acupoint opening progress, he should be number 1 in the country. Guochuan speculated, turning to the astonished Zhou Tianfan. Did you give him the body refining elixir you obtained from the ruins last time? Zhou Tianfan was taken aback. I wanted to give it to him, but I haven't yet. I was planning to let him win a championship in the ranking match first, and then naturally give him the elixir to help him tackle the martial arts college entrance exam and hopefully win a championship. From Zhou Tianfan's expression, Guochuan already knew the answer. He murmured, it seems his talent in body refining is not weak either. On the stage, after that strike, Chen Beiluo and Li Shini fell back into a standoff. Chen Beiluo's right hand hung slightly down. The impact had left it numb, and he could hardly muster any strength. The calm demeanor on Li Shini's face had vanished, replaced by a look of anger as she glared at Chen Beiluo, calling him a lecher. Chen Beiluo smiled nonchalantly, extending his left hand and deliberately pointing at Li Shini's chest. Instantly, Li Shini's face flushed red, and she angrily charged at Chen Beiluo. This was the first time since stepping onto the stage that Li Shini took the initiative to attack. Chen Beiluo was completely unprepared for her furious palm strike, and turned to run around the stage. He refused to engage her directly, and the stage turned into a scene of chase. Huh? Is this how you can fight? Is this still a competition? Are they playing hide and seek on the stage? Beiluo, why are you dodging? Go up and face her. Yeah, you can't let a girl chase you. The crowd below was shouting for Beiluo to take the initiative. Other matches had already concluded, yet the two of them were still in pursuit, drawing all eyes to the first stage. As Beiluo ran, he occasionally glanced at Li Xinti's chest to keep her anger from dissipating. Li Xinti grew more furious with each chase, channeling her energy into her legs, increasing her speed further. Beiluo did the same, circulating his energy into his legs, resulting in a stalemate. Beiluo ran for over 10 minutes, continuously converting spiritual energy into vital energy through the system, and at this moment, he felt no different from when he first stepped onto the stage. Li Xinti's face was flushed, and she appeared slightly fatigued, finally stopping her pursuit and standing still. Breathing heavily, below the stage, most of the spectators wore strange expressions. Beiluo had initiated a combat style they had never imagined. The people present were not foolish. As soon as Beiluo began to evade, they had already guessed his intention. He aimed to exhaust Li Xinti's energy and stamina. Clearly, Beiluo's plan had succeeded. Now it's my turn. Beiluo smiled slightly, taking the initiative to strike again, repeating his earlier technique, launching a basic punch towards Li Xinti's face. Li Xinti seemed to have anticipated Beiluo's attack. The fatigue she had displayed during the chase was a ruse to lure him into striking. She had seen through Beiluo's caution and cleverness long ago. As Beiluo executed his basic long fist, a smile appeared at the corner of Li Xinti's mouth. Initial meditation, the beginning of nirvana. Li Xinti formed a hand seal. Beiluo looked at Li Xinti in surprise. He could feel her vital energy strangely returning. Although it was not at her peak, she had at least regained most of it. Beiluo realized something was wrong and silently increased the supply of his vital energy, launching a full-force attack towards Li Xinti. Chapter 49. Ruins Awakening. Early Li Xinti showed a look of surprise as she watched the fist before her grow larger. She shouted, "Immovable King!" Beiluo remained unfazed, thinking to himself that he could not possibly suffer a loss from the same move twice. He had already figured out that the Immovable King was a defensive technique primarily used to block a current attack, unrelated to the intensity of the attack. After blocking this strike, the Immovable King would disappear. Beiluo immediately circulated his vital energy, using a small amount of it to shatter the protection of the Immovable King, while his other hand, having gathered enough vital energy, transformed into a fist and continued to attack Li Xinti. Li Xinti looked surprised, sensing his strong battle instincts. She kept dodging backward, but Beiluo's attacks relentlessly pursued her, constantly pushing her toward the edge of the arena. Realizing she had nowhere left to evade, Li Xinti gritted her teeth, formed a hand seal with both hands, and prepared to counter Beiluo's long punch. The initial Zen 3 forms between Bodhi. In the blink of an eye, their fists and palms collided. In an instant, the two engaged multiple times. How could Beiluo, with such strong combat power and abundant vital energy, fight evenly with Li Xinti, yet have no name on the national rankings? The talented individuals of Xia country. Some refined scholars disdain such empty titles, which is quite normal, right? It's just behavior of the 6th generation, isn't it? However, the situation was unfavorable for Beiluo. He was at a disadvantage due to his lack of advanced martial techniques and was stuck using basic punches. Indeed, Li Xinti had already predicted Beiluo's moves. Although he had disrupted the sequence of his attacks, the essence remained unchanged, and she recognized the techniques. How could he win like this? It was a pity. It seemed he still couldn't defeat Li Xinti. There was nothing to be done. Her techniques were too powerful, clearly not something taught in the academy. After all, she was a disciple of Lingyin Temple, naturally skilled in various martial techniques and methods. Unfortunately, the audience below discussed among themselves, clearly seeing that Beiluo's defeat was just a matter of time. They lamented Beiluo's extraordinary strength while regretting his martial skills. If only he had a better martial technique, he wouldn't have been so passive. There was nothing to be done. Beiluo had no other moves, just a set of basic punches. Lishini had practiced this punch technique as well, so she naturally knew the moves within it. Determined, Beiluo decided to attack Lishini's private parts, even if it meant taking hits from her fists and feet. This shift in strategy had an immediate effect. For a moment, Lishini was thrown into disarray, losing her composure. Cornered by Beiluo at the edge of the arena, she ultimately gritted her teeth and jumped off the stage. The latter part of the match felt like a spoiled rich kid bullying a virtuous young lady, leaving the audience feeling quite annoyed. The final result was that although Beiluo won, there were no cheers. Instead, the entire arena erupted in boos after Lishini jumped off the stage. After all, at that moment, Lishini stood below the arena, her eyes slightly misty, looking pitiful and very wronged. Many people felt sympathy for her and began to criticize Beiluo. Beiluo, you won unfairly. Beiluo, where's your warrior spirit? Beiluo, is it glorious to win a match through sneak attacks and underhanded means? Among those shouting the loudest was Bai Zhengyang. Beiluo stood on the arena, showing an apologetic expression, cupping his fists toward Lishini. Turning to the crowd below, he spoke loudly. If we were on the battlefield, would you still hold on to this so-called warrior spirit? Combat is not child's play. It's either you die or I die. Have you all forgotten what happened in Fengyuan City last month? Beiluo's two rhetorical questions immediately suppressed the outcry from the audience. Seeing the crowd quiet down, he continued speaking loudly. I respect Lishini's martial skills and acknowledge her as a formidable opponent. But combat is combat. There is no such thing as fairness or unfairness. Only victory and defeat. In battle, striving for victory by any means necessary is not shameful. On the battlefield, I will not give up resistance simply because the enemy is strong. I will not show mercy, for only those who survive have the right to talk about morality and fairness. Beiluo scanned the crowd below with a sharp gaze. He said in a deep voice, you think I am dishonorable for sneaking attacks in battle, but do you know? On the battlefield, the enemy will not speak to you about warrior spirit. They will attack you without any bottom line, solely to achieve victory. Because once you lose, you might even lose your life. His words were like a stone thrown into a calm lake, provoking deep thought among the students below. Suddenly, stepping from a peaceful era into an awakening of spiritual energy and even having to fight for survival in the future. If they lacked this awareness, they surely would not live long. This was a matter that overturned many people's views. After listening to Beiluo's words, the other students began to discuss quietly, their eyes shining with recognition. Beiluo is right, Bai Zhengyang said loudly. On the battlefield, we cannot have any mercy. Only survival is the most important. Exactly. But we cannot give up resistance just because the opponent is strong, another student echoed. The students below began to respond one after another to Beiluo's words. Lishini, upon hearing Beiluo's words, frowned but soon relaxed, silently reciting a Buddhist chant and sighed, showing her emotions. After this sigh, a series of Buddhist sounds unexpectedly emanated from beside her, startling everyone to look at her. From behind her, a faint shadow of a Buddha could be seen. However, she had clearly not used any technique, just recited a Buddhist chant. In the principal's office, Guoqiwen looked at Lishini with appreciation, exclaiming, I didn't expect that Lishini would have unexpected gains from this arena match. Zhou Tianfan curiously asked, what is going on with Lishini? Her Buddhist practice has advanced. If Beiluo uses those methods again, they probably won't work now, Guoqiwen explained with a smile, looking at Beiluo with admiration. To comprehend these truths at such a young age, his path in martial arts will surely go further. Ding, ding, ding. At that moment, Zhou Tianfan's phone suddenly rang. What? Upon hearing the information on the other end of the line, Zhou Tianfan exclaimed, suppressing his inner unease, and replied, I understand. I will arrange it immediately. After hanging up, Guoqiwen curiously asked what happened. Zhou Tianfan's expression turned serious as he spoke slowly. The Fengdu ruins have awakened early. Upon hearing this, Guoqiwen paused mid-sip of his tea. In that case, arrange for people to enter the ruins and slow the awakening process. After speaking, The two left the principal's office and headed toward the playground. Chapter 50, Entering the Ruins, and Black Sand. The school broadcast announced an emergency alert. All faculty and students, please gather on the playground. Please gather on the playground. The repeated announcements immediately raised questions among everyone present. Shortly after, Zhou Tianfan arrived at the playground. With a serious expression, he said loudly, "I believe many students are already aware of the ruins. There's a ruin in our Fengyuan city that is awakening. We are uncertain whether there are dangers inside the ruins or opportunities, but we must explore. Due to the special nature of this ruin, only those with a total vitality of 100 calories or below can enter. In other words, all the students present can enter this ruin for exploration." The crowd buzzed with excitement, and discussions erupted. A young man had not yet drawn his sword, yet he had already entered the world of Jianghu. Zhou Tianfan continued, "Now, those willing to enter the ruins should sign up with their class teachers. We will set off immediately." The first to respond were the exchange students who had come to Fengyuan City, all eager to sign up for the ruins. The other students, however, mostly looked confused. They exchanged glances, and no one stepped forward to sign up first. Many even took out their phones to call home. After all, this was not a trivial matter. There was a risk to life. Beiluo had long been prepared and had obtained a registration form from Li Jinping. One part of the form was written in bright red font. "There are unknown dangers within the ruins that may threaten life. Are you aware?" Acknowledging it, Beiluo filled out the registration form and joined the other students who had signed up in the line for exploring the ruins. Everything proceeded in an orderly manner, and soon over 20 students had signed up. Among them were Fei Zhongyang and Bai Qiuing. The group boarded a bus. Due to the recent competition, many were not in optimal condition. On the bus, Li Jinping distributed a vitality pill to help restore their energy, striving to ensure they were in the best state before entering the ruins. With 20 people in each team, after Beiluo's group set off, several more buses followed. The entrance to the ruins was not far, located at the Mingshi Mountain Park where Beiluo had previously sold water. At this moment, there was a large platform at the top of Mingshi Mountain, and a transparent light screen was continuously expanding. Zhou Tianfan arrived at the entrance first to take command, ready to intervene in case of any accidents. Many personnel from the Special Operations Bureau, as well as Taoist and Buddhist practitioners, were present. Each had their tasks, setting up formations, and various talismans and magical tools from the Taoist and Buddhist traditions were buried in the ground. Everyone was doing their utmost to prevent any accidents. Beiluo's group reached the entrance to the ruins. Zhou Tianfan stood at the door, handing out protective talismans to those preparing to enter. These protective talismans could block one attack of evil level at a critical moment. Zhou Tianfan firmly patted each young person preparing to enter the ruins. And when it was Beiluo's turn, he quietly advised him, "Pay attention to safety once you enter. Staying alive is more important than anything." After everyone received their protective talismans, Zhou Tianfan waved his hand, saying, "I will be here, waiting for your triumphant return." Triumphant, triumphant, triumphant. The cheers echoed, and the atmosphere was filled with encouragement. Hearing Zhou Tianfan's words and feeling the energy of the crowd, Beiluo was overwhelmed with emotions. A warm current surged in his chest, an emotion he had never felt before. Each cheer seemed to inject power into his body. Beiluo saw the determined gazes of Wang Jiaowei and Bai Qiuing, and at that moment the three stood shoulder to shoulder, all influenced by the atmosphere around them. Beiluo glanced back at Zhou Tianfan, feeling a surge of heroism. He took a deep breath, clenched his fists, and stepped forward, entering the entrance of the ruins. Triumphant, triumphant. Desolation surrounded them, the ground composed of fine black sand, devoid of any signs of life or plants. The light within the ruins was very dim, and in the distance, there seemed to be a layer of black mist enveloping everything. This was Beiluo's first impression upon entering the ruins. There was no immediate danger as he had previously imagined. There was no immediate battle with the mysterious forces. As soon as Beiluo entered the ruins, he faintly felt a voice calling out to him. But no matter how hard he tried to listen, he could not make out what the voice was saying. He could only sense the direction from which the voice came. "Did you hear any voices?" Beiluo asked. Each person's appearance location was random, but overall, they were not far apart. Chen Beiluo was close to Wang Jiawei and Bai Qiuying, and as soon as he appeared, he quickly gathered with them. The others also grouped together in pairs or threes, seemingly preparing for battle. Chen Beiluo was not familiar with the others and did not pay them much attention. Wang Jiawei carefully listened for a long time, shaking his head. I didn't hear any other sounds. Bai Qiuying showed a look of surprise, concentrating for a moment before exclaiming, "Strange, I seem to faintly hear some voices, as if they are calling me." "Which direction?" Chen Beiluo immediately asked. Bai Qiuying pointed to a spot that was slightly off from Chen Beiluo's sense direction, but still generally in the same direction. Chen Beiluo nodded and suggested, "Since that's the case, shall we head that way? At least it's better than having no direction." The group reached a consensus and cautiously walked towards the direction Bai Qiuying sensed. The surrounding environment remained unchanged, resembling an endless black desert. The excessive silence made everything feel increasingly strange. Along the way, Chen Beiluo felt a sense of being watched, making him quite uncomfortable, and he couldn't help but stay alert. The ground was flat, with no undulations, and there were no reference points, making it hard to tell how far they had walked. They could only follow Bai Qiuying's feelings and walk silently. The environment showed no signs of change, still just black sand. The silence was profound, with only the sound of their footsteps on the black sand and their heartbeats echoing. The group was tense, ready for battle at any moment. "Is it getting windy?" Wang Jiawei questioned. A gentle breeze blew over, bringing comfort to the three who had been walking for an unknown amount of time. The sand on the ground rustled in response to the wind. Chen Beiluo and his companions trudged along as if lost in a desert, relieved to have each other for company. The sand beneath their feet seemed to be activated by the wind, feeling almost alive. The sand occasionally avoided their steps, and sometimes it would crawl up onto their shoes, as if a curious child exploring their shoes. Chen Beiluo found this increasingly strange and, noticing the odd behavior of the sand beneath him, lifted his foot to shake off the sand clinging to his shoe, quietly warning, "Be careful. This sand seems a bit off." Chapter 51. The Forbidden Land of Fengdu. Living beings stop as Chen Beiluo's voice fell. A scream echoed from a distance. This scream seemed to activate a switch, and suddenly, the sand beneath their feet began to flow rapidly towards the direction of the scream. In an instant, it gathered into a giant made of black fine sand. In the forbidden land of Fengdu, living beings must stop. The sound was deafening, echoing from all directions. A continuous reverberation. When the giant appeared, Chen Beiluo could still feel the ground shaking noticeably. The giant was some distance away from Chen Beiluo and the others, targeting another team of three. The moment the giant appeared, it struck the team with its palm, burying them in the black sand, and they lost all signs of life. The incident was sudden. The members of that team didn't even have time to use their protective talismans. But wasn't over. Dozens of other giants made of black sand appeared around the first giant. Each giant varied in height, but was nearly 10 meters tall, swinging their massive arms as they chased after Chen Beiluo and his companions. Although their movements appeared slow, they were actually very fast. One giant caught up to Chen Beiluo and the others in an instant, with the rest following closely behind. The massive bodies compressed the air, creating a whirlwind that rushed towards Chen Beiluo and the others. "Run!" Chen Beiluo shouted. Seeing that the two hadn't reacted, he immediately grabbed them and ran in the direction sensed by Bai Qiuying. As Wang Jiawei snapped back to reality, he noticed all the giants were chasing them and couldn't help but complain, "Why are they only chasing us? Did we provoke them? Just run. Don't think about it." The black sand giants pursued relentlessly behind them. In the forbidden land of Fengdu, living beings must stop. The voice came from all directions, filled with a sense of oppression. No matter where Chen Beiluo and the others ran, the voice would repeat after a while. What the hell is this?" Bai Qiuying, still shaken, pressed down her inner fear and said as she ran. This seemed to be a mechanism of Fengdu, and it appeared to lack intelligence. As Chen Beiluo ran, he focused his spiritual sense on the giants. These giants were incredibly fast, and just as they were about to be caught, Chen Beiluo suddenly shouted, "Don't run in a straight line, run in a zigzag pattern. Run in the opposite direction when the giant steps." After shouting, He worried they might run in the wrong direction. So he added, "Watch my direction. Get ready. 3, 2, 1, left." In a critical moment, the three of them dodged the giant's swinging arm. The arm whistled past, the wind it generated causing chills to run down their backs and sweat to break out. The giant's straight movements were quick, but its turning movements were slow, and it chased them in the direction they ran. Once Beiluo recognized this pattern, he always changed his escape direction at the moment the giant lifted its foot to the ground. The giant would lurch forward a half step before turning to continue the chase. This gap was enough for Beiluo and the others to create a certain distance of safety. Once they got familiar with the giant's movements, Wang Jiawei took advantage of the giant's turning moment to draw his sword from behind and attack the giant's ankle. However, it didn't cause any harm to the giant. The spot where Wang Jiawei struck instantly turned to fine sand. His fierce strike only scraped a layer of fine sand. This isn't going to work. These giants seem tireless, Wang Jiawei thought, feeling the loss of energy within him. The only good news was that the spiritual energy in the ruins was abundant, and the recovery speed was fast. For the time being, he wouldn't be exhausted. Beiluo was also continuously analyzing. If these giants kept pursuing them like this, they would eventually wear them down. His own energy would eventually run out, and at that point, they would be in danger. While running, Beiluo didn't idle. He kept his spiritual sense focused on the giant's movements. At that moment, he suddenly noticed that the ground the giants had stepped on looked different from before. When the giants formed, they gathered the black sand from the ground. Beneath the black sand was yellow earth. But now, looking down where the giants had stepped, Beiluo realized it was flowing water. Beiluo was shocked. They were currently walking on a continuously flowing river. Above the river, there seemed to be a layer of light curtain very similar in color to the yellow earth. Without a close look, one wouldn't be able to tell the difference. This light curtain resembled a thin layer of ice on the surface of the river, and the three of them were running on this ice surface. Beneath the river, there were grotesque faces, baring their teeth and claws, seemingly trying to break through the light curtain and reach the surface. Countless eerie beings were closely following Beiluo and the others in the river, but they couldn't break through that layer of light curtain, trapped beneath it like fish frozen in ice. At this moment, the eerie beings were crashing against the light curtain near Beiluo's feet. Watching the eerie beings in the river, Beiluo could clearly feel their desire to break free. His scalp tingled. It was truly a case of being caught between a wolf and a tiger. The giant hadn't been shaken off, and now the eerie beings had appeared. However, why did this water feel so familiar? Suddenly, Beiluo recalled that the water he used to make mung bean soup was exactly Huangquan water. It looked identical to the water beneath his feet, both containing eerie faces, but the water they were currently on was far more saturated with eeriness. Xiaobai had mentioned something about the path to Huangquan when introducing Fengdu. So, could this place be the path to Huangquan? Beiluo thought as he continued to run. Why was there so much black sand on the path to Huangquan? If it weren't for the black sand forming the giants, one wouldn't see any trace of the path to Huangquan at all. This black sand shouldn't appear on the path to Huangquan. If the previous path to Huangquan looked like what they just saw, it shouldn't be called the path to Huangquan. It should be renamed the black sand path. This black sand must have appeared later, intended to cover the path to Huangquan. At this moment, Beiluo was incredibly sure. Someone had used great powers to seal Huangquan and then covered the road next to Huangquan with black sand. Without the guidance of Huangquan, whether it was the eerie beings or any living beings, they would forever be unable to enter Fengdu. Someone wanted to isolate Fengdu. Beiluo was greatly alarmed. But at that moment, he had no time to think further. It was a gamble. Beiluo made up his mind and took out Huangquan water from the system warehouse, handing it to Bai Qiuying and Wang Jiawei. When the giant gets close, splash this water on it. Wang Jiawei looked at the plastic bowl filled with water in his hand, which was covered with a plastic lid. It was clearly the kind of packaging used for takeout soup. Is this reliable? He wondered, feeling a bit uneasy about its appearance. Beiluo gritted his teeth, circulating his energy to his legs, speeding up a bit more. We've got to take a chance. When I say splash, we all splash together, and then we run. Chapter 52, Turmoil resurfaces, okay. Beiluo said with a pale face, struggling to speak. Beiluo could see from her expression that her physical strength and vitality were almost exhausted. There was no time to hesitate. Taking advantage of the moment when he turned around, Beiluo suddenly exerted force in his legs and lunged forward a small step. With a swift turn, he issued the command splash. In that brief pause, the giant hand of the black sand giant had already reached them, quickly attacking Beiluo. Beiluo opened the lid of the plastic bowl and forcefully threw the yellow spring water and the bowl at the giant's chest. Meanwhile, the other two coordinated well, throwing the yellow spring water at the giant's legs. The moment the yellow spring water made contact with the giant, it instantly seemed to melt away. The area where the water splashed disappeared, and the giant's legs were already dissolved, leaving a large hole in its chest. The giant immediately lost its balance and began to topple toward the direction where Beiluo and the others were. Beiluo was a step too slow to evade and was swept away by the hurricane created by the falling giant, crashing heavily forward. Beiluo quickly rushed to where she had fallen, lifted her, and shouldered her while continuing to run forward. It was not the time to relax. There were still many giants coming their way. Fortunately, the giants were large enough that the one in front blocked the ones behind it. Otherwise, Beiluo and the others would have to consider retreating. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the ruins, several people suddenly appeared. They were the first batch of students who had entered. At this moment, they were covered in dirt and were fleeing from the interior of the ruins. Zhou Tianfan stepped forward and eagerly asked, "What's the situation inside?" "It's terrifying. There are countless giants made of black sand chasing us," one student said with a look of lingering fear, finally letting out a sigh of relief once they got outside. They were unwilling to go back in. "Black sand giants? Are they mysterious? Can you tell what level they are? How many are there?" Zhou Tianfan asked anxiously, but for a moment, the students didn't know how to respond. "Don't rush. Take your time and tell us everything you know." Guoqiwen walked over and gently reassured them. "I don't know if they are mysterious. We had no chance to fight back in front of them. 3 students were close by and were killed with 1 punch," one student said, his face full of terror. "There are at least 20 of them. Fortunately, we were standing quite far away, and as soon as we sensed something was wrong, we ran back. These giants didn't chase us, but went deeper into the ruins, pursuing another group of people," another student added. He seemed to ponder for a moment and continued, "Right? The one who fought with Lishini, I think his name is Beiluo." Beiluo? Zhou Tianfan's heart tightened, and he couldn't help but worry about Beiluo's safety. From the descriptions of those who had escaped, it was clear that the giants were not something they could contend with. They couldn't even pass the first stage, let alone seek opportunities. Zhou Tianfan sighed inwardly, but maintained his composure on the surface. He instructed Li Zhengping next to him, "Arrange for the awakened ones to come and enter the ruins." After a pause, he continued, "Also, tell the local manager to evacuate the crowd, just in case." Guoqiwen smiled calmly. "What's the rush? Even if you don't believe in your own students, you should trust those disciples from the sections. They received quite a lot of good resources for this trip into the ruins." Zhou Tianfan smirked. If it weren't for the sight of Guoqiwen's tightly clenched fists, he might have almost believed him. To be honest, Guoqiwen was the one among them who valued the cultivation of young people the most. He had been instrumental in establishing the Shuyuan Academy, allowing countless students to engage in cultivation. Hopefully, all the students who entered the ruins can return safely. In contrast to the crisis envisioned by Zhou Tianfan and the others, Beiluo and his group inside the ruins were having a great time with the giants. They occasionally splashed the black sand giants or simply poured the yellow spring water on the ground. When the black sand giants stepped on the yellow spring water, they would instantly vanish into the puddle. In this way, the group effortlessly eliminated the black sand giants. Only then could Beiluo and the others catch their breath. Seeing that the area nearby seemed relatively safe, they decided to take a moment to recover their strength and vitality. Inside the ruins, the spiritual energy was abundant, and cultivating there was surprisingly faster than outside. The group quickly recovered and even made some progress. Beiluo then approached the spot where the black sand giants had disappeared, observing the piles of black sand covered in yellow spring water. The black sand seemed to be squirming, attempting to break free from the yellow spring water's coverage. Beiluo was alarmed and voiced his suspicion. This water probably only treats the symptoms and not the root cause. Once the water dries, the black sand giants will likely reappear. We need to move quickly. After some discussion, they decided to follow Beiluo's instinct and head downwards. Having learned from their earlier experience with the black sand giants, they were very cautious of their steps, afraid that more monsters might appear beneath them. Boom, boom. Just as one wave calmed, another arose. The mysterious entities within the yellow spring seemed to have become active now that there was no black sand covering them. Like carp in a river seizing bait, they repeatedly slammed their heads against the light screen. With each impact, it seemed the screen was on the verge of cracking, and the group of mysterious entities struck even faster. Looking out, within the visible range, countless mysterious entities in the yellow spring were continuing to strike against the light screen. The scene was quite spectacular. However, Beiluo and his group had no mood to admire this magnificent sight. The noise grew louder, and cracks in the light screen became visible to the naked eye. Jiawei, seeing these mysterious entities, seemed to recall some unpleasant memories. Blood vessels appeared in his eyes as he stood there, gripping his sword tightly, staring intently at the group of mysterious entities beneath the light screen. "Are you crazy?" Beiluo exclaimed upon seeing Jiawei's actions. "With so many mysterious entities, do you still want to fight them? If each of them hits us once, we will also become mysterious entities." Jiawei gritted his teeth. "Should we go back now, or continue forward?" "Keep going down," Beiluo said firmly. Beiluo had just thought of using his avatar, the Black Flame Inferno, to ignite the group of mysterious entities the moment they broke through the light screen. But as soon as this thought arose, a dangerous signal came through his consciousness. He abandoned the idea of exterminating the group of mysterious entities and shifted to safety instead. Could it be that these mysterious entities couldn't be killed? If they couldn't be killed, would the mysterious entities attack them? He continued to sense with his consciousness, remaining in place without any danger. If that were the case, did it mean that as long as he didn't actively attack this group of mysterious entities, they wouldn't attack him either? Thinking of this, Beiluo chose to trust his intuition. Let us ignore this group of mysterious entities and keep moving forward, Beiluo said. "Are you sure?" Beiluo asked in surprise. Beiluo nodded and explained, "I have some understanding of this ruin. This group of mysterious entities should want to enter Fengdu City, or they might be the mysterious entities within Fengdu City. If we attack these mysterious entities in Fengdu's domain, even more terrifying things might happen. If they attack us, we will counterattack." Chapter 53. "I want to be handsome too, okay, I believe you." Beiluo supported continuing. "If it weren't for the bowl of water you brought out, we probably would have been done for at the Black Sand Giant." Jiawei nodded as well, solemnly saying, "Chen, I believe you too." He then took out some small golden swords from his pocket and distributed them to Beiluo and Beiluo. "These are the protective spirit swords my master gave me. They can be activated with spiritual energy and are crucial for survival in critical moments. They are very effective against the mysterious beings. You sects really are as lavish as Xiaolon said," Beiluo said enviously as she took the spirit sword. "With such good stuff, why didn't you take it out earlier?" After receiving the spirit sword, Beiluo also pulled out a large stack of spirit talismans from her bosom. The talismans varied in type, some for offense, some for protection. Beiluo was dumbfounded. "Is this the power of the Kira?" Zhou Tianfan hesitantly gave one, while Beiluo casually pulled out a whole stack. Seeing the surprised expressions on Beiluo and Jiawei, Beiluo shyly explained, "My talismans aren't as powerful as Principal Zhou's, so don't mess them up when you use them." Jiawei's mouth twitched as he gave a thumbs up. "Now that's what I call being lavish. This would probably trade for 1,000,000 each on the black market." Beiluo laughed and waved her hand about that, yes. The three of them had their own trump cards and chose not to question each other, maintaining a tacit understanding. Just like when Beiluo took out the yellow spring water from thin air earlier. Although they saw it, they didn't inquire about it. As long as they could get through the crisis, that was the key. If life was gone, what use was knowing more secrets? Beiluo and the others continued walking along the edge of the yellow spring. although they didn't care about the mysterious beings. Each person still used talismans to protect themselves tightly. Wasn't this group of mysterious beings tired from hitting the light curtain? After another 10 minutes, when the light curtain still hadn't been broken, Beiluo couldn't help but let her guard down. Thunder without rain? You get used to it after a while. Something's not right. Beiluo suddenly spoke up. What is it? Beiluo immediately asked. We just passed through here, Beiluo said seriously. Earlier, as he walked, he had dripped the yellow spring water on the ground to make a series of marks. Yet now, not far ahead, he saw the exact same marks. And even the nearby sand was identical. No way. Haven't we been moving forward all this time? How could we pass through here? Are you sure you're not mistaken? Beiluo shook his head. I'm sure. These are my marks. But Beiluo was puzzled, but we clearly followed our senses. It seems there is a prerequisite condition to enter Fengdu. Beiluo pondered for a moment and said, we need to break the light curtain on the yellow spring and release these mysterious beings. What? The two looked shocked at Beiluo's words. The mysterious beings beside them were already frightening enough, and now Beiluo wanted to release them? To step onto the road of the yellow spring, cross the Naiha Bridge, then see the Wangshuan River, gather at the Wangshan platform, tremble the 3 live stone, sever the path of red dust, and only then can one enter Fengdu. Beiluo recounted what Xiao Bai had said. This is what I heard about entering Fengdu. Then, is this river the Wangshuan River? Wang Jiawei pointed at the mysterious beings under the light curtain, asking in confusion. No, this is not Wangshuan, Beiluo said firmly. Beiluo looked at Beiluo in confusion. After thinking for a moment, Beiluo seemed to have made a decision and said, this is the yellow spring. How do you know? Beiluo asked in surprise. Beiluo didn't respond to his question, instead continuing, in our family lineage. It is said that someone entered the depths of Fengdu. There are many records about Fengdu in our family tree, including those about the yellow spring. As Beiluo said this, she shook her head and smiled. I used to think of it as a myth or a novel. But I didn't expect that what was recorded in the family tree is all true, and we have also entered the extreme world. Beiluo pointed at the rolling yellow spring water and continued, the yellow spring is a place where people transform into mysterious beings after death and can reside. Our family tree records that when ancient people dug deep wells, the water would appear yellow, and back then, the custom was to bury the body underground after death. Thus, the ancient people represented the yellow spring as the underground world where people after death transform into mysterious beings. The yellow spring is also known as the 9 springs. The heavens have 9 layers, and the earth has 9 layers, with the lowest layer being the yellow spring. We are currently at the very bottom layer of the 9 layers of the earth. Beiluo, upon hearing this, looked deeply at Beiluo, surprised that she had such a clear understanding of a yellow spring in Fengdu, even more than Xiao Bai. It was as if her ancestors had once entered Fengdu and recorded their knowledge of it. Does your family tree record how to enter Fengdu? Beiluo asked. Beiluo shook her head. There are no records in the family tree. It seems that everything is natural. You arrive, and then you just enter. Turning to look at their surroundings, she questioned, it doesn't look like this at all now. I only thought of it after seeing the water Beiluo gave us. Beiluo nodded. Fengdu must have undergone a great change and has been sealed away. This layer of light curtain seems to be the key to sealing Fengdu. If we want to enter Fengdu, we probably need to break this layer of light curtain. But how can we open the light curtain? Beiluo asked in confusion. Let's give it a try. After saying that, Beiluo walked to the edge of the yellow spring, took out the talisman Beiluo had given him earlier, infused it with spiritual energy to activate it, and smashed it toward the crack in the light curtain. Boom! The impact was huge and kicked up a lot of smoke. But after the smoke cleared, the light curtain remained unchanged, and the crack didn't appear to widen at all. Let me try. Wang Jiawei took out a small sword, casually formed a hand seal, and immediately the small sword flew into the air, quickly heading towards the crack. Damn, are we training martial arts, or are you cultivating immortality? Beiluo was dumbfounded. Wang Jiawei's move was clearly the kind of sword technique mentioned in immortal novels. Although Beiluo had never read them, many of his classmates loved those types of novels, so he had a certain understanding from hearing about them. With the revival of spiritual energy now, It seemed those techniques from the novels could also be easily performed in real life. However, this flying sword technique was too enviable. Although Wang Jiawei's flying sword move was very cool, it didn't have any effect on the light curtain. This is a small portion of sword energy passed down from my sect. You activate it with spiritual energy, choose your target, and throw it like a dart. Wang Jiawei explained, also teaching the two how to use it. What was the hand seal you made earlier for? Beiluo asked. It just feels cooler. Wang Jiawei scratched his head, embarrassed. Beiluo nodded in agreement and immediately picked up the small sword in his hand. What are you trying for? Didn't Wang Jiawei just try that? Bai Qiuying asked, puzzled by Beiluo's eager movements. No way, being handsome is a lifelong thing. I want to be handsome too. Beiluo smiled. Seeing Beiluo's smile, Bai Qiuying's heart skipped a beat, and her face turned slightly red. Beiluo and Wang Jiawei didn't notice Bai Qiuying's expression. Yes, this looks much cooler. Wang Jiawei continued to explore with Beiluo how to make the moves look cooler. After deciding on the move, Beiluo activated the small sword with spiritual energy and infused some consciousness into it to guide its direction. He casually formed a few movements and shouted, "Go!" The flying sword shot out and hit the light screen. In an instant, the light screen shattered.